a world record holder. It is Becky Lee, and she's the world record holder for the 2,000 metre sculls in the 13 to 14 age race group, and her world record is 7:06.1. She's rowing in race number 5.
Did you say the age group 13 to 14?
13 and 14.
You know what is an amazing? The Australian Championships out here have adopted their minimum age at under 17 years of age. New South Wales have continued on with the under 16, but some of those champions down there in the under 14s years ago, they had introduced under 14 championships down here in the skills and the quads, or in the sculls and the quads, but they found that the young kids only over 500 metres used to start to hyperventilate. But now, of course, they're rowing longer distances and they're better trained. A lot of the under 14s, of course, or the 14-year-olds are working in under 16s.
Yep.
And they are well coached. But times have changed, John, and for the better.
They're rowing a lot quicker times than you and I did, Barry.
7. Yeah. Would you say 7 minutes?
Yeah, her record, yes.
But that's not over 2,000 metres, is it?
Stand to be corrected, don't know. She's rowing third of 2,000 metres today, and that record was made in the 2016-17 season, so last year.
Jeez.
So we look forward to seeing young Becky Lee on the water in a couple of races' time. Barry, we've spoken before about the quality of the rowing conditions here on the Sydney International Regatta Centre. They're very, very good today. Forecast indicates maximum about 4 knot wind, so I don't think they're really going to get any worse than we have at the moment.
Well, the boat race officials, I think Chris Tucker, as the umpire referee today, has indicated that he would like it to be known that all the athletes, their coaches should monitor this, should hydrate small amounts frequently. They will keep an eye, that's the officials will keep an eye on any temperature increase, but it looks like it's going to be wonderful weather for rowing. But the rowers and their coaches have to make sure that they maintain hydration.
Barry, the forecast indicates we'll be reaching, say, 30 degrees later in the afternoon. That shouldn't present too much of a problem today, but as you say, we keep an eye on it. But tomorrow, they're forecasting 35. So tomorrow we have to look at managing our temperature conditions for our rowers on the water.
Well, that'll be a slip, slop and slap day too, John, I guess, would there?
Very much so, I think, Barry.
Did you ever use sun cream in the days when you were rowing, John?
No.
No, nor did I. We never did we? It was always slippery. You were, the only bit of grease that you had, you'd put it on the back of the leather so that the oar would turn nicely in the swivel. And
I recall, Barry, my last couple of years at school rowing, we were encouraged to wear hats, but prior to that, didn't matter.
Yeah. Well, I see John Meeking around and been looking at working on that screen. I don't know whether the screen is working today, John, but the screen will be working today, and I no doubt now, what's it on? It's streaming on the website, John. This, we've got John Meeking here right now. Has he? John, can you tell us exactly what you mean by what's happening now?
I think if you go to the Rowing New South Wales website, you can watch the racing live. Stephen Crute organised the keys and got it streaming for us.
Unbelievable. He does it so quietly. Both of you are very quiet workers, but you're very efficient. So what we see on the right-hand side of the screens up here is what is on the screen. Do we follow you or do you follow us? Yeah, John. Well, you heard the words from John Meeking, and they've managed to get it to a live stream today, which is, when you think of all the personnel that come over here for Australian Championships, I'm absolutely amazed, John, that two people, Crute and John, are able to arrange this. For whatever they do, the magic of pressing buttons and bring it live stream with two personnel.
It's certainly, for a club or a locals regatta, it's certainly providing conditions which are a vast improvement. That's conditions for the spectator, vast improvement on what we've had in past years.
Well, this is like a Christmas party. You've got people bringing to the party the roast, the chicken, all the embellishments when they walk through the door. Look at the embellishments we've got today, John. Live streaming.
I must admit, I still wonder and ponder, what does it actually mean? I've got a rough idea, and I can look at the screen, and that idea is perhaps enhanced a little. But all these words were languages, or were not a language I learnt when I was younger, Barry.
Oh, John, we're in the same boat, literally. But looking on the far side now, a good run coming from Ben Gibson, who is in the leg. They're all in the leg, trunk and arms category. And he's now down at Sydney, coached by Donovan Check, France Infield, and Lachlan Carter. So he's got some very good coaches. But wait till you see the lineup of the coaches that we have coming up in the following events that are putting their names forward. And these are all coaches who are in the lineup for the state versus state racing. But in the lead at the present moment, Gibson. In the leg, trunk and arms, presenting Sydney Rowing Club. In second place, looking down there, I think that is Kevin Wall, who's racing in lane 2, coached by Craig Ramjan and Liam James. And then we have looked back probably about, a fair distance, but third from the grandstand here, and that's Julia Story from the Drummoyne. Kathleen Hextall looking after Julia. Lauren Webber, 2 out from the grandstand, well back with the umpire's launch back there. Coached by Craig and Ramjan once again, and Ruby Sutherland, who was a student over there at PLC. I think Ruby Sutherland did quite well. Now rowing for Balmain. She's their number 3 sculler there. So they're the placings at this stage, you might say the mid-stage. But remember, for para single scullers, this is over 2,000 metres. And that's a long way. A long way. And that's the way it goes. The Olympics down, World Championships. And the young man over there, Ben Gibson, getting great run out of his boat in the light coloured blue of Sydney Rowing Club, and haven't they done well? Sydney Rowing Club with a group of young people from the surrounding schools, and under coaching there from Donovan Check and Lachlan Carter, and he goes across the line, will take the win. Sydney Rowing Club, Ben Gibson. And we'll take the male or the men's category gold for the Reindeer Regatta. Coming up here now, second place looks like it's going to go to Kevin Wall in the leg, trunk and arms category. And also moving the boat very well. This boy is starting to become almost astounding with his boat speed. How has he improved? Kevin Wall, very strong upper body. Moving the boat very well, hardly any check there. Balmain, Kevin Wall will take second place.
Incidentally, Ben Gibson's winning time in that classification, Barry, 7:50.51.
Thanks for that, John. 7:50.51. Now we have the first of the women's rowing coming down here. I think this is the women's category. There should be three scullers there. The first of them coming down here in the colours of Drummoyne. This is Julia Story, coached by Kathleen Hextall. And we've seen these young people get on the water from time to time, but the coaching that they're getting from the coaches that really home in on that. I noticed another one who's been working hard on this category. Here's Lizzie Chapman. Anyway, there she goes. Overall, third place, but a winner in the female category.
Barry, just looking at Julia crossing there, Drummoyne, Zoot Suit, another example of how our image of colour, racing colours have changed over the years. It's a bit different to the old Balmain rowing singlet, or Des Moines rowing singlet rather.
Yeah, they've had a few changes, but you know, like the old uniforms that they used to have going back many years ago were pretty daggy looking things, weren't they?
Yeah. You've noticed that, Barry, have you? They were great in 1850.
You never saw a rower in the social pages, I can tell you that, in full regalia. Yeah. Well, this coming down here now, this is young Lauren Webber. I think Lauren was also a schoolie over there at PLC, and now well coached by Craig and Ramjan. They've got all the fundamentals right. And what's more importantly, you've got the enthusiasm. So she'll take 4th place overall, 2nd in the women's category. The invitation at this stage will extend to Ben Gibson, if you can make your way over here for presentations, along with Julia Story. So Ben and Julia, if you can come across for presentations, that would be good. We're about to see the last of the scullers across the line. This is young Ruby Sutherland from the Balmain Club. And I don't think I saw any of these scullers with the pontoons underneath the riggers, John.
No, I did. I think you're right, Barry.
Here we go, and a very appreciative audience with that applause too. That's great.
Well, Barry, while we're waiting for Ben and Julia to come for their respective medal presentations, might mention that race 4 is underway. It's Division 1 of the Women's Open Lightweight Under 23 Single Scull, and there will be a medal for first place in that. We have 3 Sydney University representatives in Lane 3, Karina Simpson, Lane 4, Fiona Ewing, and in Lane 5, Rowena Meredith, and from Canberra in Lane 6, Sandra Sweeney. Couple of very familiar names there, Barry.
Well, I see Fiona Ewing down there, coached by Don McLaughlin, and also I think Sandra Sweeney from Canberra, coached by a friend of yours, Alison Chen, down there. I have a feeling, did we see, was it Rowena Meredith, of course, is also in the mix, and I think these women are in the, certainly 2 of them are, in the 2019 Queen's Cup squad. 2 of them there. I'm just wondering, I think Sandra Sweeney might have come up here. She's from Canberra, and I think she might have raced in the B grade of the Spring Regatta, one of Alison Chin's charges, and she did pretty well there. But she was
certainly in the
B
Spring
grade.
Regatta, but
Yes.
I can't recall the classification, Barry.
But certainly the other 2 are in the Queen's Cup squad. It's, and the names almost are synonymous there, aren't they, with Fiona Ewing and Rowena Meredith, both from the Sydney University Boat Club and both coached by Donald McLaughlin. And it looks like we've got a close race. These 2 scullers right in the centre of the course, and of course they're in a big squad for the Queen's Cup, and they're anxious to show what they can do. Many of those coaches will be up here today and looking to see performances. So this is a test event, you might say, for state versus state racing. An informal one, but nevertheless.
Well, Barry, we're about to have a medal presentation, but we may wait until the finish of this race.
Oh, John, this is an exciting one coming up here. This is the first of the divisions. This is only a division, but look at these 2 having a shot at one another. Both from the Sydney University. Fiona Ewing on the far side, Rowena Meredith on this side, and they're going locked. Both vying for selection in the Women's Queen's Cup squad. It's fantastic. Look at this. I think she's going to get there. Fiona Ewing just by almost a bow ball. Sydney University, Fiona Ewing gets first. Second will go to Rowena Meredith. What a fantastic event in a division. That's a Christmas present, John.
That was a very, very good race. Both from the same club. I wonder if they were trying to make a dead heat, Barry.
Well, Karina Simpson, and not far behind, same coach in the open class. Karina Simpson, Sydney University, they're number 6, will take out 3rd place. And 4th place will go to the Alison Chin Edward Ben coached Sandra Sweeney, taking 4th place.
Well, Barry, I think we can go down to our pontoon at the moment, where we're just about ready for the next presentation of the day. This is for first place only in the para single scull. 2 categories to be honoured today, both in the LTA classification. We look at the female winner first of all, representing Des Moines Rowing Club, Julia Story. Well done, Julia. And first place in the para single scull LTL, representing the male classification, from Sydney Rowing Club, Ben Gibson.
Well, a reminder that, of course, in divisions and with first places going to the winners today, if you can make your way across for presentation, much appreciated. We do understand that there'll be boat changes and crew changes, and we may have to wait for you to come over a little bit later. But in the event that you can make your way over, you're most welcome. We're waiting now to see whether Fiona Ewing, representing Sydney University, can make her way over for a win in the open single sculls.
Oh, Barry, looking at the screen at the moment, they indicate that it's Karina Simpson from Sydney University in first place. It certainly looked to me as that lane 4, the bow number 4, was across first, but there's the official results. Oh, Barry has some clarification on the result of the race finished. Race 4, Barry.
I think we'll wait until we get the official placings up on the board, John.
In the meantime, Barry, we spoke earlier about our world record holder from St Peter's, Cambridge in New Zealand, and that was Becky Lee. She's rowing in this race, and she's in lane 2 we have. And this is the 2nd division of the Women's Open Lightweight Under-23 Single Scull. In lane 1, Romola Davenport from Sydney, Becky Lee, St Peter's, Cambridge in lane 2. In lane 3, Brianna Caputo from Sydney. Lane 4, Cato Gorman UTS. In lane 5, it's Claire Milne, St Peter's, Cambridge, New Zealand. In lane 6, Wallace Russell, Sydney University. Lane 7, Kelly Drenth from UTS. Lane 8, Sienna Grady from Nepean. And in lane 9, Sydney University's Sarah Parsons.
Well, now this is interesting, John, because this has almost becomes an international trial that we have out here now with 2 New Zealanders. But we've also got a very big field there from the under-23 single scull squad that are vying for state versus state selection. And as you can see, the under-23, they are all in the same one. And I think on the far side we have one of racing's favourite from Sydney Rowing Club. That's young Romola Davenport, right on the far side. But look at this young lady here from Sydney University. I think this is Wallace Russell. Wallace Russell is coached by Alfie Young. And it looks like she'll make the grade here. As we see Wallace Russell about to go across the line. She's the number 3 sculler, racing out of lane 6. She will take the win. And second place will go to a very popular young sculler over there, Romola Davenport. But look at the names, coaches, Lachlan Carter and Donovan Check. She'll take out second place overall. Then we have the New Zealander over there, I think Becky Lee, I think from coached by Norm Charlton. She'll be judged in 3rd place. 4th place will go to lane 4. That's UTS number 3. And then 5th place will go below us to Sarah Parsons. And 6th place, a good race going on for 6. I think it'll go to Shanna Grady from the Peon. And 7th place then will go to the other Sydney Scullers, I think, over there. That could have been Brianna Caputo. Will be judged in 7th place. 8th place then will come up to, and here looks like the colours of St Peter's Cambridge, their number 2 sculler. That's Claire Mill, coached also by Norm. And she'll be judged in 8th place.
Barry, winning time there by Wallace Russell was 8:11.61. And interesting to note, we spoke about Becky Lee from St Peter's Cambridge, a world record holder for her age group in this event, but she'd have been giving away a number of years to the eventual winner of that race.
John, do we have any results posted for race number 4 at this stage?
Barry, there was a bit of confusion, I thought, but not on our official screen at the moment, but we'll just wait and see what happens. But in the meantime, race 6 is well over halfway down now. Division 3 of the Women's Open Lightweight Under 23 Singles. And we have Michaela France, Sydney Uni in 2, Georgina Masters, UTS in 3, Lizzie Trelaw, Sydney Uni in 4, Caitlin Douglas Toowong from Victoria in 5. I think we have Georgina Mainzer withdrawn in 6, leaving Stephanie Harper, Sydney Uni in 7, and Elizabeth Lester from Glebe in 8.
Well, I think Georgia Mazaro was pulled out there, John, as you said. She'd been withdrawn. But Michaela France and Mazaro, I think, were both together and nominated in squads for the 2000. I think it was 2019. I think they're in the Victoria Cup squad as lightweights. That's the lightweight quad for women. I think they're in that. And so once again, we're seeing a battle royal amongst the lightweights for trying to bring their performance before the eyes of their coaches and also the selectors that might be here. And you'll notice that there is no, in the divisional races today, they're not just playing for a place or something like that. This is flat out racing, which makes it so interesting to watch. Spectators are very lucky up here today, John.
You're very lucky indeed, and particularly there's an incentive, Barry. There's a medal for first place in every final or division race.
Well, Georgina Masters takes the win there. Georgina Masters, coached by David Jelly, Tim McLaren and Hallie Chapman. And then coming up for second place, that looks like Toowong in those colours at Toowong. I think they are. Yeah. Caitlin Douglas. I think she's currently, by the look of the coaches, over there at UTS, but today she's representing her state, Toowong, in the lightweight women's sculls.
I think I did mention Toowong from Victoria earlier. It is, of course, our tropical north, Barry.
Is that right? Who'd you get down there for third there, John? That's race 6.
Just waiting for the... It's Lizzie Trelaw from Sydney University.
Trelaw from Sydney University, and followed by Michaela France from Sydney University and Liz Lester.
And the winning time, 8:13 exactly.
8:13. So the request going out then for Georgina Masters, if you could make your way across for presentation. We're still waiting on that official results for race number 4. The judges are the people who call them. Sometimes, and make sure you are carrying your bow numbers. Sometimes there could be a little bit of confusion if they are in the wrong lane. We call the race as being won by Fiona Ewing. We'll just have that confirmed.
And while we're waiting for that confirmation, race number 7 underway now, over 2,000 metres. The women's under 19 and under 21 double scull. There is a mixture there. one entry from the under-21 category. It is Olivia Bartram and Adelaide Scott from UTS. The remainder are all under 19. Katie Coleman and Lucy Kirk from Kinross Walleroy. Andrea Conomos and Laura Wunderlich from UTS. Zoe Reid and Maxine France in lane 4 from Glebe. Emma Sporer and Sophia Dale from Kinross Walleroy in 5. In lane 6, representing Sydney, Niama Graham and India Thompson. In lane 7, the Nepean Composite has been withdrawn. Lane 8, Amelia Barrett, Catherine Haycock, St Peters, Cambridge, New Zealand. And Sydney University is represented in lane 9 by India Hobbs and Marty Downing. So 2 classifications in this race. Lane 1, the entrants are under 21. Lanes 2 to 9, all under 19.
John, just to note that confirmation that Fiona Ewing was the winner of the women's Division 1 of the women's Open Single Scull. So it was Fiona Ewing. Our call was correct. Well, I know these young ladies have got a lot to do going back and getting into perhaps slightly bigger boats than the Sculls. And the invitation goes out, so hopefully we will see them a little bit later in the morning. Well, coming down here now, John, this, as you said, is the mix of the 19. Well, it's all, I think there's only one crew in the under 19.
Under 21.
Under 21s.
Yes.
And that's Bartram and Adelaide Scott from UTS.
And they've certainly got the race at this stage well in hand on the far side, the southern side of the course, Barry.
Well, Olivia Bartram, she's the under-21 state champion sculler from last year. She raced there with Adelaide Scott. And here we find them up again against one another today, I think, Olivia Bartram. But anyway, don't they look good out there, John?
They look very, very good indeed. Fairly relaxed, Barry. A nice stroke, plenty of length through the water, but not hurried. Plenty in reserve.
Well, they've managed to introduce into their racing work, you notice that slight pause that they have at the release. Tim McLaren's very hot on that, and he's got it to perfection over there at the UTS club. They will take the win. But normally that disappears when they come up to racing. You see more of the fast hands away in racing, but they did that easily. Second place will go to lane 4, Glebe, and a very, very good result coming from an up-and-coming Glebe combination there. Reid and France, Maxine France this time in second place. Third place going to Sydney University, Hobbs and Downing. And fourth place, I think, will go to, that's the Sydney combination of Graham, India Thompson, Liam Graham and India Thompson. They will be judged in fourth place.
Now, I noticed there that Sydney crew competed with no bow number, Barry. So I'm assuming it wasn't available. So another reminder, please have those bow numbers back as soon as possible after your race.
Well, Barrel and Haydock from New Zealand, St Peters at Cambridge, taking out fifth place there, which is good for them. UTS, Conomos and Wunderlich, and back to the two Kinross scullers, double scullers, Coleman and Kirk in seventh place, and Sporer and DL in eighth place.
Well, Barry, toward the final stages now, Division 2 of the Men's Open Lightweight Under-23 Coxed pair. Carr Middleton and Nichols from Sydney in lane 1. Blackmore Cram and Brown from Mossman in 2. O'Connell, Nicol from Sydney in 3. Olsen and Potter from Sydney in 4. Pender and Umagar from Mossman in 5. Kench McDonald from Sydney in 6. Griffin and Balsam, St Peters, Cambridge in 7. In 8, it's Ronaldson and O'Driscoll from UTS, and again from UTS in 9, Valdesy and Message.
Well, what a selection race this could be turning out to be. You see this, I think this is the Sydney crew of Kench and Hamish McDonald, but their coaches Imfield and Donovan Check over there, and don't they row well in a pair? In fact, your Sydney rowers this day and age, they are the cream of the crop. And here they come, Jackson, Kench, Hamish McDonald taking out the win In the under-23 section, they'll be followed by their mates from Sydney, Torin Olsen and Alex Potter, taking second place. Third place will go to Sydney's O'Connell and Nickel. What a line up there from Sydney. Fourth place will just go to Mossman. That's Pender in that crew. And sixth place then to UTS. I think that's Ronaldson and Driscoll. Will be judged in sixth place. And Blackmore Cram, I think, from Mossman back in sixth place, is it? And seventh place will go to the Waldersea and Message combination, and then back to Sydney Rowing Club with Carr Middleton and Nichols.
Now, Barry, we have three categories in this race: the under-23, the open, and the lightweight. So there's no doubt that the under-23 classification medal will go to the Sydney number 3, Jackson Kench and Hamish McDonald. I think Joe Ronaldson and Dermot McDriscoll, being the opening entry in the open, will take it from UTS. And again from UTS, one entry in the lightweight, that's Peter Valdersea and Jack Message.
I agree with everything you said, John.
So 3 medals to be presented for that race, race number 8. Barry, we just saw quite a success for the Sky Blues from Sydney Rowing Club there, 1, 2 and 3. Might mention that it was the Sydney Rowing Club Open 8 which won the big event at the Head of the Yarra last weekend in Melbourne, and good result from New South Wales to win down there. But second place, of course, went to Sydney Uni, and third place to UTS. So we did very, very well. Sixth place to UTS. Sydney Uni had another place in 7th, and UTS again in 8th. So first and second of the big race in Melbourne taken out by Sydney Rowing Club and Sydney University.
Well, for many years, of course, the universities, and particularly Sydney University, they held sway at the elite level of rowing. Always just to back a little bit, the UTSs and the Mossmans and the Sydney Rowing Club. But now, through great administration and wonderful coaching over there, Sydney Rowing Club looks like they're the club on top. And that's been due to the coach Donovan Check, who's been there many years, and also a very experienced senior administrator over there, the club president. And congratulations to Keith. You've both, between the two of you, you've raised the whole standard of rowing here in New South Wales through leading Sydney Rowing Club.
Barry, another success down there. The champion schoolboy crew was won by one of the school powerhouses, and that's Scotch College Melbourne. But second place went to Sydney Rowing Club in a school crew classification.
That's great, John. Terrific. Scots College seem to be doing well.
They did. They missed out on the state championship up here and the national championship this year. It was taken by Shaw, but Scotch have been a dominant force for many years in schoolboy rowing. Barry, a couple of other successes from Melbourne we might mention, and that was the Schoolgirl 8, and the Schoolgirl 8 went to Pymble.
Pymble Ladies
and
College.
They won. They got first and second last year. They got first in their Division 1 this year. They were second and fifth in Division 2. Very good effort from Pymble Ladies College.
Well, they do a wonderful job. We see them going out there. They're a very well-disciplined squad. They've been training during the winter and regularly during the winter training. Over to you, John.
Barry, I think we're about to get underway with our next presentation, and looking at the lineup in the Sydney Rowing Club, I think it's Division 2 of the men's open lightweight and under 23 coxless pair. And first place in the under 23 category goes to Jackson Kench and Hamish McDonald, representing Sydney Rowing Club. So well done, Jackson and Hamish, Sydney Rowing Club, winners of the under 23 classification of the coxless pair.
And we're still waiting on Ronaldson and O'Driscoll from UTS for their success in the Open, and from Waldersea and Massage from UTS for their success in the lightweight category.
We might look at the race coming down at the moment. On the program, it is race number 9, but that's been consolidated, and the race coming down now is the women's under-17 Coxed quad scull over 2,000 metres. In lane 2, it's Mossman, Kinross, Walleroy in lane 2. A close race, St Catherine's in 4, PLC in Sydney 5, Newcastle Grammar 6, St Peter's Cambridge in 7, and MLC School in lane 8. And it's MLC on the grandstand side, I'd reckon, Barry.
Well, MLC, I think they're going to have a fight of it here, because that crew, which is second from the far side, that's the Kinross Walleroy crew, in the light coloured boat. It's a light blue with Longley, Hilda, Yeomans and Jenkins. That rings a bell, because I think that last year at the, earlier this year it was, in the 2018 State Championships, they were behind, they came second in this event at the State Championships behind Canberra Girls Grammar, which was a very strong crew. They're all kept together. I think it's much the same crew, but they've got Sarah Cook up there as a coach now. And I think we'll find that Kinross Walleroy now have moved up for their competition, and they look very, very hot out there on the water.
A very stylish combination, Barry. About 4 strokes to go, and it will be Kinross Walleroy, Bridget Longley, Elizabeth Hilda, Bridget Yeoman, Lucy Jenkins, with Xanthi Sinclair in the Coxed seat. First place, with the Mossman crew in second place.
Well, the next to go across the line is the MLC School, as John was talking about, and then followed by St Peter's at Cambridge. The New Zealanders back for 4th. And 5th place will go to St Catherine's, and 6th place then will go to PLC Sydney. And a good row coming from them in 6th place. And John, sorry.
No, just give the winning time, Barry. 7:34.44.
And then the last crew to go across there would be Newcastle Grammar. And they'll be judged in 7th place.
Barry, across the field there, we commented on the style at Kinross Walleroy, but this are all under 17. Now, all these crews were exhibiting some quite superb style. When I consider of this age group rowing 10, 12 years ago, no comparison. The modern rower, the modern teenage rower, is very, very good here on the Sydney International Regatta Centre.
Well, thank goodness that rowing the sport has managed to attract back top international rowers from their previous life, or nurtured young people to move up the ranks and be sidekicks to some of our leading coaches here. But the coaching is actually superb. In fact, in many of the girls' schools and boys' schools, you would find that most clubs couldn't afford them.
I think you're dead right. Barry, you got another chance to look at this age group coming down the course at the moment. Race 11, the second division of the women's under-17 Coxed quad scull. PLC Sydney number 2 in lane 3, St Catherine's number 2 in lane 4, from New Zealand St Peter's Cambridge number 2 in 5, St Catherine's number 3 in lane 6, and PLC Sydney number 3 in lane 7.
John, I think the New Zealanders come over here every second year. Is that correct? Is that how you've heard it?
As I understand it, and they exchange with the Shores crew in the other years.
Yep, right. Now, I love to see, those that have come from a long way across the ditch, or if you like to say it, do well. And it'd be lovely to see the St Catherine's ladies in this, the under-17 Coxed quad scull, do well in the second division. But they're up against PLC Sydney on the far side, and St Catherine's. St Catherine's have got some great coaches there, but and PLC once again on this side of the course. But there is the St Peter's at Cambridge, and they're right in the dense centre of the course. They're back in second place. St Catherine's lead, St Peter's in second. Fair way back.
Barry, just looking at the the representation there at the Spring Regatta to which you just referred. St Catherine's and PLC Sydney had some excellent results, and it looked like it's being echoed again on the water today.
John, I know you're, John, you're into these schools, St Catherine's. Can you tell us anything about there?
Yeah, St Catherine's is Waverley in the eastern suburbs, and they are indeed the oldest girls' school in the southern hemisphere, originally established as a school for the daughters of clergy, and now one of the biggest schools in the eastern suburbs.
They're over at, what did you say, Waverley? I think
At Waverley, yes.
Yeah. That's the place over there where the only time you hear the words Waverley is when it's applied to Waverley Court or Waverley Cemetery. And the big walk now that goes from Bondi, I think, across to Manly.
That's right, it certainly does now. But here's a very, very good crew on the water here at the moment, Barry. Not pressured, but confident and well and truly in front.
Well, it looks like Kinross Rollroy, the winners of the last event, have moved back into the boating area. And as John said, the St Catherine's crew of Gemma Leddit, Katerina Savranos, Rosa Hood, and Aim Tainch. Ava Edwards is the coxswain, and you can see her sitting very proudly up there. I think she's got the reindeer hat on, in the spirit of Christmas.
Yes, she has indeed. Well done.
Goes across the line.
And St Catherine's, of course, are eligible for our next medal presentation, having been the winner of Division 2 in the women's under-17 Coxed quad.
And the New Zealanders, they almost look like they've got Christmas colours down there, the colours of Cambridge, but anyway, they've got the...
No, it's a good colour combination there, Barry. If you look at most of the Australian crews, they're stripes or plains, but St Peter's Cambridge have got the quarter jersey, just like the Harlequin rugby team I used to play in years ago.
You would have been a real standout in a Zooty, John.
Barry, that's about all.
Well, here we have now, this is the PLC Sydney number 3 crew of Osborne, Sheldrick, Oneless and Beggs. They will take 4th place, and 5th place then will go to a very gallant row from St Catherine's number 3. Young ladies there, Nicole Chong, Eshani Umail Paramarasaran and Connie Skevington. Georgia Shearer and Harriet Amos was the coxswain.
And St Catherine's winning time 7:53.36.
Well, if the Catherine's can make their way across for presentation, that will make things a little bit easier as the day progresses. That's Jamila Leddit, Katerina Savranos, etc., Rosa Hood.
Oh, Barry, we've got a grade race coming down next. This is the men's C and D grade Coxed 4. A couple of withdrawals, and that's both the entries from the King's School scheduled to row in lanes 6 and 7. So that leaves us with Newington number 3 in lane 1, Kinross Walleroy in 2, Canberra in lane 3, Glebe in lane 4, Newington number 1 in 5, Newington number 2 in 7, and then Balmain in lane 8. Or 9 rather, lane 9.
Well, it's wonderful to see that this is, I suppose, amongst the minor grades in New South Wales rowing, the C's and D's, although the standard is well up, that you have coaches like Sarah Cook looking after Kinross Rollroy. You've got coaches like Brad Smith from Glebe, who has turned out to be one of the great master rowers, and as captain of Glebe has done a wonderful job over there in keeping people together, and he really drives the shed in both masters and the normal categories.
Taking it further, Barry, look at the list of coaches for Balmain there.
Oh,
names we hear of regularly.
Well, I think that Lawler, Caller and Shaloub that we saw got second place here in the Scull, and Kevin Wall, I think we'd have to call that a para crew. But there's no special category for them. They've just lined up there in the mainstream. and we hope they do well.
I hope they do very well indeed. Barry, we spoke about colours a little earlier. I do like the innovation in recent months of our programs developed by Rowing New South Wales of putting in a colour depiction of all our racing colours, and it gives a very, very good idea of the diversity of not only colour but of design. And again, I look at them and see how the design of our rowing colours has changed in recent years.
Well, no doubt the new administration there at the Rowing Association, and full marks to the two new people that they have there, Luke and I think it was at Luke and Tim Page, Membership and Communications Coordinator. Look, we do hope that at some stage today that staff of the New South Wales Rowing can make their way up here just to wish everybody, we'll do it perhaps in the middle of the day, and just wish you all a Merry Christmas. You see these people, the results of what they do. You don't get to hear the voice, you get to see the messages. But we'd love you to hear their voices. A very capable group under the new CEO, Margot Harley.
Barry, the men's CD grade Coxed 4 underway. Lead at the moment, I would think, centre of the field at black and white of Newington College.
Well, I wonder why that colours would stick out to you, John.
It's the only colours, Barry.
Dear, you sound like John Bobbigan Universities. That's the only problem. But anyway, Newington. Newington, Nicholas, Rennie, Wellington and McGeegan. Joshua Q is the coxswain. And as John has said, Newington appear to be in the lead. Well in the lead. Now this is the final. The men's CD grade Cox 4. Now the Balmain crew, as you can see in lane 9, would be finding this a little bit hard at the present moment. They've competed, some of them competed over 2,000 metres, one or two over 1,000 metres in the Single Sculls for para rowers. They've just jumped into a boat and the coach has said to them, go out and see what you can do. And they're coming down there, a little bit behind the umpire's boat, but they should get a little bit of applause for their performance coming down here. Straight course, they're in the big boats, not in a scull. You're out there in the Coxed 4.
Well, Barry, we do have a presentation about to get underway, but let's wait and see what happens in this race first.
All right, John, well, we'll continue on. I think that the as you can see on the far side, the light blue colours of Kinross Rolleroy over there, of Ponder, Richardson, Kelso and King. And once again, will they pull the bunny out of the hat? Because Kinross Rolleroy, as we saw, came from behind and came over the top of the crew. It's up against Newington with Nicholas, Rennie, Wellington and McGeegan. They come locked to the line, but it's the cool hand Luke's over there. Can Newington hold on? I think they will. They go across the line. Well done to Newington, taking out the win. Second place will go to Kinross Rolleroy on this occasion. And third place coming up here, well, this could be another one. Newington number 2 gaining third place. And for fourth, could they do it again? They've done it again. Newington number 3 on the far side taking fourth place. And fifth place then will go to Canberra. One more still to be judged, and that's lane 4. That's from Glebe. They will take out sixth place. And the only crew now to finish would be Balmain. And we just might, if we can, wait just to the Balmain crew coming down here for a little bit of special encouragement. As you can see, they probably haven't got the experience, but they're getting there. They put their names on the line, and this is the Para 4 from Balmain. We saw them racing in sculls earlier on today. Stephen Lawler, Jack Calderon, Sam Shaloub and Kevin Wall. Anne Craig is the coxswain. I think she's in the boat herself. Anne Craig right up in the bow end of the boat does a wonderful job. Also, she's the treasurer of the New South Wales Union of Oarsmen, so no sex differential for there. So across the line they go. That's the Para Balmain 4. Well done, guys. Well done.
A very good effort indeed. Let's move now to the podium, and this is the medal presentation for the winning crew in Division 2 of the women's under-17 Coxed quad scull, and that gold medal is awarded to St Catherine's, and St Catherine's represented by Jamila Ledette, Katerina Savanos, Rosa Hood, Amy Tainch, and in the coxswain seat, Ava Edwards, and the coach of the winning crew, Jared Watson. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulate our winners, St Catherine's, in the women's under-17 Coxed quad scull, Division 2. Barry, what a fine effort that was from that para crew from Balmain.
Oh, lovely to see. There's been no indication given on the program. They were the para crew, but they've just put together and they've gone in there and jumped in with the rest of them. Well done.
Well, Barry, here a bit of old terminology coming down the course at the moment. The men's novice single scull, and in lane 2, it's Witch Semembri from Penrith. In lane 3, Jesse Newton from Glebe. In lane 4, Callum Dunn, St George. In lane 5, Trent Hopton from Nepean. In lane 6, William Clifton Leichhardt. In lane 7, Henry Beasel from Newington, number 2. And in lane 8, Charlie Nicholas from Newington, number 2.
Well, this
just wait and see, Barry, because that Newington number 3 in lane 8, Charlie Nicholas, was also rowing in the Newington 4, which just won. So whether he's on the water or not, or there's a miracle transfer by Santa's Reindeer down there, we don't know.
Well, there is a sculler in lane 8, Charlie Nicholas, or his replacement is there, but John, you mentioned about the novice classification going back many years ago. You remember that was the bottom level then. Then they went up to intermediate, and then they went up to junior, which had nothing to do with age. Junior was if you hadn't won a senior event. And then you went up to, I think it was called open, but then it changed. They brought down different divisions, but it's lovely to see. You know where you are with novices. They're just starting off. And it's nice to see the enthusiasm that you get. Here's a young group of young men, and as John's been through the whole list of them there, we can see that I think this young fellow coming down here, this is
Barry. We might we might move to the next presentation,
okay, fine,
which
John.
is ready to go. Yep. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the medal presentation for event 12. The men's C/D grade Coxed 4, and the gold medal winners are Newington College, and Newington is represented by Charlie Nicholas, Lachlan Rennie, Alex Willington, Zach McGeechan, and our coxswain Josia Koo. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's acknowledge the winning crew for the men's CD grade Coxed 4, Newington College.
Well, you have a look on the far side, John. You've got Witch Embry over there from Penrith. You've got the Penrith Scullers. Their heads moving around, the bodies going, but just that sheer determination and enthusiasm, and that's what gives the entertainment. He's the Tony Mundine of past years. Penrith number 2. Witch Embry takes the win. And second place, a good win coming up to lane 6. This is Leichhardt's Bill Clifton taking out second place, and third place then will go to Newington's Charlie Nicholas back in third. Coming up for a fourth now, and this looks like the Newington colours, and this should be Newington's Henry Beasel. And welcome to rowing, and these young boys, probably this is their first season of rowing.
Yes, we'll make a mention. Thank you.
And one more still to be finished out there. Now I'm just trying to pick out the colours out there for me. This could be the St George colour. Callum. Nepean, I think. Yeah, it's got the Nepean colours there. That'll be Trent Hopton. Trent Hopton is coached by the Waddell brothers, Daniel and Jason. He'll be judged in 5th place. And did you get a time for race number 13, John? That's
race number 13 is 4:18.69.
4:18.69.
Barry, some lost property. If anyone's missing a ring, it looks like a men's ring, possibly a wedding ring. Daren't lose that one, old chap. It's been handed in and it's available on the ground floor of the finishing tower. Don't go home without your wedding ring.
Well, going across the line now. That ends this race. The Division 1 of the men's novice single scull, and that's Trent Hopton.
Next race underway, Division 2 of the men's novice singles. And Nicholas Spooner, Balmain in lane 2, Harvey Jones, Newington in lane 3, Maximilian Thompson, Leichhardt in 4, Anthony Martin, Shell Harbour City, Welcome to Sydney in lane 5, Oscar Williams, UTS in lane 6, Jack Duggan from Penrith in 7.
Whit Shembry from Penrith, if you can make your way across for presentation. Whit Shembry of Penrith for Division 1 winner. Well, John's been through the lineup with you. Look at the coaches. You've got, this is the men's novice single scull, but look at the coaches. They've got Liam James for Balmain. You've got Lowe and Everly for Leichhardt. You've got Martin, or you've got Lindsay Callaghan, former international coach from the local area here, looking after Jack Duggan from the Penrith Club. But about to cross the line now in 1st place out of lane 6. It's the UTS novice sculler, UTS colours. Oscar Williams, and for a novice sculler they have David Jelly, Alex Field and Tim McLaren, and you're looking over your shoulder. It's not a bad effort. Well done to Oscar Williams, takes the win. 2nd place then will go to Shell Harbour City. Lovely to see them up here, and welcome to all your supporters. That's Tony Martin showing a very good hand there for 2nd place in the 2nd division of the men's novice single scull. And 3rd place up here, we've got Balmain on the far side. That's Nick Spooner on the far side. And on this side out of lane 7, that's Jack Duggan, also from Penrith. They come almost locked to the line. And as they go across the line, it will go to Spooner of Balmain for 3rd. 4th will go to Penrith's Duggan. And 5th place will go to Leichhardt's Thompson. And 6th place then, I think, will go to Jones of Newington. And I think that will conclude that event. So we need some time for race number 14.
It is 3:48.41 for the 1,000 metres. Incidentally, Barry, the next 1,000 metre event underway, Division 1, the men's under 16 single scull. In lane number 1, Cameron Rennie for Newington, number 18, Barry, number 18. Ben DeSato from Mossman in lane 2, Jack Weeks, Kinross Walleroy in 3, Hugh Harvey, Newington 14 in lane 4, Alexander Fong, Newcastle Grammar 6 in 5, Nick Whalen from the King's School is withdrawn, Jonty Carr, Newington number 6 in 7, Ethan Batley from New Zealand, St Peter's Cambridge in lane 8, and Lachlan Stewart from Leichhardt in lane 9.
Well, a great lineup. Once again, this is an international event in the under 16 category with St Peter's Cambridge all the way from New Zealand there. And the young people here, this is a category that Rowing Australia, they don't have in the lineup for championships. They start off at under 17s, but a lot goes on in under 16s, and thankfully New South Wales has hung on to this as their championship, having them all up here today. This is a magnificent show of young development at its best. Look at the coaches there, Linda Reid, Harriet Hay, you've got Lucas McBeath, Megan Glenn, and the coaches from Leichhardt there, and a magnificent performance. Is this going to be another Newington showdown? They've done well at the Winter Series, the JB Sharp Regattas. Look at this young man out here. This is Hugh Harvey from Newington College. He's their number 14th on the list of scullers, and out of lane 4, look at him going. It's a powerhouse out there, and Hugh Harvey from Newington will take the win. And doesn't he look great?
This is under 16, Barry.
Under
There's some
16, incredible.
good effort going on out there at the moment for all the scullers.
And there's Jack Weeks from Kinross Rollery taking second. Third will go to Mossman's Ben Distaso. And fourth place to lane 5 there, I think, is Fong of Newcastle Grammar. Followed by, I think that is St Peter's Cambridge, so New Zealand get in there with a 5th place, I think. New Zealand.
Yes, it was, I think, St Peter's, Cambridge, New Zealand, yes.
Yeah, we get a computer in front of us here, but the sun's shining on it, and it's difficult to see with the sun and the dust on it. But John's doing a great job of trying to interpret there the
355.23.
355.23. Now that's incredible. Just looking at those results in the men's novice single, that first division did a 4:18. The second division, that was won by Oscar Williams, coached by McLaren, David Jelly, did a 3:48. A 3:48. Not a bad time for a novice sculler, and the time for the last one at 3:55. In the first division of the men's under 16 scull.
Well, second division under 16's underway. Charlie Carr, Newington number 17 in lane 1. Mirtham Kumar, Newcastle Grammar in 2. Evan Lloyd, Mossman number 5 in 3. Michael Campbell, Sydney number 2 in 5. William Stormont, Newington number 4 in 6. Benjamin Ween, Drummoyne in 7. Jeremy Webb, Newington Newington 16 in lane 8, and Harley van der Prom from Redlands in lane 9.
Well, an impressive performance coming from young Michael Campbell, coached by Brendan Longman of Sydney Rowing Club, and he's their number 2 sculler there. It looks like Michael Campbell from Sydney about to take the win in the second division of the under 16 sculls. And on his flanks over here, well, 2 across, I think that's the colours. Very difficult to pick out the colours there, but that's Ben Ween from Drummoyne. Got them coloured up for some reason, but anyway, Drummoyne taking second place as the Green Blades. Third place, Mossman, no doubt. Evan Lloyd over there will take out third. Fourth will go to lane 8, Newington, number 16 sculler, and that's Jeremy Webb. 5th place then, right on the line. Could we just get it across there? I think that might have gone Newington's way to Stormont. Bill Stormont taking out 5th, and 6th then might be going to Newington's Charlie Carr. Don't lie down, Charlie, in 6th place, and 7th place then I think is likely to go to Newcastle Grammar in the purple boat out there. That's Miruthan Kumar, coached by Nick Filmar.
We're now ready for yet another medal presentation, and this is for race 13, the first division of the men's novice single scull, and the winner representing Penrith, Whit Schermbray. And congratulations, Whit, well done. Winning time 4:18.69. Ladies and gentlemen, winner of Division 1, the men's novice single scull, Whit Schermbray.
Well, some wonderful shots on the screen now, John, being shown of the start of the next event, which is the Division 3 of the men's under 16 single sculls. And once again, congratulations to Don Crute and John Meekings, the local man who has given us so much wonderful viewing up here on the screen. And no fuss made about it. I do hope that he's recognised by Rowing Australia when they come over here for Australian National Championships. He's certainly recognised for his work by Rowing New South Wales. And look, you can see the tail end of that on the shot that you have on your screen, and you can see the umpire's launch, a close-up there of the crews as they move away. These races are held over 1,000 metres, and Johns has established cameras right throughout the system here. Not a lot of them, probably about 8 or 9 cameras, and he can switch from one to the other, close-ups, and it really is a remarkable feat. It's not just local on course, it's going out. I think it's on Facebook. Is that the way they do it now, John? Facebook?
Oh, Barry, you'll have to ask my grandson. I don't know. Barry, just looking at the next race coming down, under 16 singles, Division 3. It's 1,000 metres. Sam Bristow, Newington number 10 in 1. Now, Bristow's an old Shore School name, but Newington this race. Fergus Baldwin, Kinross Walleroy in 2. Tom Gerrans from Mossman has withdrawn. Ryan Gleeson, Newington number 19 in lane 4. Antonio Barrio from St Peter's, Cambridge in 5. Ethan Myers, Newcastle Grammar in 6. Mitchell Turner, Redlands in 7. Hunter Gillies from King's School has withdrawn, leaving lane 9, Newington's Hugo Hobbs. Now, as I mentioned, this is the 1,000 metres. It's Division 3 of the men's under 16 single scull, event number 17 on the programme. Now, looking down, Hugo Hobbs from Newington on the grandstand side doing very well, possibly in second or third place. The other contenders coming from the centre of the field. Perhaps Ryan Gleeson also from Newington, with Antonio Barrio from St Peter's, Cambridge beside them.
I'll just make sure that everybody knows that this is a live feed that's going out at the present moment. You can go through the Rowing New South Wales website and go to Regattas, and then you'll find out where you can pick up that live feed. If you've got a computer that works up here or an iPad that works up here, and you'd get the sound at home. You could be sitting back in your lounge room watching this, but why would you want to do that? This is great. Look at these two young men, under 16 years of age, and look at the enthusiasm going over Newington. And it's, oh, no, the Cambridge boy. Newington, Ryan Gleeson continues on out of lane 4. Ryan Gleeson from Newington, and everything's okay. He'll take the win. Gleeson takes the win. And here's the young man. We'll keep going looking at the racing, but in second place it looks like it will go to Newington number 2. That's Hugo Hobbs for second place. Third place will go to, right on the far side, that's Kinross Walleroy. Fergus Baldwin will take third. Fourth then will go to lane 5. That's St Peter's at Cambridge, I think. No, Newcastle Grammar, I think that is. Newcastle Grammar. That's
bad luck for our New Zealand sculler there, Barry.
Newcastle Grammar will be taking 4th. 5th place, I think, will go to Newington now. We'll just check up on those places there for race number 17. It's Gleeson from Newington, Hobbs from Newington, Bristow from Newington. There'll be a photo then for 4th and 5th. Baldwin has registered from Kinross Walleroy as 6th place. And 7th place then out of lane 7 will go to Turner from Redlands.
This is a bad luck for Antonio Barrio from St Peter's, Cambridge. Capsized there when a real contender to get to the winning line first. But perhaps, Barry, if they left us the Bledisloe Cup, we'd have let them win that. but not to be. But I think we're ready for another medal presentation, and this is for race number 16, which is the second division of the men's under 16 single scull. And our winner there, Sydney Rowing Club, and representing Sydney, Michael Campbell. Michael's winning time 3:53.39 for the 1,000 metres. So, ladies and gentlemen, please acknowledge our winner, Michael Campbell, Sydney Rowing Club, men's under 16 single club scull division number 2. Division 4 of the same classification underway now. Carmody from Sydney in lane 1, Paige Newington in lane 2, Ray from Kinross Walleroy in 3, McDougall Newcastle Grammar in 4, Vanderleek from Redlands in 5, Koravic from Newington in 6, Harry Taylor Newington in 7, Aaron Bill Penrith in 8, and Bo Nichols Mossman in 9.
Well, right through the middle of the race and well handled by the boat race officials and the Surf Life Saving Group out there. The race coming down here now, and how close can you get? These are men in the under 16 category. Newington looking very strong right in the centre of the course. It could go the lane 6-way. I think it will. That's Newington's Carl Koverick. It looks like he will take the win there, Carl Koverick.
Yeah, there's going to be a photograph for second. There were 3 crews in a real dead heat there.
I don't think they managed to get that down there. Well, we'll soon find out anyway. There'll be photos thick and fast in that, and we won't second guess the judges. But John mentioned a couple of names back there, going back to Sam Bristow, and it rings a bell with, oh, look at this boat adorned here coming across in lane 8. This is Penrith's Aaron Bill. Look at do you see the Christmas decorations? Good on you, Aaron. There's a big competition on today too that we should mention. Now, where was it that I see it? I think we're going to see a competition for the way the boats are dressed up. It has been done in previous years, and I thought I saw a note about that too.
Barry, I think we're ready for our next presentation. This is race 17, Division 3 of the men's under 16 single scull. And the winner is Ryan Gleeson representing Newington College. Well done, Ryan. Ladies and gentlemen, Ryan Gleeson, Newington College winner, Division 3 of the men's under 16 single scull.
John, I might add that I think we do have a result. It's as we call it, Koverick from Newington taking the win. Second place going to Nicholas, very close on this side out of lane 9. From Mossman, third place going to McDougall. Fourth place to Vanderleek, Redlands, and I think they're probably still waiting on photos. But the important thing is, could Carl Koverick make his way across for presentation for Division 4 of the men's under 16 single scull? You mentioned a couple of names there, of course, going back to Division 3, Sam Bristow. Do you remember a name, Tim Bristow?
Ah, yes, there were.
Yes.
Tim and his younger brother Max, both of the shore schoolers, are saying it was a traditional shore school name, Bristow. Whether our scholar here today is any relation, I don't know. But
He probably wouldn't race to claim him. Tim was a standover man, wasn't he, Tim Bristow?
And a private detective,
yes,
and all sorts of things. Tim was different.
Oh, that sounds good. Yeah. Now, what about this other name? Gabriel Carmody from Sydney Rowing Club. Do you remember the Carmody boys?
Yes, I do, Barry. Remind me, though. It rings a bell. But
lightweights, going back
That's
to
right.
the 70s, 60s
Yep.
and 70s.
60s,
and
yes.
moved up as boat builders. And I think they moved up to Queensland, the Carmody boys. And now you've got Gabriel Carmody rowing down there now. Is that part of the family tradition, John?
That I don't know, Barry. It's a connection I hadn't made. But Division 5 of the men's under 16 singles is underway. Willington from Newington in lane 1, Oliver St. Pierre Mossman in lane 2, Will Carraro from Newcastle Grammar in 3, Caelan Crawford Leichhardt in 4, King School of Withdrawn, Callum Latham at Newington in 6, Alexander Brown Kinross Walleroy in 7, Jack Callahan in Newington in lane 8, Benjamin Roberts, Lake Macquarie in line.
Well, Callum Latham looks to be right in the centre, doing a great job. But have a look on the far side, Alec Willington. These young under-16 Newington Scullers are really putting up a fine performance. Willington on the far side has pushed the rate up, and he's really pushed the Scullers up to them. This is a fantastic race. The race rate over there is up on the clock. We've got a 35 coming up to a 36 finish for lane 1, Willington. Just by sheer weight and rate, he's taken out the win in division number 5. Second place it will go to, I think it will go to lane number 6. That's Newington's Callum Latham for second place. Following Latham will be St Pierre for the Mossman number 2 Sculler. Will be judged in third place. And then I think it goes to Brown of Kinross Rotorroy, Carraro of Newcastle Grammar, back to Cullinan of Newington College, rated in 6 with 1 still to be judged. And the young, I think that's, or 2 more to be judged. Oh, look, have a go at the sugarcane in lane 9. That's fantastic.
Oh, Barry, just looking, we're talking about names earlier. Second place there, Callum Latham from Newington. Latham was certainly a name at Newington when I was a student there, but that's more than 2.5 years ago. But what a very good effort from Alex Willington to take out first place. His winning time over the 1,000 metres, 3:53.80.
Well, Ben Roberts of Lake Macquarie, he might have gone over the line in last place, but certainly there were more people following his progress down there. He's wearing a Santa suit, and he's got the, it looks like almost barbershop canes off on the bow and the stern of the boat. What a great picture. Congratulations, Ben. If we could give a prize for the 5th division, the under-16 Single Scull, for the best rest boat, you would get it. Magnificent. Congratulations to Ben Roberts. 9th. But a great Christmas regalia.
2 divisions yet to go in the under-16 singles men's, Barry. 6 is underway at the moment. Withdrawals from Mossman and Kings, leaving us Omar Galal from Newcastle Grammar in 1, David Doust Newington in 2, Samuel Chubb Redlands 3, Max Elliott Newington number 20 in 4, Fergus Pullen Leichhardt in 1, Mackenzie Shepherd Newington 9 in 6, and Andreas Migdalius from Glebe on the grandstand side.
Well, I suppose most know, I know my younger association with Leichhardt. I can't see the colours coming down here, but there is another great performance coming up here. I'm so pleased to see these under-16 single scullers and their numbers. I understand from the program it's the same for the girls. It gladdens the heart of old people like ourselves to see that the sport well and truly being conducted at this magnificent regatta. But just looking to see the colours there, it might be that it's the Newington colours, I think it is. And congratulations to Newington, who have certainly raised the level of rowing from the schools here this morning in the under-16 category. But this is the most impressive row coming up here from this young fellow. And I think he is wearing the Leichhardt colours. That could be
It certainly
Fergus.
looks like a Barry Fergus Pullen.
In the yellow boat, Fergus Pullen, coached by Isaac Everly and Alexandra Lowe. And well done. Well named with a name like Fergus Pullen, the Leichhardt #1 sculler in the men's under-16 single scull. And from lane 5, Fergus Pullen looks like he's about to take out Division 6.
Just looking there, a few strokes to go, Barry. Fergus has got quite a lot in reserve, I'd reckon.
Good boy. Second place. This is going to be close. It will go to Newington College, I think, second place. Third place will go to Newington's Doust. Over there, third. Fourth will go to Glebe's McDallius. And fifth then will go to Newington's Shepherd in 5th place. 6 in the purple boat over there. I think we've seen that racing here before. That's Galal. Will be judged in 6th place from Newcastle Grammar. And 7th place then will go to Redlands, their first appearance today with Sam Chubb. They'll be judged in 7th place. And the time for race 20, John, is a 3:58.56. 3:58.56, and the request then for the young Leichhardt sculler Fergus Pullen to make his way across for presentation.
and we can move back for our next presentation, which by my calculation should be race number 18, 4th division of the men's under 16 single scull, and the gold medalist is Carl Kovarak from Newington College. Can you pick up that? We got the wrong race, have we, Margot? Just get the correct one, we shall. Okay, let's go on to the next division, race 19, the 5th division, the men's under 16 single scull. Again, the winner of Newington College and representing the college, Alex Willington. So, ladies and gentlemen, big applause for Alex Willington, Newington's Division 5 winning sculler, men's under 16 singles, and the winning time there, 3:53.80. Well done, Alex.
We've also got the novice winner, race 15, Newington. If we can do his presentation, race 15, novice men.
So we're looking now at another presentation here, and this is Division 1 of the men's under 16 single scull, race 15 on your program. And the winner was, from Newington College, Hugh Harvey. Congratulations, Hugh. Ladies and gentlemen, winner of the 1st division, the men's under 16 single scull, representing Newington College, Hugh Harvey, winning time 3:55.23.
Well, racing right on time, John, and
get this. Well, this is the final race in the men's under 16 single scull. It's division number 7. Tierney from Glebe in lane 1, Routley, Newcastle, Grammar 2, Perkis, Newington in 3, Warburton, Mossman 4, Harold from Nepean in 5, Taylor, Penrith in 6, Caslick from Upper Hunter in 7, and Burkett Doyle from Newington in lane 8.
well, Burkett Doyle from Newington on this side of the course has had a tremendous run down here, very straight course, but right in the centre of the course there now, I think that could be the Penrith sculler. That just have moved up into the lead. That's Liam Taylor from Penrith. Very good performance coming from Taylor, coached by Toos Cutler and Chad Paymer. Lindsay Callaghan also in the mix, the former international coach from the local area here. And remarkable style. Lane 6, it's Taylor will now take the win. Second place will go next to Nepean's Harold from Nepean. Second place, third place then to Newington's Burkett Doyle. And then 4th place will go to Perkis of Newington. So you can see the range of these Newington scullers. Newcastle Grammar Rutley will be judged in 5th place. And I think Trelawney from Glebe, the next one across in 6th. We're looking now at lane 7 coming across, and that looks like it will be, I think that's Upper Hunter. The colours of Upper Hunter, and that's Tim Caslick. Will be judged in the final position there.
Liam Taylor's winning time 3:51.92. So, Barry, I think we'll take our focus back to the podium, and we're looking now at the gold medal presentation for Division 6 of the men's under 16 single scull. That is race 20 on the program. And the gold medalist is Fergus Pullen, representing Leichhardt Rowing Club. Congratulations, Fergus. Gold medalist, Division 6, men's under 16 single scull, with a winning time 3:58.56 for the 1,000 metres.
Well, congratulations also to Fergus's coaches, Isaac Everly and Alexandra Lowe. A great job.
Well, a change of classification now, Barry. We're looking at Division 1, the Women's Masters Coxless 4, a combination of classes here. In lanes 3 and 4, we have C class, North Shore and Leichhardt, and lanes 5, 6 and 7 all D class, North Shore, Balmain and St George Composite. Now, the C class, North Shore and Leichhardt in lanes 1 and 2 are off 4 seconds. The D class, 5, 6 and 7 off go.
Well, interesting combination there. You in the C category, starting off at the 4-second mark. You've got Armitage. I think Armitage might have originally come from one of the schools down in Victoria. School girls, is it Melbourne Grammar School or something? Girl for school girls. Presti, Zonga, and Daniel Borget. Now, the women in that category, of course, are aiming for state versus state selection in the Masters rowing. And I noticed another one who would be in the running there, and I think she's competed very much so in composite rowing, Anna Ciccanani in the St George Composite crew. Well, look, we'll go across to John for the presentation.
We'll go down to the podium again, and this is race 21. We'll medal awards for Division 7 of the men's under-16 Single Scull, and it's awarded to Liam Taylor representing Penrith Rowing Club. Congratulations, Liam, winner. Division 7 men's under-16 Single Scull, winning time for the 1,000 metres, 3:51.92.
Well, it looks like we're going to have a good finish coming up here in the Women's Masters Coxed 4. This is the first division and a mix of C and Ds. Now, on the Go crew, the 2 Go crews, we've got the St George Composite crew and the Balmain crew on this side. The St George doing best of all. Of the crews on the far side, North Shore and Leichhardt, they started off, I think, at the 4-second mark, which means there's a bit of catch-up. They've done that, and it's worked very well in the favour now of North Shore Rowing Club right on the far side. In the C category, Peggy McBride, Nikki Blackwell, Renee Venables and Emma Woods, coached by the evergreen Kim Rudder. He does a marvellous job over there and taken on the role now of Secretary of the New South Wales Union of Rowers on the administration side. How does he find the time? North Shore take the win. Second place will go to the Leichhardt crew. Third place will go to, I think this is the composite crew coming down here of McCready, Robinson, Ciccanani and Brew. They will be judged in third place. And fourth place then will go to Balmain. And I think one more still to be judged, and this should be the crew from North Shore, number 2, back in 5th place. The actual time for race 22 is, I think, 3:45.89. 3:45.89.
So we should have 2 presentations for that division. Barry will have the C class, North Shore number 3, and yes, and Barry's just pointed out there is the handicap, so 1 medal only, gold. Well done, Barry. You've got the $1,000 prize.
No, John, you're aware of that. It can be a little bit confusing sometimes, but no, it would go to the North Shore crew. 3:45.89, the time for race number 22, and the invitation extended then to North Shore number 3 crew of McBride, Blackwell, Venables and Woods, coached by Kim Rudder, to make their way across.
Well, Barry, Division 2 is underway. It's the Women's Masters Coxes 4, also over 1,000 metres. Combination of classes. In lane 1, D class, we have North Shore. In lanes 4, 5 and 6, E class, Sydney Women's MLC in 4, North Shore number 4 in 5, and Sydney Women's MLC in 6, and G class in lane 7, represented by North Shore number 1.
Well, it simply means that the North Shore crew, that's the crew on this side of the course, will start off first. At 14 seconds later, then you'll have starts from the crew from lane 6, lane 5 and lane 4. The last crew to get away will be the North Shore crew in the D category, starting off at the 18-second mark. For the North Shore number 5 crew, to catch the North Shore number 1 crew, giving away 18 seconds. They've got to do it in 1,000 metres. Can they do it?
A big ask, Barry. Incidentally, on the Masters class, Sydney and New South Wales rowing clubs were very well represented at the head of the Yarra last weekend by our Masters crews, and they all did very, very well indeed.
Well, like we said, I mean, the elite coaches that have done well in New South Wales rowing, if they've moved into a coach which has got recreational rowers, the recreational rowers either become competitive or they've got to move to another club. And what an effect it has. The standard of your masters and your young people in the club when everybody's competing is just become so high. And that's congratulations once again to Donovan Check and to Keith Jamison over at Sydney Rowing Club. Between them, they've done a wonderful job.
Barry, a technicality. Do our Masters class rowers contribute to the Premiership point score?
Oh, in the last few years, yes, they have. And they also contribute mainly in the country areas to the administration of the clubs. That's where they've really got strong points up there. We did a survey many years ago which demonstrated that. They are the committees on some of those isolated or country clubs. But
now, Barry, just
that's not to say every master is generous in the time that they give. Some of them jump into a boat and they jump right out again.
Barry, this race underway at the moment. North Shore number 1 in lane 7 off go. They gave away 14 and 18 seconds to their opposition, and they've gone through that and in front. You ask, can we do it? They have.
Well, this is a very, very cunning crew here. Sue Walter is, look, she's out there on the boat. She can't hear me. 68 years of age. Sue Wannon is nearly 70. Madeline Gross is nearly 70. And Linda Munns Connery is the junior at the boat, 61, and they're coached by Kim Rudder. I mean, this man does wonders. He doesn't talk about it. He's one of the most modest and humble men you'd ever see. And but he must live down at that rowing club. He's I think the only coach they have down there, and he's dedicated his life. He used to row for North Shore, Kim Rudder, many years ago, I think he was. But he might have even been a coxswain at some stage.
There we go.
Well, Barry, just finished this race off, and then we'll be straight down to the podium.
All right, thanks, John. This is race number 23 underway now. We have the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 crews racing. We indicated, and John has pointed out, that the crew from that started off on the go has managed to retain that lead. That's the North Shore crew closest to the grandstand with Sue Walter, Sue Wannon, Madeline Gross and Linda Munns Connery, coached by Kim Rudder. Once again, a superb job, Kim. You're a champion coach, and they will take the win. Second place, well, you can have a look right alongside them, is the North Shore number 4 crew of Zamet Knowles, Denny Wilson and Tiffin, also coached by Kim Rudder. They will take second place. Third place will go to Sydney Women's MLC with Stuart Wood, Hancock and Cox, coached there by Steve Sherry. Back in third. Fourth place then will go to North Shore number 5. And that is Sally Edwards, Mary Walsh, Vera Fabro and Liz Roche. And what a great taking out those 3 places here for North Shore. One more still to be judged before we go back to presentation, and that will be Sydney Women's MLC number 2. Judith McDonald, Lillian Hayes, Sally Goff, Jodie Panagopoulos. And can I say that, Lillian, you won't mind me saying you're 70 years of age. You're one of the golden stars of Masters Women's Rowing. You'll be judged in 5th place. Back to you, John.
Thank you very much, Barry. And we go straight down to our pontoon for our next presentation. And this is for race 22. It's the first division of the Women's Masters Coxless 4. And they've just got their medal, so I will congratulate them. North Shore number 3 in first place.
That was Peggy McBride. Peggy McBride, Nickley Blackwood, Renee Venables, Emma Woods, and the crew coached by Kim Rutter. Well done. A race underway, Barry. 24. The Division 1 of the Men's Masters Double Scull. Combination of grades here, B, C and D. We'll run through them. Shellharbour City in lane 1, Glebe in 2, Macquarie Uni in 3, Shellhaven in 4, St George in 6 and Leichhardt in 7. Withdrawals from Glebe and Drummoyne.
Well, Robert G and Alison Robinson from the St George Club, coached by Bruce Williams, about to take out this one, Double Sculls. So that takes a second win in a couple of weeks with the administration of their club. St George take the win. Second place then will go to Shoalhaven, Watson Boone. And third place then on the far side will go to Glebe Smith and Baptiste Baylieu for third. And fourth place will then go to, I think that's Macquarie Uni for fourth place. Frank McHugh and Anthony Deznozik for fourth, and fifth place then will go to Shellharbour City with Martin and Bowden on the far side. One more still to be judged, the Leichhardt combination of Gene Phillips and Brian Dunn, and in sixth place. And Phillips, a familiar name there. You might remember, I think there was two Phillips boys that raced for Sydney Rowing Club many years ago with one of the Phillips. I think this might be a nephew. Phillips racing in the and won the New South Wales Lightweight Champion Sculls, I think, at one stage. So there we go. And they'll be judged in sixth place rather, Gene Phillips and Brian Dunn.
And we're just about to have a presentation on the pontoon. Crew members still in the boat, and this is, I think, for Division 2 of the Women's Masters Coxed 4, presentation by Deanna Feckerty, Director Rowing New South Wales, and it goes to North Shore, crew comprised of Susan Walters, Susan Wannon, Madeline Gross, Linda Munns Connie, and the crew coached by Kim Rutter. Well done. North Shore number 1, winning time 4:12.74.
Well, you got to hand it to it. It's a little break for a minute, but the boat race officials are keeping the regatta running on to time. Do recall the advice given by the boat race officials earlier on in this morning's program. Make sure that your rowers, scullers, are all hydrated from time to time, and they do use the sun cream where they need to.
And Barry, while we're thanking our boat race officials, we might acknowledge all our sponsors for Rowing New South Wales. It's because of their support that we're able to get our boats underway. Just been advised, interrupting that, a restart for race 25. That's the Division 2 of the Men's Masters Doubles. But our sponsors, Bentley's, the Insurance Group, the Regatta Shop, Pontoon, Council and the Menaloma Institute of Australia. Thank you very much to all our sponsors.
Well, going back to the advice with keeping hydrated, Chris Tucker is the umpire referee today, but he's ably assisted by Greg Smith, Gavin Dodds, Tony Brown, Barbara Ramjan, Liam James, Kirsten Munro, Tim Wainman, Steve Sherry, Merrin Holmes, Louis Petron, Joe Ferguson and Scott Buttonshaw. Now, we mention those because one of the big things to do is to keep the regatta running on time. The next event, race 25, was due for a 9:53 start. There was a full start. They've gone back to the start, And it's amazing that it's only just gone 9:55 now, I think, and they're going back for a second start. When you think of all the people coming down here, that they're able to arrive at the one place at the right time.
And Barry,
A great credit,
talking
isn't
about back to the start, we're back to the pontoon and the podium, and this is the medal presentation for Division 1 of the Men's Masters Double Scull, race 24, and the gold medal won by St George. And St George represented by Robert G. and Alan Robinson, their coach Bruce Williams, with a winning time 3:31.66 for the 1,000 metres. Ladies and gentlemen, St George, winners of Division 1 Men's Masters Double Scull. And as Barry said, a restart at the 1,000 metre mark for race 25. And we have a combination of D and E class in this. In lane 2, it's Drummoyne, Hamilton and Bailey of 5 seconds. All the other starters are E-class off go. Horningsthwaite and Gates from Drummoyne. In lane 3, Egan and Bruce Smith from North Shore. In lane 5, Fine and Nethery from Mossman. Sydney Women's in lane 6 are represented by Stewart and Patterson. Lane 7, Shalhaven, Billings and Eddington. And in lane 8, Sydney Rowing Club, Little and Lloyd Jones.
Well, the only, I think all have started off on the go, and the only one that might have had a bit of a handicap has been the Drummoyne crew right over there on the far side. They started off at the 5 second mark, and that's the crew of Charles Hamilton and Mark Bailey. So that's the crew over in lane 2. So they're giving away 5 seconds, and it's the go crews that all the other crews that are there. And doing best of all and doing a fine shot here is the crew from Sydney Women's MLC, and that's the crew from Doug Stewart and Andrew Patterson, who have done well in the larger boats racing, in Men Masters racing. I think they did quite well also in the Parramatta head of the Sydney head of the Parramatta River some weeks ago. They're coached by Steve Sherry and and Charles Lloyd Jones.
Barry, just a little twist. Charles Lloyd Jones, their coach of that crew, in front at the moment. Pressing them is Sydney, and rowing for Sydney is Charles Lloyd Jones.
Charles Lloyd Jones. There we go. So Sydney Women's MLC, I think they were located. They're still located down there, not far away from the Sydney Rowing Club, and they've got a very large contingent of very good men down there at Sydney Women's MLC. So it's a misnomer in many ways. It's been a great little club down at Battersea Park, which is just to the left-hand side facing up towards Parramatta.
I do hear an anecdote, Barry, that the club is moving toward changing their name. Whether that's true or not, I don't know, but it's certainly a bit of gossip around.
Well, it's appropriate. I think MLC have moved out there now, haven't they? Moved into other premises. But they've put on a very good performance here. And as you can see, the two crews coming up here now. The coach of the crew on this side, I think he's in the stroke seat, Charles Lloyd Jones, as John has pointed out, also coaches the crew that's currently about to go across the line. And in fact, the colours of Sydney Women's MLC have changed, a few stripes here and there, but the blues tend to dominate, and a very good performance coming from Doug Stewart and Andrew Patterson. They will take the win in the second division of the Men's Masters Double. In lane 8, they will take second place. Good race going on for third. And I think that's the crew from Drummoyne over there, Drummoyne colours. Yes, and they will go across in third place. And then fourth place will go to Mossman, Fine and Nethery. Fifth place will close, but looks like it would go to North Shore Regan and Bruce Smith for fifth. And sixth place will go to Drummoyne again. Their number 2 crew of Hamilton and Bailey. They'll be judged in 6th place, and in 7th place to lane 7, Shoalhaven. That's Matt Billings and David Eddington in the stroke seat, captain of Shoalhaven, and referred to affectionately as Moose. The Eddington family very dominant in rowing there down on the Narra. on the Shoalhaven River.
Barry, our last race for the moment from the 1,000-metre start mark is our race underway now. The third division of the men's Masters Double Scull, combination of F, G and H class, and the F category is represented by Raymond and Rickard Bill from Sydney in lane 1, and in lane 2 Mark McLeod and Tetchen from Glebe. They're both off 17 seconds. That's going to be a hard catch-up. In the F class, lane 3, Goff and McCormack from Sydney Women's MLC. In lane 4, Hill and Jones from Sydney Women's MLC. And in 5, Shell Harbour City, Hilton and DeFonte. In lane 6, G class, Sydney Women's, Zammit and Hayes. Lane 7, Mossman, also G class, Braslin and Newcomb, and a Glebe composite in lane 8, Glebe and Swan River, Zurus from Swan River and Macney from Glebe.
Well, this one is going to be most entertaining in the men's Masters Double Scull Division number 3. On the far side, you've got two very good crews in the F category, and they started off at 17 seconds after the crew on this side, closest to the grandstand, started off on go. Now, the crews on the far side who were handicapped, Raymond and Rickard Bell and McEwen and Tejan, very, very strong. Particularly keep your eyes on that Glebe number 1 crew second from the far side. Can they catch it? The other crew that started off on go, Glebe Composite, on this side comprises George Zurus and Kim Macney. Now, George Zurus comes from the Western Australia, has a caravan, travels all around the coast, drops in on the rowing clubs and rows for them, and that's why it's Glebe Composite. He's very dominant at the championships, the state championships, the Australian championships, and these are characters. He's racing today with Kim Macney, the 1972 Olympian in the pair oars, representing Australia. He's the man from Glebe. Now, these two characters, Zurus, there is no way, even though they started off on go, that they're going to let the high performers on the far side catch them. And you're going to see a lot of class coming from George Zurus of Swan River and Kim Macney rowing in the crew right adjacent to the grandstand as they row up now with only about 250 metres, 300 metres to go.
Well, Barry, I think we might just wait and see the finish of this race, then straight down to our podium.
Well, as you can see, the clue on the far side, that's the one I suggested, that McEwen and Tejan, they're the young guns over there now, and I think that they will take out second place, although there's a good run coming from Sydney Women's MLC right in the centre of the course. But here comes the KG Ages, and it is George Zurus and Kim Macney from the Glebe Composite combination. It's Zurus in the bow seat. They go across, take the gold, easily take the gold. Lovely to see him. Macney there with the dental mirror on the cap, as usual. Takes the win. Second place right on the far side will go to Glebe. That's McEwen and Tejan. Third place, a good race going on for third. I think as they go to the line, oh, that's going to be a photo, but I think it might have gone to lane 4 at Sydney Women's MLC with Hill and Jones. We'll wait for that. Fourth place then will go to 7 Mossman, but we're waiting to see the results of the photo for that. Yes, that's the way it's gone. It's gone to Mossman with Breesley and Newcomb, followed by Sydney with Raymond and Rickard Bell. Sixth place then will go, I think, to lane 5, and that's Shell Harbour City with Hilton and DeFont. And seventh place will go to lane 6, which is Sydney Women's MLC once again. And one more still to be judged before we go back to John, and that will be from lane 3, and that will be Sydney Women's MLC with Goff and McCormack. The time for race 26 at 3:55.61. 3:55.61.
Thank you, Barry. We're going back now to our podium for the next medal presentation. This is for race 25, Division 2, the men's Masters double scull. And our winners there, Sydney Women's MLC Rowing Club, represented by Doug Stewart and Andrew Patterson. Coaches Steve Sherry and Charles Lloyd Jones. Winning time 3:42. So congratulations, Sydney Women's MLC gold medalists, second division men's Masters double scull.
Well, John, we're back to what can only be described as our elite rowing now, or not elite, but top seniors, and all vying for selection.
And Barry, we've gone back to the 2,000 metre start mark for these, so there is a slight pause between races to allow our officials to get down the extra 1,000 metres. But the first race at the 2,000 metres mark is combination women's open lightweight under 23 double scull, and all three classes are represented in this race. For the open, it is in lane 1 Balmain number 1, lane 2 Sydney University, lane 3 Canberra, Sydney University and UTS Composite in 4, and Sydney University in 5. The under 23 class represented by in lane 6 Sydney Rowing Club, in lane 7 Sydney University, and in lane 8 the Newcastle University and Newcastle Composite, and in lane 9 the grandstand side, the only lightweight in the crew, Sydney University.
Well, John, as you're probably aware, there has been a notification, a very recent one. The Sydney University Composite number 1 crew that are in lane 4 are not to be judged. Now, the reasons for that are available to the rowing secretary, and for some reason, whether the entry's been a late entry that's gone in, or they've made some changes, or they've been requested to put a crew in for selection or for grading or for whatever, it doesn't matter. But the crew from lane 4 will not be judged, although we will call it as it goes across the line.
Well, Barry, the race is yet to get underway, so I think we might cross down to Deanna Feckerty down there at the podium for presentation for the event number 26. That is the Division 3 of the men's Masters double scull. And the gold medalists are a Glebe and Swan River Composite, represented by George Zurus from the west and Kim Mackney from Glebe. Winning time 3:55.61. Well done, George and Kim, winners of the 3rd Division Men's Masters double scull.
Well, you probably will see just shortly you can get a long shot, and now they've moved on to showing you the lineup at the start. This would rival anything else you see in the world. If you can see the picture there, you see the lineup of the crews. In the next event, it's a big event coming up for the under 23s. The squad has been named for the under 23s. The combinations now are underway, and there we have the start. Getting away from the pontoons, which I think it might be the Penrith Club providing the boat holders there down on the pontoon, and a great view will be coming up shortly that you can see a long shot from the start all the way down to the finishing tower. There we go across. John's giving you the lineup, and at this early stage it's difficult for us to pick out a winner, but certainly good performances coming from Harper and Parrish in the open category on the far side. This is a mix of open and the under 23s. Keep your eye on Rina Caputo and Romola Davenport. They're 4 out from the grandstand on this side of the course, and a wonderful combination of those two young ladies. They're great ambassadors for the sport, both of them, Caputo and Davenport, coached by Lachlan Carter, Brendan Longman, and once again Donovan Check from the Sydney Rowing Club. So it's likely to see, as you can see, a great view now coming up as they make their way to the first of the 500 metres. You can see the 500 metres coming up there with the flag poles. right in the distance. And at that mark, very good rowing coming from the crew second from this side. I think that's the Newcastle and Uni Composite crew of Johnson and Harkham. And they're about to approach that 500 metres now. They're right spot on the 500 metre mark, and you can see the leading crews. It's difficult to pick them up from where we are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But you can see now the crews in the centre. And that could be Caputo and Davenport up against Ewing and Meredith right in the centre. 4 young ladies there that are vying. I think most of them, if not, are in the squad for the under-23s. The under-23s are on this side. The open class are on the far side of the course. So they're the under-23s on this side, and you can see now they're specks in the distance as they're moving up to the halfway mark, 1,000 metres. A good shot coming from behind and looking as they approach the halfway mark.
And Barry, while we're just waiting, you mentioned earlier about prizes for our best decorated boat. There is a prize, and there's a prize also for the best dressed crew. And we'll have an announcement at the end of the regatta.
Oh, good work, John, and what a great move. You know, I saw that young sculler in lane 9. He was dead set last, but he had all his decorations on him, the canes up on the bow end of the stern end of the boat. Ah, dear. Who were the judges for that?
Barry, I don't know. Yet to be named. They put that down. There could be an assassination attempt or bribery, one
Well,
of the two.
It'd be lovely if we could at some stage today have the people who do the administration down at Rowing New South Wales, young Luke and Tim. I think they are there, the newcomers here, if they can come up and people can hear what they do and how they say it. But I know they'd all love to wish everybody here a very happy and Merry Christmas. That's a word you don't hear a lot of these days, isn't it?
It is indeed. Barry, we spoke about our water conditions earlier, how they are quite glass-like in the opening race. Still very much like that. I don't think we can complain about our rowing conditions today.
Well, certainly not, John. And look, I think that's the as we can see them now coming up, we're probably focused on the leading crew going through that mark. It looks to be at this stage, it could be Ewing and Meredith. Now there is also a University Composite crew in it which are not to be judged, and that's the crew of Masters and Russell. Should be a good ring there, but they're not to be judged. I think that could be Ewing and Meredith, coached by Don McLaughlin, that are race leaders at the present moment. And to their immediate right would be the crew that won't be judged. So it's very difficult to pick out colours from where we are at the present moment, but they're having a good run. But you probably get a better sense of the colours, which is so outstanding on the screen that you can see to the western end of the grandstand. And they're coming up to the next set of flagpoles on that now. You can see them in the distance, and that will show that when they come to those flagpoles, we've got another 500 metres to go. When they had the Olympic Games up here in 1955, the road where the timing huts are now was used for television. The next higher road up was used for on-course commentary, and the grass verge at the back was where the location of the tin huts were originally located for the 2000 Olympics, so that they wouldn't interfere with the television progress. So you can see now with the cameras, the way the cameras are looking from this side of the course, they are approaching now those the flagpoles, which indicate 500 metres to go, and it looks like the crew from Sydney University, that's Ewing and Meredith, have a commanding lead. And they're really top performers.
Barry, I think all of these rowers or scullers actually rowed in sculling events earlier in the program. So it's the second time round.
Yeah, second time round, John, but also an important one for them. You won't find any much gamesmanship going up in these races because these people, many of them, many of the leading crews are in squads, not quads, but in squads. and they'll be selected from them. Early preparation in concert with New South Wales Rowing and also with the New South Wales Institute of Sport to select the finest in state versus state racing. And it's been this approach over the last couple of years. A couple of people that should be mentioned, and you rarely hear them mentioned. The initiatives like the Pathways 8, Lizzie Chapman, AB from Rowing New South Wales, that do so much in the promotion of this type of rowing. And once they get there, they're very well looked after for. Well, this is the race that you see coming down here now. We're up to the finishing line, and I think the control's being done by a young man down there, one of John Meeking's guys. Nathan is his name. Nathan is following very closely. He's got his bead there on the winning crew. It comes from Sydney University, and I'm just trying to read their name now. They're not mucking around. They've got that boat moving beautifully, and I think that's Ewing. Yes, that is. That's Ewing and Rowena Meredith. And a fine performance coming from there in the open category. And they will take the win. So you'd expect them to be there. So Fiona Ewing and Rowena Meredith taking the win. Now, the crew from lane 4 is not to be judged, but we'll say they got second and we can worry about the other business later. So they've got a second overall, but they are not judged in second place. So the second place crew coming down here, in fact, will be the crew from lane 7. That's Jamie Ford and Sarah Parsons will get third place. And fourth place then, right on their right-hand side, will go to Sydney Rowing Club, Brianna Caputo, Romola Devonport. Now, they're in the under-23 category. And they were racing against the open class. So the under-23s have done particularly well. Now, in fifth place, and coming from, I think, out of town, is the Canberra combination in the open category of Sandra Sweeney and Katie Tagg, coached by Bian and Chin. They'll be judged in fifth place. Sixth place then will go to the crew from Sydney University. That's Steph Harper and Olena Parrish, coached by the, international Debbie Fox, judged in sixth place.
Barry, we've got to have a contender for a prize coming down now.
God, I thought there were two mooses in there. But anyway, sixth place we've got, and I think they're next on the line. So this will be seventh. What about a big round of applause for this, the Newcastle Uni Composite Common, Liz Johnson and Emily Harcombe. Well, what do you know? Absolutely wonderful.
So it just proves the point Santa comes from Newcastle.
Oh, look, doesn't it make your heart glad? Well done, ladies. You gained a seventh place. And I think they've got... Is that a coxswain or just an image? I think they've just got a Santa suit in the back. Yeah, well done. Well, that was a great shot. We've got another one coming up now down here.
Yeah, Barry, we're back still on the 2,000 metre mark. We're back to the Single Scull, women's under 19 and under 21 Single Sculls. But all the entrants, all the competitors are under 19. Marty Dowling from Sydney University in 1, Andrea Komenos, UTS in 3, Maxine France Glebe in 4, India Thompson, Sydney in 5, Corby Homburg from Newcastle Grammar in 6, Caitlin Douglas, Toowong in 7, and Neema Graham and Sydney in lane 8. All under 19, and it's the Single Scull Division 1.
Well, just looking at the results of that race 27, John, and to clarify that, those people making their move up for presentation, if they can, first place in the open category would go to Ewing and Meredith from Sydney University. First place in the under 23 category would go to Ford and Parsons. And first place in the lightweight category would go to Franz and Trelaw. Sydney University for open, Sydney University number 2 for under 23, lightweight Sydney University number 3. And a bad track record for the university taking out the trifecta.
Not yet.
Well, have a look at the names coming down here now. This is the women's they're all under 19 category, and I noticed there we have India Thompson from Sydney. These are people that have been racing junior. Liam Graham from Sydney. Maxine France, of course, from Glebe. Scull there. But certainly India Thompson has been doing extremely well right in the centre of the course from Sydney Rowing Club. But looking at this, I think this is the Toowong Sculler out of lane 7. This is Caitlin Douglas, currently training, I think, out of... is it UTS Toowong Sculler? No. Yeah, she's got the UTS colours on the blades, but she comes from Toowong. Caitlin Douglas about to take the win here in the under-19 category, coached by Field, Jelly and Chapman. That's Hallie Chapman. She will take the win. Second place then, that the colours of Glebe. That's a very good row from Maxine France, coached by Malcolm Campbell. She will take second. Third place then will go to Sydney's India Thompson for third. Fourth place then to Sydney's Liam Graham, another top performer from Sydney. And then fifth place right over there, I think that's Sydney University lane, UTS, I think that is. Just looking to see the colours over there. I think that's Sydney. Marty Downing, I think that was for fifth place, and sixth place then will go to right in the centre of the course. Could that be Newcastle Grammar, I think?
And the winning time, Barry, 8:19.08.
8:19.08.
Now we have Division 2 of the same category underway. That's the under-19, under-21. But again, all on the water are under-19. Emily Osborne from MLC in lane 2. Zoe Kimber Redlands in lane 3. Lillian Gavin from Sydney in 4. India Hobbs, Sydney University in 5. Lucy Kirk, Kinross Walleroy in 6. And Laura Wunderlich from UTS in lane 7. And I reckon it could be Lily from Sydney in the centre of the field, probably leading the push at the moment, Barry, although I look at Laura Wunderlich from UTS in lane 7. It's touch and go between those two.
Oh, look, John, it's great, and it's not as if we're looking at a heat. I mean, these are straight out finals, and there's no games being played here because they're not vying against one another. They're vying in front of what they could be a selector or somebody in control of the squads that they're getting ready for state racing. So they're doing their best that they possibly can do at the present moment, and it's extremely high standard racing in these categories. That's in the under 21s and the under 23s, the juniors. Very good. Well, there's a good race going on, as you suggested, John. Wunderlich from UTS, and I think you called the young lady out there Lily Gavin. And names like you've got David Jelly and Alex Field and Lachlan Carter out there looking after Lily. Big names. Well, we mentioned names like that. David Jelly is looking after the Victoria Cup Women's Lightweight Quad. Obviously comes from UTS Rowing Club, but some of the other big names there. Tim McLaren looking after the Queen's Cup, the Women's 8 this year. Did so well with the Americans about 10, 15 years ago. Donovan Check looking after the Men's 8. And welcome to the two assistant coaches, Hallie Chapman from UTS and Franz Infield from Sydney, who'll be helping those coaches in preparation for the New South Wales teams.
Well, about 40 metres to go, Barry, and Lily Gavin, Sydney, taking the line at the moment.
Well, she's had a good run down here. I think you might have mentioned that she was in the lead in the early stages. She's continued all the way down. Second will be Laura Wunderlich for second place. Third place right over there will be the MLC School. I think that's not a bad effort from Emily Osborne, coached by Bob Denning. And fourth place then will go to the Kinross Rolleroy Sculler out of lane 6. That's Lucy Kirk. Will take fourth place, and fifth place then will go to Sydney University's India Hobbs. And sixth place over there, Redlands. Lovely to see the vertical stripes there of Zoe Kimber taking out 6th place, and that completes race 29.
And a winning time 8:36.17. Now, Division 3 is underway, Barry, and I congratulate Owen Nix, our regatta secretary, for this. It's a class under 19, under 21. The two divisions run are all under 19. This is all under 21, so it makes it very even. Olivia Dent, Sydney Uni in lane 2, withdrawal from lane 3. Tara Rigney, Sydney Uni in 4, Adelaide Scott, UTS in 5, Emma Jalataby from Sydney Uni in 6, Portia Gatescall, Sydney Uni in 7, and Lauren Lyon from Sydney Rowing Club in 8. And I'd reckon it's the light blue of Sydney Rowing Club at the moment. What says you, Barry?
Well, all I can see is a young Lauren Lyon down here. She started off her rowing career. She used to go to, I think, Mara's Sisters at Woolwich, went to Leichhardt, transferred to Sydney, and has done so well over at Sydney Rowing Club. I think she's taken a break for a while, and now she's back in the saddle again. I don't know whether she's been picked up for the women's youth aid squad. I know she rode in it last year. Yes, she is. And Adelaide Scott, they're the two top ones. Adelaide Scott from UTS Rowing Club and Lauren Lyon from Sydney Rowing Club have been nominated in the fitness squad to train for the Bicentennial Cup Women's Youth 8 coming up at the State versus State Kings Cup Regatta. But right in the centre at this stage, it's Adelaide Scott, coached by David Jelly, Alex Field and Hallie Chapman.
I think it might be
Sydney University.
Yeah, it's Tara Rigney. Yep. We have a withdrawal from lane 2, leaving a bit decided. So we've got Tara Rigney, Sydney Uni there, fighting it out with Lauren Lyons from Sydney on the grandstand side. Very good row there by Tara Rigney, not letting up. A lot of clear water back to second place, but nevertheless really pushing that Scull through over the line in a time of 8:07.39.
There we go, second place going to Lauren Lyon. Third place will go to lane 5, Adelaide Scott from UTS. Fourth place then to lane 7, Portia Gateskell. They'll be followed by Olivia Dent, I think that is on the far side, coached by the international Debbie Fox. In 5th place, and 6th place then will go to, is this Emma Gelati, I think it is, also coached by Debbie Fox. 6th. Yeah, the young lady there that got 2nd place, Lauren Lyon, I think her grandmother actually rode in those winning heavyweight women championship state versus state racing going back to the 50s. I think they went from about 52 to 56 with the days of Margaret Mackenzie era, things like that. So Grandma was in a couple of those winning crews.
Very interesting race coming down now. This is the chaps, A and B, Coxed 4, Mossman, Sydney, Mossman, UTS, Sydney and Glebe. And the Sydney crews, the two Sydney crews comprise the 3 scullers who got 1, 2 and 3 and other places in sculling events earlier in the day. So that combination's going to be hard to beat, and I'd say it's the Sydney number 2 combination in lane 6 probably leading at the moment. Barry? A real effort coming from Sydney 1 though, of Kench, McDonald, O'Connell, Nicol over there from lane 3.
Well, once again, look, you've got the big names in junior development, and they've been recognised, I think, in being awarded scholarships. A couple of them there from the New South Wales Union of Rowers to help them on their way. They have identified champion juniors and champions of Sydney. I think some of them might have even raced over in Henley. recently. Look at this crew over here from Sydney Rowing Club, second from the far side. You can see how they're really moving the boat. Look at the rates come up. Look at the rate of that. These are young men, but that's Kench, McDonald.
Both Sydney and Mossman beside them, Barry, they were lagging until about 300 metres ago, and they've really lifted it up toward the finish.
Look at the rate. You wouldn't see a rate coming from the Awesome Foursome like that. Look, they're right up there. They're moving their boats so well. Well done. Kench, McDonald, O'Connell and Nickel, coached by Franz Infield. Jonathan Check in the mix, as you would imagine. They take the win. Second place then will go to Mossman's Ungmark. The Ungmark family, Jean, Brown, Mitch Blackmore, Cram, coached by Matthias and Judith. Mossman takes second place. Third place also goes to Sydney number 2. That's Nichols, Crouch, Torin Olsen and Alex Potter.
And that's a fairly junior crew, but done well.
Well, they've been toughened. I mean, some of these young men have been over to Henley for racing over there, and I think some of them might have gone to Henley.
Barry, winning time there, 6:24.23, and acknowledge the Glebe crew just about to cross the line, but obviously a junior crew, a crew with yet not a lot of experience, but looking good indeed. Well, there is potential there.
They're in the tandem rig boat, and they're coached by Brad Smith, who we've recognised before, does a wonderful job over there as coach and captain at the Glebe Club. Has really got them fired up. They're doing extremely well. But the win going to Sydney in the men's AB combined Coxed 4. So if Jackson Kench, Hamish McDonald, William O'Connell, Alex Nickel can make their way across, and good recognition going to the Sydney number 2 crew that was placed in second place with Nichols, Crouch, Olsen and Potter.
Barry, our next race is next race anyway is over 2,000 metres. It's our Para Double Scull. All of them LTA classification, legs, trunk and arms, and all representing the Balmain Club. I'm assuming, Barry, looking at the list there, we've got 2 awards to be made in this, 2 for the women's crew, Balmain 3 and 2, and Balmain 1 combination, well, being a composite. So I'll take your advice on that one, Barry.
We're talking about race number 32.
32.
Well, 32 I think is... I think that'd only be the one prize there, wouldn't it? Lauren Webb and Ruby Sutherland.
All appear to be composite, that is male and female.
Oh, I see. You're saying, yeah.
Yes.
Well, Lauren Webber and Ruby Sutherland, that's 2 girls, isn't it?
Yep, I'm presuming so.
And they're mixed. I think at this stage of the game, until further advice might be wise just to pick the winner.
I think further advice sought, Barry, yes. It sounds like an election campaign. Let's wait until all the votes are counted. Yes.
Yeah, if someone were to say to you, what's your preference, to watch Parliament at 2 o'clock in the afternoon or watch this regatta all day, what would your answer be?
Well, I think the regatta, Barry. I think
I agree with you. Dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Barry, you might.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's look at what's happening at the pontoon at the moment and at the podium, our next presentation. And we're looking at a presentation for race 31, the men's AB Coxless 4. And the gold medal goes to Sydney Rowing Club. Sydney Rowing Club represented by Jackson Kench, Hamish McDonald, William O'Connell Alex Nicol and the crew coached by Franz Imfield and Donovan Check. Winning time 6:24.23 for the 2,000 metres. Congratulations, Sydney Rowing Club, winners of race 31. Barry, a pause in our program. The next event is, of course, our para event, race 32 on the program. But just repeat that we will have a presentation, a judgment at the end of the day's program for the best decorated boat and the best dressed crew. And we're anxious to see just who is going to take out those decoration prizes. Might be interested in the entries in this regatta, ladies and gentlemen. We have 56 individual events. There's 107 races over the day, and we have 683 rowers taking part. That's a very good effort. And they've all got to be fed, and we give a big mention to Lakeside Catering. That's the kiosk for both our spectators and competitors. And we'd like you to support very much our sponsors and the regatta kiosk here at the program. At the regatta here today, we rely on support from our sponsors, from our supporters, and indeed our boat race officials of Rowing New South Wales to run a program of successful regattas. Now, we always, Barry, give a mention to our boat race officials. We don't often mention our boat holders. Yeah, boat holders. You mentioned them earlier, but for those not familiar with rowing, up here just to have a look, this is the only job in the world you can do lying down.
Well, I suppose there are other jobs, but we won't go into it here.
But Barry, they for those not familiar with rowing, the boat holders actually lie down on their stomachs, hold the stern of the boat, and the assist in the aligner in pushing forward, pulling back to make sure that the boats are absolutely aligned all day. Now, they lie down there in the sun. They're there all day for 107 races. I take my hat off to them.
Well, they've generally been provided, the boat holders, from two areas up here. Penrith Rowing Club have been very well into that. Also, St Paul's Grammar up in the mountains have done it. And I think they might get a little bit of a payment for doing that. But they do a wonderful job, and they have some people looking after them. I know Toos Cutler. And years ago, St Paul's Grammar, I think it used to be one of the sculling coaches up there, used to get down and make sure they were there. But here we have this para rowing coming up here now, John. And the para double.
They're all from Balmain Rowing Club. Barry in lane 4, Matilda Slater Phillips and Jack Calderon. In lane 2, Balmain number 2, Lauren Webber and Ruby Sutherland. And in lane 6, Balmain number 1, Kevin Wall and Victoria Little, all in the LTA category. Well, 3 entries on the program. I think I can only see 2. Barry, are your eyes better than mine?
Well, I don't think so, John, but I'll give it a shot. I don't know what this crew's doing over in lane 9. They were meant to be all in the middle of the course. The crew out on the far side, I would think that is probably Matilda Slater Phillips and Jack Calderon from Balmain in the leg, trunk and arms category, and we'll pass them as number 1 at the present moment. There's such a gap there that I think this might be the crew of Kevin Wall and Victoria Little on this side. They're coming down here, but nevertheless we'll check it out when we see them get a little bit closer.
Yeah, I think they've had a little bit of a steering problem, Barry.
Yeah.
So the umpires both very close behind them, keeping an eye on them. And this is normal practice in our para rowing. The umpires look very carefully at the safety of our para rowers. And you mentioned earlier, Barry, you didn't see any of the para boats with the flotation assistant to the side.
That's right, John. Well, that's certainly boat number 4. That's Matilda Slater-Phillips and Jack Calderon taking the win overall. And a lot of support coming from the grandstand today, John, for the para rowers.
Yeah, a lot of support, Barry. It's interesting that and we've acknowledged the support Balmain Rowing Club give to para rowing. It's now spreading to other clubs. We've had, for example, Drummoyne and PLC in Sydney also give great support to the para class of rowing.
Well, this crew coming down here now, I think this could be the crew from that were originally scheduled to row in lane 6, but doesn't matter.
Well, their bow number says 5. Barry, so obviously...
That would make it Lauren Webber and Ruby Sutherland.
Yeah.
So, yes, they're the young ladies that used to row at PLC. Now we see the boat number there. And they will take second place. And as John said, Lauren Webber and Ruby Sutherland. And the crew's there coached by Anne Craig and Barbara Ramjam. And both those women, Anne Craig, as I mentioned before, is the auditor for the J.B. Sharp Regatta Committee. She's the treasurer of the New South Wales Union of Rowers. And I think both of them are on the... and certainly Barbara Ramjan is also on the New South Wales Union of Rowers, and very keen to see that bursaries get dispersed across the whole range of young people from the country and coming up. She's certainly one for encouraging young people, not necessarily in the para rowing, but right across the board. Does a great job there in support of particularly Balmain Rowing Club.
Barry, we're continuing with a further para double scull event for race 33. This is from the 1,000 metre mark. We can see them lined up there at the moment, and all with a Balmain connotation. In lane 3 we've got Tali Hind and Hannah McLean from Balmain number 3. In lane 4, Balmain number 4, represented by Stephanie Walker and Deanka Harrison. In lane 5 it's a Balmain and Drummoyne composite. Scott Bickford from Drummoyne and Sam Shalob from Balmain. And in lane 6, Balmain number 2, represented by Stephen Lawler and James Hutton.
Well, our monitors picked up a perfect start coming from the para rowers down at the double scull and at the 1,000 metre mark. And well done to following down the course. As you can see, a great view from the back of the scullers. 4 in this event, all associated with the Balmain Club. 3 from purely Balmain, the other Balmain Composite. And I think they've got Scott Bigford in there with Scott Bigford from Drummoyne, racing with Sham Haloub, who's now making his 3rd entry onto today's program.
Oh, God.
And we're still on the screen. You can see them coming up with those flagpoles in the back. That's the 500 metre mark. And as you can see, Balmain Composite crew with Scott Bigford and Shaloub doing particularly well in the early stage of this event. On their immediate left, it looks like Stephen Law and James Hutton. That's the crew closest to the tower here, back in 2nd place. And a good race going on for 3rd between Hind and McLean and Walker and Harrison, the 2 double scullers on the far side of the course. Well, you can see a good shot on the screen at the western end of the grandstand there with the 4 groups coming down here. They're coming up to the halfway mark now. 1,000 metre course. They've covered the first 500. And the further they go, we've seen now a little change in the proceedings coming down here, because it's the Balmain crew on this side, Lawler and Hutton, that have moved up over the last 150 metres and moved past the early race leaders there of Bigford and Shaloub, and a little bit more experience coming from Lawler and James. And of course, they're the male of the category. There is a mixed racing in this with Tarly Hine and Hannah McLean. Of course, the girls, we're waiting to see what the edict is, but there's been no indication that two classifications will be in here. But as you can see, it's Lawler and James. It's the male version of Para Double Sculls in the leg, trunk and arms category. They've moved out now to about a length and a half in the lead. Well, coming up here now, you've got the crew on this side, the Balmain combination of Lawler and Hutton. And this is going to be a close one, because Bigford and Shaloub are not going to give up at this stage, and you've got a wonderful fight going back. Now, this Shaloub, I don't think he's been in the game all that long, but he's, oh dear, a little bit of a problem there.
Yeah, bad luck with that stroke there.
And Lawler and Hutton will go on now to take out the win in the Para Double Sculls. Stephen Lawler and James Hutton taking the win. But second place then will go to Bigford and Shaloub in second place. Then you've got a crew of Stephanie Walker and Danica Harrison. Now this is the female crew coming up here. Walker and Harrison will be judged in third place overall, but we're going to do some following up on that. And then fourth place then will go to Tarly Hine and Hannah McLean, which I assume are in the female category as well, and they'll be judged in fourth place. Now the time for race 33 is a 4:10.01. 4:10.01.
Barry, an interesting race coming down at the moment. This is the men's C and D grade Coxless 4. Combination of clubs and school. Glebe in lane 1, Macquarie University in 2, Newington number 3 in lane 3, St George in 4, Newington number 2 in 5, UTS Haberfield in 6, Newington number 1 in 7, Canberra number 2 in 8, Canberra number 1 in lane 9. So Barry, question, how will the schools go against the clubs?
I
Race
don't know, John.
36.
I just make a mention here that the two crews in the Para Double Scull to be invited for presentation would be the male of the species, Stephen Lawler and James Hutton, and thankfully Balmain 4, Stephanie Walker and Danica Harrison, who were the leading two girls, gaining third place overall. So two crews from Balmain being called up, Lawler and Hutton, and the crew of Walker, that's Stephanie Walker and Danica Harrison. Back to your question, John.
Yeah, how the school's going to go against the clubs. Looks like the school might be in front, Barry. Newington number 2, lane 5.
If you were asking me that question, it would have to be Newington College, John.
Ah, well, Newington number 1 in 7, perhaps. But there are 9 crews.
9 crews coming down here. What a wonderful event this is. Coming up here, it's 4 from this side. UTS. Can they make it? UTS looking very good. That's Hunt, Williams, Wisdom and Gall, coached by Phil Jelly and Tim McLaren in the mix. And hasn't he got them well coached? He's got them right up there. A great race going on for second place right across the course. Could it be that Newington on the far side, Macquarie Uni also looking not too bad out there. But let's keep our eyes on the winner coming up here, and it's out of Newington College, out of lanes, UTS, out of lane 6, Hunt, Williams, Wisdom and Gall. They will take the win. Second place then on the far side looks like Macquarie Uni for second. And third place, well, a good race going on for third. They go locked to the line. I think it will just go the way of Glebe, Newton, Ryan, Baptiste Baylieu and Brad Smith over there in third place. And fourth place then will go to Canberra's Martin across to Lang. Canberra back to St George in sixth place, seventh place to Newington. Eighth place will also go to Newington College. So in answer to your question, UTS, a university. So it's not a club and it's not a school. We'll call it a club.
Barry, winning time there, good time, 3:07.73. Now this is C and D grade, Barry. The quality of those crews racing there were very good indeed, given their low in grade crews.
Well, we have with us in the tower at the present moment the president of the New South Wales Union of Rowers. And I know I'd like to say a few words to him, but I know he'd like to say a few words for you. You do a great job over there, and I'm sure you'd like to say Merry Christmas to everybody.
Well, thank you very much, Barry, and yes, Merry Christmas to everyone. I'm just here to promote our our scholarship draw, which is being held at the state championships in February. We're starting to sell tickets for it.
Check one, check one.
Yeah, so we're starting to sell tickets in our scholarship draw, which is for which goes to fund our scholarship program. Last year we gave away 9 scholarships for $1,000 each, and we're hoping to do that or more by February next year. So if you want to contribute, there will be people in the stands after lunch, and there is also some forms down at the where you collect your numbers, and so you can see Katie down there, or as I say, after lunch in the grandstand. Thank you, Barry.
Great job. How did you go down at the head of the arrow?
Well, my crew did very well. They came 5th in their division, which for a crew with half novices, we were very, very proud of. Thanks, Barry.
I think you've also got a function over at next Sunday, isn't it, on the 9th over at Louis Petron's factory over there from Glebe. Have you got a few words on that?
Always got a few words, Barry. Hard to shut up. Yes, we're opening our archives on Sunday from 10:30. It's in Buffalo Road in Gladesville, and if you can see all the details on the New South Wales Rowing website. It's a fascinating look at rowing history. It'll be open from 10:30 till about 1:30, and we're also presenting some of our Union of Rowers awards. So it'll be a great day, and free sausages and non-alcoholic drinks. Thanks, Barry.
Thanks, Phil. Well done.
Barry, just to, before you go on to the race, just to acknowledge that we just presented on the water the gold medal for the Balmain number 2 crew that won the male section of that last race.
And the girls will come back? Well, let's hope so anyway. There was a girls' crew there that did so well. All right, well, coming up now is the women's novice double scull. And John, sometimes I'm out of sight and I can't see the presentation area. And thanks for reminding us about that. We've got to keep our eye on presentations. Coming up here now, this is the Mossman combination in the lovely big red boat out there. It's Charlotte Hawkins and Emily Morgan, coached by Linda Reid. They will take out the women's novice double scull. And we've discussed novice rowing and its position in rowing, and it's wonderful to see these kids. And here's one coming from the Leichhardt Club. Wonderful to see them. I mean, they're drifting into Masters category, and I think Steve Duff, the new president down there, is trying to minimise composite rowing, and he's encouraged the juniors. And this is a batch of new juniors down there, Lily O'Driscoll and Grace Lagan. And I do hope their parents are here for lane 5. They'll take second place. Third place then will go to North Sydney girls, you can see in the white boat over there, carrying the Christmas headgear, and another headgear for Christmas time in the Upper Hunter. And well done to you and your parents if you were down here coming all the way for the Reindeer Regatta. Grace Saunders and Annabelle Tide, coached by Chris Brennan. Back to you, John.
And Barry, we go down to our podium, and this is the gold medal award for race 34, the men's C and D grade Coxed 4. And the gold medal goes to UTS Haberfield Rowing Club, and the crew and the club represented by James Hunt, Oscar Williams, Benjamin Wisdom, and Angus Gore. The crew coached by a whole swag of coaches: Alex Field, David Jelly, Tim McLaren, Charlie Nichols, Lachlan Rennie. Oh no, that's the next crew. And the winning time there, 3.07.73. Well done, UTS, winners of the men's CD Coxless 4, race number 34 on the programme.
Well, we're changing focus now. I guess on the screen we'll suddenly swing over now to the finish of the next event, which is the women's under-16 double scull. And for the reasons that we said before, here comes enthusiastic double sculling at its finest. And we're about to see the New Zealanders. The New Zealanders from St Peter's, Cambridge, taking out the win. Wonderful to see. And second place right on the far side, I think that is the Glebe crew that will take second place. Third place will go to lane 4. That's St Catherine's, Edwards and Cooper for third. And fourth then will go, I think, to Mossman, Holterra and Burke for the fourth. We'll check these out. Fifth then to MLC. Sixth then to lane 7. I think that's PLC. That'll be for sixth place. Seventh place then will go to, I think that is Capital Lakes, Pembroke and Cushell for seventh. And eighth place will go to lane 9, North Sydney Girls. Good luck to them. And Balmain in the final position, Warner Van Dish, and Rose Clay will take out 9th place. And the time for race 36,
3:47.47.
3:47.47. Well,
very nice win by St Peter's from New Zealand, Barry.
Lovely to see.
Makes up for the capsize by
Right.
the Sculler.
Now, I don't know whether they can
a
hear
little
us.
earlier.
I don't know whether, sorry, John. I don't know whether they can hear us out there, but St Peter's, Cambridge, number 1. If we can get you over here, if you can make your way back to the presentation area for presentation, we'd certainly love to meet you, and I know your supporters would love to see you up on the presentation dais. Well done. And to their coach, Norm Charlton.
Barry, just looking back to the race prior to that, delighted to see North Sydney Girls on the water. We don't see them often. They have spasmodic appearances, but good to see them.
And I think they're dominant green. Oh, look, here's another start coming up here, I think. You've got them down on the line. Is this the second division? And what a wonderful shot. You wouldn't see better on international television. There they are, the lineup in the young ladies in the women's under-16 double scull second division, and we have a start.
And we have in lane 1 representing Nepean, Price and Berrichi. In lane 2, Newcastle Grammar, Myers and Oakley. In lane 3, Kinross, Walleroy, Scammell and Neville. Lane 4, Capital Lakes, Grey and Downs. Lane 5, Penrith, Murray and Anderton. Lane 6, Redlands, Scamps and Carter. St Catherine's in lane 7, Hall and Horrell. And Drummoyne in lane 8, Hole and Fard.
Well, it's very early days to pick a winner now. We're taking a back view on looking down at what we see from the front view from the tower, and you're watching it now coming up to the halfway mark. It's a 1,000-metre event as we see the umpires launch come into view at the rear of the field and keeping and make sure that everything's running safely. As you can see, starting to move across now to the left-hand side of the course, his left-hand side of the course, just to keep an eye on movement over there. And we're looking to see some very good performances coming from perhaps Kinross, Rolleroy and Capital Lakes right in the centre. Just now to the left of the umpire's launch, it's the Penrith. Now, Penrith crew is rather interesting. Charlotte Murray, Lila Adderton, they've done reasonably well. They're coached by Toos Cutler, Lindsay Callaghan and Chad Paymer. But Lindsay Callaghan has made a big difference to Penrith. He's got a foot in both camps. He's been looking after the Scullers from Nepean Club, and Penrith gets a bit cranky in his older days and gets a bit pedantic about things, but then don't we all? but he's made a very big change to rowing there and doing a lot of good work up at the Nepean Club. He was originally with Nepean, swung across to Penrith. Now he keeps a foot in both camps, and very good man, very dedicated. Used to row in a pair going back to the early 60s with a guy called Cole Death, spelled death, D-E-A-T-H, but Cole Death was a boat race official at some stage. But anyway, Death and Callaghan, a very good coxless pair going back to the early 60s.
Well, Barry, we might take the opportunity of just moving down for a medal presentation,
John.
and we'll go back
Yep.
to the finish. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're looking now at the medal presentation for race 36 on our program. Division 1, the women's under-16 double scull, and the gold medal goes to our New Zealand visitors, St Peter's of Cambridge, and St Peter's represented by Atlanta Bruce and Holly Williams, and the coach Norm Charlton. 3:47.47, and just a message, girls, from you're not allowed to go home unless you leave the Bledisloe Cup behind. But well done, St Peter's, Cambridge. Barry, your race.
Well, I agree with you, John. It's lovely to see the New Zealanders get up in that last event. Well, coming up here now, this is the big blue boat over there, the double scull of Kinross Rolleroy, the number 1 crew of Isabella Scammell and Freya Neville. And the coach line up there, Sarah Cook, Tobias Weir Canlon, Harriet Haig. A couple of minutes. Sarah Cook does the commentary internationally, World Cups, World Championships. And Sarah was coaching here at St Joseph's College, now moved up there on Kinross Rolleroy. And when you see a blue boat, Kinross Rolleroy, and the name Sarah Cook, you start to think they've got a great chance of winning, which they have done. So Kinross Rolleroy taking the win in the second division of the 16 double for women. Second place then will go to Drummoyne's Michaela Hole and Sarah Farr. Third place, good race going on for third. Have a go at the far side of the course. He's at Newcastle Grammar, just managing to get there, I think. Third place, fourth place will go to Lane Penrith's number 1. And fifth place, I think, will go to Lane 7, St Catherine's. But we'll check those out. Too close to call here.
And the winning time there, Barry, by Kinross Rolleroy. Good time, 3:43.86 for the 1,000 metres.
Well, I'll just go through those placings then for the end of race 37 and make sure Kinross Rolleroy certainly the winners. Back to Drummoyne, Newcastle Grammar number 1, Penrith number 1, that's Murray and Anderton in 4th place. 5th place then is St Catherine's with Hall and Horrell. Capital Lakes number 2 with Gray and Downs. Nepeans with Price and Berritry. And Redlands number 1 with Scamps and Carter. The time for race 37, a 3:43.86. It is now official. 3:43.86.
And Division 3 over 1,000 metres is halfway through. Balmain number 2 in lane 1, St Catherine's number 4 in 2, Redlands number 2 in 3, Capital Lakes from the ACT in 4, Newcastle Grammar 2 in 5, another crew from St Peter's, Cambridge in 6, Kinross Rolleroy in 7, and from the Upper Hunter Valley, lane 8.
Well, you're probably a great perspective. Looking from behind the race, it's very difficult to pick out their placings. But they do have a view from the tower, which they're about to show you now, and it will come across and you'll be able to see, and you can see it now on the screen. You can see their placings as they move up here now. The dominant crew is from Kinross Rolleroy once again in the blue boat, and you can see that's the crew of Georgie Poole and Alana Tompkins. Once again, Cook's in the mix. Did a great job internationally as a commentator. In fact, I think he even took the English commentator to task when he failed to sign off properly. Good marks. Well done to Sarah Cook. Well, here we come up now to lane number 7, lane 2, Kinross Rolleroy. Poole and Tompkins about to take the goal. And a good 5 to 6 lengths over the second place, which looks like it could go to Capital Lakes. Charlotte Ryan and Liam Blake, coached by Mark Georgelin. And third place then will go to, I think that's Redlands Colours. Yes, that's Audra Olsen and Amber Williams for third. And what a race going on for 4th place. Right in the centre you can see lane 5. Newcastle Grammar in the mix, and desperately Carraro and Burley trying to make sure they've got their rate up. They will do it. 4th place. 5th place then will go to St Peter's, Cambridge. The New Zealanders in the mix for a 5th place. 6th place then will go to St Catherine's with Skevington and Palmerasaran over in lane 2 in 6th place. And 7th place then I think will go to lane 8, Upper Hunter number 2, Edwina Irwin and Charlotte Chopin, coached by Chris Brennan. They will take out 7th place. I think there is one last to be judged, and that will be for 8th place. It will go to Balmain. You can see them right on the far side, and that name there is, and good luck to them. They're under 16 double. Only new starters there, Zoe Romano and Sienna Schmidt. And congratulations for Balmain with not only carrying on their para program, but producing crews. I think they had them down at Yarra, but then looking after the young people up in the inner western suburbs, Zoe Romano and Sienna Schmidt.
And Kinross Wallaroy's winning time, Barry, 3:53.48.
Thanks, John. 3:53.48. And there we have Balmain taking up 8th place in the women's under 16 double. Well done, ladies, for the 3rd division.
And in a moment or two, Barry, will be going down for a further medal presentation. The race just completed. The Kinross Wallaroy double is now at the pontoon, and we'll have our medal presentation in just a moment. But in the meantime, just mention race 39 now underway, Division 4 of the women's under 16 doubles. Newcastle Grammar in lane 1, PLC Sydney in lane 2, that's their number 2 crew. St Catherine's 3 in lane 3, Upper Hunter 1 in lane 4, PLC Sydney 3 in lane 5, Penrith number 2 in 6, Redlands number 3 in 7, and Kinross Wallaroy in lane 3. But I think, Barry, before we join the commentary for that, I think we could go ahead and make our presentation for race 37. That is the gold medal for Division 2 of the women's under 16 double scull, and the winners in this event, Kinross Wallaroy, and the school represented by Isabella Scammell and Freya Neville. Well done, Isabel and Freya. Winning time 3:43.86. Coaches Sarah Cook, Tobias Ver-Chandler and Harriet Page. Winners, ladies and gentlemen, Division 2 women's under 16 double scull, Kinross Wallaroy.
Well, a good race coming down here now. This is the 4th division of the under 16 double sculls, and what a good event coming up here now. I think Penrith is one of the clubs, 2 clubs up here, Nepean for those people in New Zealand. 2 clubs up here would be Penrith and Nepean and clubs. And as we said earlier on today, the former international coach, Lindsay Calligan, has got foot in both camps there. And it looks like the Penrith number 2 crew in the lead, not substantially in the lead. But as you can see, they're doing extremely well there. And 2nd place, well, you've got a choice between the crew from Kinross Wallaroy, Mackenzie Jones and Claudia Sinclair in the crew closest to the grandstand. And on the far side, a good row coming up in the latter stages of this event by the Red Caps over there, which I think would be probably PLC Sydney. Their schoolies, Ellie Apollonie and Kate Brady. They're coached by Sarah Ellis. Sarah Ellis has a great background up near the Endeavour area, Upper Hunter. She moved across to Newcastle Grammar, and now she's with PLC, and she's got a machine working over there. Look at those young ladies from PLC. They're up and down, but gee, they're moving their boat. And this is where you see it, under 16, the enthusiasm. And I think certainly in this crew, I think they've got Santa Claus in the boat as well. What a magnificent finish coming up. PLC, they're trying to get back into the mix there, but look at this, with all the adornments, and it will go to Penrith number 2. John, what a fascination there. 1 and 2nd to PLC right over there. Well done, ladies. You tried extremely hard. And 3rd place then, that looks like St Catherine's for 3rd place, boats out of the UTS shed. 4th will be lane 8, Kinross Wallaroy for 4th, And 5th place then will go to Upper Hunter number 1, Main Wearing. The 2 Main Wearing girls, Amory and Aurora. What are names? And 5th place, 6th place then on the far side will then go to Newcastle Grammar. Armstrong and Shauna Barrett for 6th place. 7th place will then go to PLC Lim and Ali Beck there for 6th, 7th place. And 8th place then will go to lane 7, Redlands, Vershaw and Digesta for 8th place. And the time for division number 4 is race 39, John, if you can see it there. It's a 409.77. 409.77. Back to you, John.
And we're ready for yet another presentation, and this will be for race 38, Division 3, the women's under-16 double scull. And it goes to the Central West. Gold medal to Kinross Walleroy. And the crew's represented by Georgie Poole and Alana Tompkins. Coaches Sarah Cook, Tobias Verschandler and Harriet Hayes. Their winning time 3:53.48. So well done, Kinross Walleroy. Barry, a couple of comments. The winning crew of that race just finished a nicely decorated boat, but a little problem. Did you notice that PLC number 2 in 2nd place, as they crossed the line, the force of the wind took their bow ball off, and it's somewhere in the rowing course. They can't return their bow number.
Oh, well.
What a shame. Now, just a reminder, everyone else, please make sure you return your bow number. But we accept PLC will have trouble doing that now.
Well, could we scrape up the $10? Is there still a $10 deposit on the numbers? I think we're getting a reminder now that make sure you get your bow numbers back. When you finish with your bow numbers, get them back. I'm sure they're not going to have any penalty for losing one. We saw it. In fact, I can see it floating out there now.
Barry, the Women's Masters Single Scull Division 1 underway at the moment. Shellhaven, Glebe, Nepean, Sydney Women's, Balmain, Leichhardt and Glebe on the grandstand side. Jocelyn Harris, I think she's in front. Veris, she's off go, so she's hasn't been overtaken yet. Barry.
Well, this is a fascinating race here. This is where, and now into the Women's Masters. They're all in the young guns. You can see all the go crews or the go scullers on this side, but only 2 seconds separated those that are being handicapped on the far side. And this looks absolutely great for Glebe on this side out of lane 8. As John said, Jocelyn Harris likely to take a win, and a good race going on for 2nd place. And I think the 2nd place now being fiercely thought out. No doubt about Harris. She goes across in the wind. And right on the line, we've seen that Presti from Leichhardt take 2nd. 3rd place going to Nepean's Jackie Ford for 3rd place. 4th place then will go to the Balmain sculler, who is Irene Armstrong. Works in the emergency theatre over at Royal North Shore. And in 5th place, over there, lane 2, I think that's the Shoalhaven sculler. Or is that a Glebe colour? I think that's the Shoalhaven sculler. Hazel Brewer for 5th. 6th place then will go to lane 5. Sydney Women's Jodie Panelopoulos for 6th. And just looking for Glebe, I thought that might have been a Glebe sculler over there. Did Glebe participate in that? Glebe number 1? No, I don't think Glebe were in that event. They might have been a late withdrawal. It was only Glebe number 3. Glebe number 3. Here we are. Glebe.
Well, let's go now down, Barry, to our podium, and we have the award for race 39, Division 4, the women's under-16 double scull. Not only a gold medal, but a contender for the best decorated boat and crew. And the gold medal goes to Penrith Rowing Club, and they're represented by Madison Joins and Jasmine Wakefield, coached by Charlotte Toos-Cutler, Lindsay Callahan and Shad Palmer. Winning time 4:09.77. Well done, Penrith.
Well, back to racing, and this is the second division of the Women's Masters Single Scull. And this event led now by Daniela Borgett. Looking at the races, it's a mix of C and Ds. The Ds obviously on go are the three scullers on this side. The three scullers on the far side, of course, started off at the 5-second mark. Coming up here now, Borgett of Leichhardt was one of those that started off at the 5-second mark. She's in the C category, coached by Jeff Patterson. Second place right alongside her is the Mossman sculler Jenny Wilson. And Wilson also in that D category. And she started off on go. So Borgett has passed her. Borgett from state versus state racing in the Masters category in both quads, and I think at one stage the 8, takes the win. Second place then will go to Jenny Wilson from Mossman. And a good race going on for third. The light green boat out there in lane 5. That's Sydney Women's MLC hanging on grimly. Marcella Cox. That is, she goes to the line. She will take out third place. Fourth place will then go to Emma Hutchinson from Glebe. And then fifth place then will go to Sydney Women's MLC. That's Colleen Chapman. She started off on go. She'll be ranked in fifth place in the event. One more still to be judged, and that's Samantha Nielsen all the way from Shoalhaven. And to the Shoalhaven supporters, we do hope you're enjoying yourself at this Reindeer Christmas Regatta.
What race do you? There was only one, the novice.
And here we have it, race 35, ladies and gentlemen. We're looking now at the medal presentation for the women's novice double scull. And there we have the winners in their red and white colours, Mossman Rowing Club. And Mossman represented by Charlotte Hawkins and Emily Morgan, coached by Linda Reed. Winners, gold medalists for the women's novice double scull, race 35 in a winning time for 43.56.
We've also got one in the Masters single.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we remain on the podium. This time our gold medal presentation is for race 40, Division 1, the Women's Masters Single Scull. And it goes to, representing Glebe Rowing Club, Jacqueline Harris. Congratulations, Jacqueline, your winning time, 4:14.48, Division 1 Women's Masters Single Scull.
Oh, lovely shot there of that last presentation on your screen. And well done, Jocelyn. Well, we go back now to the finish of the next event, which is the third division of the Women's Masters Single Scull. And they've just gone through a wind shadow, and what a lovely sight this is. You can see the smooth tracks coming from the boat as they make their way over the final 200 metres. And on this side, Ann Taylor from Mossman looking the goods here. Across from her is Lake Macquarie, Chris Brennan, and they're the top two. Now, these are all in the E, F and G category. Ann Taylor started off on go. Can she hold I suppose the threat coming from the back markers, which started off at the 16-second mark on the far side? She can do this, and it's a go sculler. She's in the G category, Ann Taylor. You won't believe this. She won't be able to hear it. 67 years of age. I just find this absolutely unbelievable. She goes across. She will take the win. Mossman number 1. Ann Taylor started off on go. Very popular win. Second place then will go to Lake Macquarie's Chris Brennan, and third place then will go to Sydney Women's Rowena Stewart for a third. Fourth place then I think will go to Shell Harbour City. Yes, they're the yellows. Shell Harbour City for fourth. Fifth will go to McCaskill of Sydney Women's MLC. That's fifth. Sixth place will go to Wood of Sydney Women's MLC. Then's back in that black boat to, I think that's the colours of
Shoalhaven.
Shoalhaven. Thanks, John. Linda Eddington.
And the winning time there by and Taylor was 4:37.56.
4:37.56. Thanks, John. Well, they're coming down thick and fast now, aren't they, John?
Yes, this is another Masters pair, the men's, and we have Stephen Graham from Sydney in 1D class, Robert G, lane 4 from St George, also D class or 4 seconds, Eric Luck, North Shore, lane 5 off go, Andrew McEnroe, University of New South Wales, lane 6 off go, Glenn Fraser, North Shore, lane 7 also off go.
Well, this young Graham and Greenslade from Sydney Rowing Club. Now, the men's Masters pair, of course, is a boat that's been used for many years for selection processes. So it's not the easiest boat in the row. You've got to have two people that know what they're doing and preferably rowing together. And here's another slick team. Stephen Graham and David Greenslade from Sydney, their number 1 crew. They started off at 4-second handicap, and they're just about to take the win. Second place, right alongside them, will go to St George. G and Robinson, who must be ecstatic after the administration was retained in their St George Rowing Club's name. They've done well in the last month or so. Third place then will go to lane 6. University of New South Wales with McEnroe and Moyes. And fourth place coming up here, lane 7, North Shore. Fraser and Walsh will take fourth place.
You might mention, Barry, I didn't mention in the rundown that the North Shore entry of Eric Luck and Nick Johnson were non-starters.
Thanks, John.
We'll still continue with the men's Masters pair. Division 2's underway. Martin Little and Charles Lloyd Jones from Sydney. Chris Grundy and John McNamara, University of New South Wales in lane 4. David Ross, Justin Milne, Leichhardt in lane 5, Kerry Braslin, John Newcomb, Mossman in lane 6, and a Glebe composite, a Glebe Swan River composite in lane 7, George Zuris and Kim Mackney.
Well, we saw the Zuris-Mackney combination racing here in the double sculls earlier on the day. I think they'll do this again. They're off on go. The other crews behind them, well, it's a long way. 24 seconds, John, isn't it? Over 1,000 metres.
For the Sydney Rowing Club, 24 seconds,
yeah.
Over 1,000 metres. It's a long way.
Now, you've also got a crew there from the University of New South Wales. John McNamara, I think he's a doctor or a dentist. I think he is over at Bondi area. He's got a family of, must be about 15 or 16 kids. I managed he used to row for North Shore many years ago. And then you've got in the centre David Ross and Justin Milne, who's been through a harrowing month as the former chairman of the ABC. God, we got some great people. David Ross also involved. He's got a string of polo ponies, and of course it's coming into polo season now. And Mossman, Kerry Braslin and John Newcomb, no relation to the tennis player, I think. But so this is a race of characters, a race of favourites and people who love the sport. So there's the 5 crews. I think they are all there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They are all there. And as you can imagine, the Go crew, Zuris and Mackney, have taken off. The West Australian caravaner extraordinaire, he's got to be up close to 80. And Mackney, the former Olympian from the 1972 Olympics, and was there when that disaster took place over the Palestinians and the Israelis, all that sort of thing. But anyway, 1972. And it's a Glebe composite crew. Keep your eyes on them. They're a very, very smart combination.
Ladies and gentlemen, Deanna Feckerty just moving down to the podium, clutching the gold medals to be presented to the winners of Division 1 of the men's Masters pair, and the winners Sydney Rowing Club, and the club represented by Stephen Graham and David Greenslade. Winning time 3:39.32.
Barry,
Well,
on the water.
Well, on the water, it's Eurus and Magny managing to lead by about good two to 3 lengths. Now, in spite of 24 seconds and 18 seconds, they're getting closer, but there's only about less than 500, about 350 metres to go. And these guys know what it's all about. I mean, they've been around.
They play a very cunning
They
game.
certainly do. They've got the rate down. They're looking across. They were in the same lane, I think, for the double sculls.
Yes.
They can look across and glance across, and they can make any adjustment. They have all those crews in their sights. We've got the same view now, as you can see up on the screen. And they're just to the left of the screen, as you can see. That's the crew of Magny and Zurus. And you can see them panning across now. And the second place crew right over on the far, well, the second place crew is probably the crew on their immediate right, as the shot shows, and that's the crew from Rossman. Now that's Kerry Braslin and John Newcomb, who have been very dominant in Masters, particularly in their 8-oar rowing over the last few years, as they have been for a number of years. In fact, they've moved down through the D, E, F and G categories in the period of about 15 years they've been there. But look at these two. The two golden oldies, Zurus and Magny. They just steady it down. Look at that. They're not worried. Calm, cool and collected. And George Zurus is very popular amongst the New South Wales women in mixed Masters rowing at the Masters Championships. There he goes. They've taken the win. Second place will go to Braslin and Newcomb from Mossman. Third place on the far side, the Sydney crew of Martin Little and Charles Lloyd-Jones. Fourth place, well then, it's great to see. There's Justin Mill and David Ross. And they've started their careers fairly late. And you'll see that they've taken out fourth place, and fifth place then will go to the crew from the University of New South Wales, Grundy and John McNamara. Well done to all those competitors.
Winning time 4:05.72. Now for our next race, which is 45 on the program, scheduled to start at 11:27, which is right now a combination. This is the A final of the women's AB at Women's Open 4. We have in the AB classification 5 crews in lane 1 Canberra, lane 2 Sydney number 2, lane 3 Sydney number 1, and in lane 4 Sydney University with UTS. So that's 5 crews, as I said. And the open class, 4 entries: lane 6 Sydney University number 1, lane 7 St Peter's, Cambridge, New Zealand, lane 8 Sydney University number 2, and in lane 9 Newcastle Uni and Newcastle Composite. A race being rowed over 2,000 metres.
Well, as John has said, we've moved now from the 1,000 metre start. The race scheduled for this, the 2 races really in one. They've combined the A and B classifications in the quad with the women's open quad. So there will be 2 trophies awarded here. And I think that just looking down at the names down there, you can see the names: Alison Chin, associated with Canberra, Donovan Check once again, Debbie Fox. So this is another one of those races where people, no doubt many of them, will be in line for squad selection and are anxious to show some names. I see Michaela Franz down there with Sarah Parsons, Lizzie Trelaura, and you can see some of the big names: Alfie Young, Don McLaughlin as coaches, David Jelly, Alex Phil, Hallie Chapman, with that UTS combination that includes Kate O'Gorman, Adelaide Scott, Kelly Drent, Olivia Bartram. So there's some big names coming down here in the next 2,000 metres. Race due to start, well, they're a couple of minutes behind. 11:27 the scheduled start time.
So Barry, while we're waiting for that start, let's look at the podium. And there is Diana making the presentation for the Division 2 of the Men's Masters pair. And for the second time this morning, it's the Glebe, Swan River Composite, George Zuris from the west, Kim Mackney from Sydney. First prize, Division 2 Men's Masters Pair, winning time 4:05.72.
Well, we've now got a picture coming up here for a great start for this next event, the big race. Moving up now, you can see the line, the starters, the alignments. You might even be able to get a glimpse of the lane holders or the boat holders lying down there as John described before. And I think they're probably superimposed with the names of the crews. There's a good shot of a boat holder hanging onto the boats. But you can see the line across, all the crews lined up there. As they say in the classics, John's been through the lineup. And this is a big one. 2 races in one. 2 prizes to be given. One for the winners in the women's A combined with the B quad, all on the right hand or the far side of the course. And also a trophy for those in the open class, the 4 crews on this side, which includes St Peter's Cambridge, Sydney University, got 2 crews in that group, and Newcastle University Composite closest to us. You can see that now in lane 9. That's the lane closest to us. Newcastle Uni, Sydney University, St Peter's, the New Zealand crew, 3rd from the bottom of the picture that you can see there, St Peter's Cambridge. Across the stand. There we have a start. The camera following them down. The boat holders let go. Unfortunately, it did happen at one stage when they didn't let go. And they did about 50 metres down the course. John, I think you were here on that day. We had a great laugh about that.
Barry, it's going to be a big ask for St Peter's Cambridge competing against some of those big names in that open class. Although we point out again that the St Peter's crew contains Becky Lee, the record holder for the 13-14
She's only
Single
14
Sculls.
years of age, is she?
A year or 2 ago.
Good. Oh,
Yeah.
she might be 16 now,
Yeah.
so that's incredible. Well, look, and a great shot. You're now looking from the back of the cruise going down here, and of course from the tower, 2,000 metres away. Unless we use glasses, it's very hard to pick up. But you can look down there and see the crews, the scullers that you can see moving in behind them for the next event. But there's a good long shot coming down there of the crews as they come through the first lot of flagpoles there, which will indicate they've travelled 500 metres. That's the quarter of the vent. And a good racing coming across. Lovely shot of a double scull going up for another start. Just going past the camera. Now, on the far side of the course, there's some good racing coming from that Sydney combination, I think, that you might be able to pick up, of Lauren Graham, Bianca Caputo, Isabel Furr and Crystal Piper. Now, that crew, coached by Carter Longman and Czech, has been doing great guns. They're in squads for the state versus state racing, and I think we might have even have a couple of them who were in the junior Australian crew. Certainly, I think Graham and Furrer have been there. Crystal Piper's been around for a while. And that's the crew second from the far side and in the light colours of Sydney Blue. Sydney have got 2 crews in the centre of the combined A-B quad. You've got Romola Davenport, Lauren Lyne that we saw take out a second place, India Thompson, Isabel Johnson. Now the Sydney 2 crew and the Sydney 1 crew would be very, very similar in time. I think they'd be slightly faster than the crews on either side. That's the Canberra Sydney University crew. But you'd be very closely watching the crew from UTS in lane 5 with O'Gorman, Scott, Drenth and Olivia Bartram. Now, you'd expect that the ABs would be slightly behind the open categories, which are the 3 crews on this side. Not necessarily the case, and we can't pick them up from here. But that's a very strong AB category. A little bit unknown would be the crews from the University, Sydney University and St Peter's, Cambridge and Newcastle University Composite. Well, you can start to see the crews now coming up on the screen and in the centre. It's a good shot as they move across. You can see their relative placings, a little bit difficult to see, but I think Sydney as showing in that AB category. That's the number 2 crew. But as they come up to the line, and a good shot there as they went through that mark. I think that's the 1,000 metre mark there. 1,000 metre mark, and a great relationship there between Sydney and I think it might have been the crew from. It's difficult to pick up, but I suppose we're looking now at the women's open section of the quad, and a nice performance coming from the Sydney University 2 crew. I think I'm looking at lane 9. I don't think we have a crew in lane 9, but if they are, they're well back. So Newcastle Uni Composite well back. On this side, Sydney, I think St Peter's Cambridge could be doing extremely well out there and up amongst the race leaders. That's St Peter's Cambridge from New Zealand with Terry Wyatt, Amelia Barrell, Becky Lee, that John made reference to, Claire Mill, coached by Tony Beckers at this time. The Norm's not in the mix, but it's Tony Burkers has been looking after them, and I think they're the crew that might be in the lead in that women's open quad category.
Well, Barry, that makes a shame of my comment. I thought they'd have to be doing a hard call, I suggested. They're doing very well indeed.
They're doing real well, John. And I think New Zealanders here, if that's what I think it is, because if you have a look, Newcastle Uni Composite well back, and as 9, I don't see a crew in lane 8. What are you scooping up there? Sydney University number 2, I don't think of there. So that could be St Peter's Cambridge, and I think that could be the Sydney University number 1 crew.
Yes, I think that's
Yeah,
right,
I think that's
Barry.
it.
We've
Yeah.
got a crew missing from lane 8.
Yeah. Right, well, they're coming up to the 1,500 metre mark now, and that's the Sydney University crew that we thought was Cambridge, but there's been no starters from the number 2 crew from Sydney University out of lane 8. So that's blank. That accounts for that. And on the far side, out of the AB combined crews, it could well be, well, looking 1, 2, 3 across. Could that be a Sydney combination?
I think it is, Barry. Yes, I'd say lane 3.
That could be Davenport, Lyon, India Thompson, Isabel Johnson, a top young performance. I wouldn't have thought there'd be that big a difference between the 2 Sydney crews, Sydney 2 and Sydney 1, but it looks like the Sydney 1 crew might have that wrapped up there now. There's Sydney colours on their blades, and this has turned out to be an interesting event. 2 races in 1, and both the leaders have cleared away from the field. Now here, these are standout performances coming from them, and anybody in their under 16 category that are watching them, if you could pick up some of the tips from these, there's very little rush coming into the boat before they take the stroke. They've got all that finesse that comes with elite and senior. Look at the rate come up here. It is absolutely amazing. They're up 36, 37, 38 strokes. In fact, I think they're even going to crack the 38, 39 coming up
Barry,
here.
a relatively short stroke until they lifted the rating, and they've lengthened out now.
But
that's a nice looking crew.
They're getting the length. So lane 6, Sydney University number 1, taking the win overall. Second place then will go to Sydney Rowing Club crew out of lane number 3, and that is the Sydney 1 crew of Davenport, Lyon, Thompson and Johnson. Look at the bow coming out of this boat. They've got the wake like a Manly ferry. That's coming from the New Zealanders. St Peter's Cambridge taking 3rd place overall. A good effort from New Zealand. 4th place then. Well, this is the other Sydney crew. Dropped the rate right down. Is there something going on over in the boat? But that's a bit of a surprise. They're just making sure that they get into 4th place there, and that's Sydney number 2, Graham Caputo, Furr and Piper. They will be judged in 4th place. 5th place then will go to Canberra. 6th place then will go to Sydney University. Is that Sydney, or is that UTS? I think it is it?
Yeah, I think so, yes.
UTS. And one more still to be judged. I think this is the Newcastle Composite crew. Well, look, they deserve Newcastle Uni Composite. They're all wearing a Santa Claus.
Too much wind resistance for all their decorations.
Oh,
That's the problem.
Yeah,
but it's good to see them joining in the
Look at
spirit.
this. What about a big cheer now for the Newcastle University Composite? Moving across the line, they've got all the right colours on the Zooties. They've also got, look at their headgear. Oh dear, they've got the polo pony on the front. Oh dear, well done, ladies, well done. And look at the glitter.
And I
God,
think
heavens above.
that's the colours of Newcastle. So
Yeah.
it's a composite, Newcastle Uni and Newcastle, yes.
Well, last but certainly not least, Newcastle Uni Commerce, congratulations. You've got to be in the running for a prize later on in the afternoon. Well, the winners there now will be, I think, from Sydney University in the Women's Open Quad, if they can make their way across. That is the crew of Karina Simpson, Fiona Ewing, Rowena Meredith and Wallace Russell. And then we look for the crew from Sydney number 1, and that is the crew of Romola Davenport, Lauren Lyon, India Thompson, Isabel Johnson. If you can make your way across for presentation. Thank you.
Winning time by Sydney Uni there, Barry, in the open class, 6:44.88. So good time indeed. We're back to sculls now, Barry, and we're looking at race 46, the women's under-17 single scull. And this is Division 1, 3 divisions in this thing, but we have in lane 1, Bronte Blackmore Cram from Mossman. In lane 2, Elizabeth Carter, Newcastle Grammar. In lane 3, Lily Gavin, Sydney. Lane 4, Bella Ilston, St Peters, Cambridge. Lane 5, Amy Tainch from St Catherine's. Lane 6, Lauren Moran from Glebe. In lane 7, Jamila Ledney from St Catherine's. And in lane 8, Lucy Jenkins of Kinross Wallaroy. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be having another medal presentation in just a moment. The winners of the open class in the women's quad there, Sydney University, in at the pontoon at the moment. Just wait and see if the winners of the A and B class, Sydney number 1, will follow. So it looks like it will be a presentation only to the open winners at Sydney University number 1 in just a few moments' time. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to now move to our medal presentation for race 45. That is the A final of the Women's Open Quad. And our gold medal winners for the Women's Open Quad, race 45 on your program, Sydney University. And the university represented by Karina Simpson, Fiona Ewing, Rowena Meredith, and Wallace Russell. Coaches Donald McLean and Alfie Young. And the winning time, 6:44.88 over the 2,000 metres. So, congratulations, Sydney University, winners of the A final Women's Open Quad.
And we move across now. You'll see the last stages of the women's under-17 single scull. First division, it's on the screen right now. And this young lady coming down here, well, there are 2 people vying for this. The one that you can see on the screen is Lily Gavin. Lily Gavin is from Sydney Rowing Club and coached by Brendan Longman and Lachlan Carter. And as you can see, on this side of the course, you've got Lucy Jenkins from the blue boat from Kinross Rolleroy, up with the rate. The scullers are probably within sight of one another, but a good row coming from Gavin to hold off the challenge coming. And it may well be that Jenkins is forced to hold off the challenge coming from the yellow boat over there, which I suspect is Carter from Newcastle Grammar. It's the Sydney Sculler Gavin that takes the win. Second place then will go to Lucy Jenkins of Kinross Rolleroy. Third place then will go to Newcastle Grammar Liz Carter, coached by Amy Hill. But she'll be third. Fourth place then to Mossman's Bronte Blackmore Cram, coached by Linda Reid, for a fourth place. Fifth place then will go to, I think that's St Catherine's, yes, St Catherine's, and that's Amy Tanch will be judged in fifth place. Sixth place then will go to St Peter's. And once again, it's lovely to see the New Zealanders over here. Not successful all the time, but Belly Ilston, coached by, once again, Norm Charlton, should be judged in sixth place. And I think we've still got a glebe sculler down there, and probably a couple more, but anyway, I think this could be the St Catherine's. It looks like St Catherine's colours, Shamilla Ledette, in seventh place, I think, to be judged. Yes, they're the colours. And she'll be judged in seventh place, Shamilla Ledette from St Catherine's. And the time for race 46.
8:28.29.
8:28.29. Now, those can change these. These are unofficial times that we give you when the adjustments are made, but close enough. 8:28.29.
And we're looking at race 47 coming down now. That's the second division of the women's under-17 singles. We do have one withdrawal, and that is Audra Olsen from Redlands, scheduled to row in lane 6. So that leaves us with a field of Amelia Cooper in lane 2 from St Catherine's, in lane 3 representing Kinross Walleroy, Bridget Yeoman, in lane 4 Katrina Savanos from pardon me, St Catherine's, Maddie Howard from Mossman is in lane 5, Lily Smith, the MLC School, in lane 7, and Blythe Ogilvie from Redlands in lane 8. Second division women's under-17 single scull.
Well, I don't know how the Yeoman's families, they must be millionaires up there, because they've had the Yeoman's family in support of Yeoman's students up there at Kinross Rolleroy for many years, and they do extremely well. But there is Bridget Yeomans. Probably look back a little bit, she might even be up front now, but Bridget Yeomans from Kinross Rolleroy, and the families up there. I saw the name Crouch down there before, and now rowing over at Sydney Rowing Club, I think. An early student over there at Kinross Rolleroy. They've certainly produced some top performers. They compete extremely well with their students, both boys and girls, at the Australian Championships, the top event here in New South Wales, and called the King's Cup Australian Championships. This could be the last year we hosted here, I think, for a while, John, isn't it?
And the centenary too, Barry, so
Yeah.
it'll be an interesting year.
Well, the big blue boat out there, Bridget Yeomans from Kinross Rolleroy. She looks to the right and she sees the sculler there from St Catherine's, I think it is. She looks to the left and not much to be seen. So she's quite happy with the way she's going. Great length, plenty of power right through, keeps the blades under the water, buried all the way through to the finish. Great run out of the boat. And Bridget Yeomans, Kinross Rolleroy, coached by Sarah Cook, Tobias Wick Candler, Harriet Haig in the mix there, and she will take the win. Second place going to Amelia Cooper, not far behind. Good racing from Amelia Cooper in second place. Third place then will go to MLC's Lily Smith, hanging on there from MLC, and she will take third place. Fourth place then will go to Mossman's Maddie Howard, coached by Linda Reid. For fourth place and fifth place then will go to St Catherine's Katerina Savranos for fifth place. And one more still to be judged. She comes from Redlands, and it's Blythe Ogilvie. And once again, you see these young ladies coming down there. They're a little way behind. But look, they come from a stock of scullers at any club in Sydney. Now, there are 4 major clubs in Sydney. that they take the heavyweights and the heavies and the lightweights from the elite schools and the colleges. But you see this young kid coming down here, Blythe Ogilvie from Redlands. There'd be clubs in Sydney that would grab her as quick as she walked through the door to get her into one of their crews. She's a little trier. She's a sincere young lady. The head down, she can keep her head up with pride. There she is. She takes the final position in the Division 2 of the women's under-17 scull. Well done to Blythe Ogilvie.
And the winning time for race 47.8, 33.05. Race 48 underway, Division 3, women's under-17 singles. Bridget Longley in lane 2, representing Kinross Walleroy. Connie Skeffington, St Catherine's in lane 3. Rosa Hood, St Catherine's in lane 4. Brianna Chapman, Sydney Women's MLC in 5. Lucinda Edwards, St Catherine's in lane 6. A scratching from lane 7, is scheduled to be Amber Williams from Redlands. But in lane 8 we have Matilda Bland from Newcastle Grammar.
Well, we just saw them go through the 1,500 metre mark there on a great shot of them, and you can see the yellow sculler, that's the sculler on this side of the course, I think, or right in the middle, looking very, very good at a favoured position there. But on this side, the photo might not have picked her up there, but out of lane 8, I think that's Matilda Bland. John, I think that's right, Matilda Bland from Newcastle Grammar. She's looking the goods out there, and it's great to see Newcastle Grammar. I think they're located. Where are they located, John? Do you know? Are they on the Hunter?
Newcastle.
Might be on the lake.
No, I think on the river.
Yeah, okay. Matilda Bland, great river than Hunter. Yeah. The Amy Hill is the coach there, Newcastle Grammar. Well, she's going to have to keep her eye on right over there at the centre, because that young lady is brought up the rate. She's she doesn't get speared by the pelican out there, but she's in the centre, and now she's caused a reaction by the sculler on this side. That's young Matilda Bland, who's made the response. And look, now you've got the power coming on with these two young scullers, the one in the middle and the young lady on this side, which is in lane 8, Matilda Bland.
Interesting, Barry, in these races here, umpires stationary by the side of the course, not following the race. An accepted system of judging.
Oh, they do a great job. They do a great job. They've got magnificent equipment out there. And this young lady, yes, she was on the screen that we saw at the 1,500 metre mark. This was the young lady that appeared in the lead. Can she hang on in time? Matilda Bland. And she has been under a lot of pressure coming from Rosa Hood from St Catherine's, but she has done it. Matilda Bland, you saw her at the 1,500 metre mark. She takes the win. Second place then will go to Rosa Hood of St Catherine's. Third place, there it is, the familiar boat of Kinross Walleroy, Bridget Longley. We'll take the third. Fourth place then was another St Catherine's sculler down there, Connie Skeffington, doing quite well, but she'll take out fourth place, and then about 3 lengths of clear water. She'll be followed, I think that's by Sydney Women's MLC. Brianna Chapman could be the sculler coming down in 5th place. And I don't think we've got starters there from St Catherine's or Redlands, have we, John?
Certainly Redlands withdrawn.
Yeah.
It could be another withdrawal.
Yeah, 2 withdrawals there from the Division 3, and the time for race 48, 8:58.
8:58.18.
8:58.18, yep.
And we look down the course now to Division 1 of the men's under-17 doubles coming down. And in lane number 1, St Peter's Cambridge, that's lane 2, sorry. Lane 3, Kinross Walleroy. Newington number 2 in lane 4. Mossman in the centre of the field, lane 5. Newcastle Grammar lane 6. Newington number 1 in 7. And Mossman on the grandstand side.
Well, an enthusiastic group of supporters, John, looking at your old school here coming down in Newington. And it's their number 1 crew of Adrian Freiberg and Harry Jansen. And She certainly builds up the reputation for Newington as young scullers. They've over a season and a half now. They've been on the water. They're doing quite well. I don't know who's the coach over there for these boys. Do you know?
No, I don't know the current schedule at all.
But he's done a great job. Whoever's the organiser for getting them on the water, congratulations. And they're not far away from Sydney Rowing Club. There's another big incentive on the water in the boat shed. So Newington College coming up here with Freeberg and Jansen. And looking across at lane 4, the Newington number 2 crew of Elliot O'Connor and Shannon Lowe Griffith. They will take second place. So it's 2. And third place, it won't be a trifecta this time because Kinross Rivalry are there with Richardson. And there's another name, Cody Kelso family. Third place, fourth place on the drift. It will go to lane 6, Newcastle Grammar for fourth. Next to them will be the crew from lane 5, that's Mossman, will take our fifth and sixth place then. I think we'll go to St Peter's, Cambridge. Carter Gray, Oliver Shergold, sixth place. And seventh place then coming up will go to the Mossman combination of Oliver Thomas and Flynn Lawton, coached by Judith Ulmark in seventh place.
Ladies and gentlemen, assembling on the pontoon at the moment for the next medal presentation. And this is the second presentation for race 45, the A final. In this case, the winners of the women's AB quad, and the winner in this case, Sydney Rowing Club. And Sydney represented by Romola Davenport, Lauren Lyons, India Thompson, Isabel Johnson, and they're coached by Lachlan Carter, Brendan Longman and Donovan Kesh. And a very, very nice row indeed. Winners of the A final, women's A and B quad sculls, Sydney Rowing Club. Our race 50, halfway down the course at the moment. It is Division 2 of the men's under-17 singles, double scull. And we have Luke Roberts and Dylan Heel from St George in lane 2. Gabriel Carmody, Michael Campbell, Sydney in 3. Christoph Fotopoulos from Nicholas Yule, Newington in 4. Sol Pieter Paula and Oliver Fox Leichhardt in 5. Jake Williams and Lucas Stefanovac, Newington in lane 6. Bradley Moran and Liam Taylor from Penrith in lane 7. Winning crew, leading crew, Barry, centre of the field,
well,
probably Newington.
I think we'll probably see them swing over to the screen now for a headshot coming down here now. And Newington College, as you can see on the right-hand side of your screen, as they move across. And I think surely they'll go from the back view across to the front view. There we are. You can see them now. Newington College.
Barry, looks like Leichhardt due to row in lane 5, not there.
Not there.
But just look, yes, they are a scratching.
Okay, Newington, Fotopoulos and Yule from Newington College. And once again, the traditions of Newington really starting to shine through now with the sculling. And in second place on this side, well, I think this is Penrith coming down here now. Brad Moran and Liam Taylor, and showing a good run there for Newington, and back to Penrith. And then the race really on for third place. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 crews there. And Newington have blitzed the field, opened up a magnificent space there back to Penrith. And Penrith likewise. And then the race really on for third place. Now, of the 30s, right over there on the far side, I think that's St George, or is it Glebe? No, St George, I think. Yes, St George. So going across the line, the first place will go to Newington number 3, Fotopoulos and Yule. Second place will go to Penrith, coming up here now. Moran and Taylor. And third place right on the far side, that is St George, I think, with Luke Roberts and Dylan Heel. And fourth place, the other Newington crew of Newington number 4, with Williams and Stefanovic. Judged in fourth place and fifth place then will go to Sydney Rowing Club with Gabriel Carmody and Michael Campbell.
And the winning time for race 57, 10.32. But we look now at race number 49, Division 1, men's under 17 double scull. Division 3 single race 48, quick change of plans, and the winner of course for this race, representing Newcastle Grammar, Matilda Bland, and Matilda coached by Amy Hill, winning time 8:58.18. So Matilda winner of Division 3 of the women's under 17 singles.
Ready to do the double now as well.
So let's now move to the event for which I did give some preliminary mention. Race 49, Division 1 men's under 17 double scull, and winners the Wyverns Newington College, represented by Adrian Freeberg and Harry Jansen. Winning time 7:08.65. Division 1 men's under 17 double scull. Well done, the black and white. Barry, we're back to the 1,000-metre start for our next event because it's under 16. It is the men's under 16 Coxed quad scull. And in fact, we've got 3 divisions. This is Division 1. The King's School in lane 3. Newington number 4 in lane 4. Newcastle Grammar in 5. Newington number 1 in lane 6. Newcastle Grammar number 2 in lane 7, Kinross Walleroy in lane 8.
Across at the cruise, of course, have you seen any of them down there on the Hen and Chicken Bay?
Not that I can, I'm sure I have,
Yeah.
but I can't recognise them, Barry.
Is this King's first appearance up here today? I think the
Yes,
first
it
crew
is.
we've seen.
They had a couple of withdrawals from earlier events, and I thought perhaps they'd withdrawn from all, but no, apparently they're lane number 3 in this race.
Well, I see Nick Filmer down there as the coach, Newcastle Grammar. I think they'd be one to keep an eye on. But I don't know, getting a feeling about these Kinross Walleroy crews that they come up, they sit down well back halfway through the event, and then they come up with a good rowing in the last. Now, I think most of the racing they've done have either got a first or second out of that. They've done very well.
Doesn't sound very fair, does it, Barry,
What's
to come
that?
good in the second half of the race and win?
Well, remember going back to the Olympic 2000 Games when the Great Britain crew won the gold medal, but the fastest crew over the second 1,000 was in fact the Australian 8.
And we move now to race number 50, second division, men's under 17 double scull, and it is in fact a double for Newington College. They take the winning trophies, Christoph Fotopoulos and Nicholas Yule. Well done, Newington College. Winning time 7:10.32. Second division, men's under 17 double scull. Race number 50.
Just a reminder that we have had occasions when dogs have been allowed off the leash, and the authorities up here on the course remind us that any dogs wandering around should be on a leash. So we appreciate that. Make sure your dogs are most welcome up here, but make sure they are on a leash, and that gets us out of all sorts of trouble.
Oh, Barry, you mentioned that Kinross Walleroy tend to stay back and rush forward. I think they're leading all the way.
Oh, should we tell them to take them?
Yeah, take it easy.
Take it a
Cap.
foot. Take it easy. Yeah. Yeah. Well done, John. No, they've just got that look about them, and they're Was Kinross Rolleroy the school when they had the big drought up there, had to train on rowing machines and travel about 200 kilometres a round trip to find any sort of water?
Yes, it was.
Where do they train now, John?
I'm not quite sure.
Lake
but-
Canopolis, would it be like?
Well, it's limited training facilities, very much like the Armidale School in Armidale.
Yeah.
Very limited training facilities there, but I'm not quite sure where it is actually.
Well, this is going to be close because you mentioned Kinross Rolleroy. Have a look at Newington number 1. I think Newington number 1 have taken the lead, and to their right you've got Newcastle Grammar, and then from Newcastle Grammar you've got Newington number 4. So there's any one of 4 crews coming down here now, and I like the look of that Newington number 1 crew. Now here's where you get the reaction from Kinross Rolleroy. Now this is a Coxed quad, and Kinross Rolleroy, they're trained for this. I'm just looking to see where the coxswain is
Barry,
about.
this is under 16. Look at the quality
Oh,
of these crews.
Unbelievable, John. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. And I think the coxswain for both these crews is sitting up the front. They've got their eyes on one another. Here comes Newington and here comes Kinross Rolleroy. You won't get a finer finish than this coming down here. It's Newington number 1 that have put out about a half a canvas in the lead. And the coxswain here from Kinross Rolleroy calling them from an extra effort. They're likely to make second and they'll be under pressure for that. Newcastle 1. Newington number 1 take the win. Second place then will go to a very talented crew from Kinross Rolleroy. Third place then will go to lane 5. That's Newcastle Grammar. And fourth place will then go to lane 4. Newington number 4 in fourth place. Fifth place then will go to the crew from Kings, Bucknell, Stainforth, Denton and Duggan. Fifth place and sixth place then will go to, I think that's Newcastle Grammar number 2. The Glitter Kings, Newcastle Grammar, in sixth place with Routley, Fong, Kumar and Galal. Zoe Roberts-Thompson was the cox. And congratulations to the coaches, Noon and McBeath, for getting the boat done up as well for Christmas.
And Barry, for the 1,000 metres, the winning time, quite a snappy one, under 16, 3:20.26.
Well, I agree with you, John. Under 16. And I think the rules say they've got to be under 16 before Christmas. So there's a lot of these kids are 15 years of age, aren't they? Some of them.
Yep. And, right across the field, Barry, the quality of those crews were very good.
Yeah. Yeah, remember when it full first started off, the blades were up in the air and splashes coming out down there, and some kid, I can remember a 16 event held up in the Warrenora River about 40 years ago when a young lady fell out of the boat 3 times and managed to win the race. I mean, it's just so wonderful to see the development that New South Wales Rowing, in the old days it used to be the New South Wales Rowing Association, but the serious now of this combination working with the Institute, New South Wales Institute of Sport. And can we just make a very quick reference, John, to the fact that they have the LTIP and TAP program, the Talent Athlete program, the Talent Identification program, where they've invited kids to register. You come up, you get tested. And where they get tested? About 100 metres away from the National Training Centre for Women. And there we have the crew. That's why the crew had to withdraw. Broken blade.
Barry, we're staying with the under 16s. This is the second division of the Coxed quad. Lane 3, Leichhardt, Newington number 2 in lane 4, Kings number 2 in 5, Kinross Rolleroy number 2 in 6, Mossman number 2 in 7, Upper Hunter in lane 8.
Well, I'm sure you haven't lost sight of the fact that Newington number 2 over there has Sam Bristow, David Dowse, Jack Perkins and Callum Latham, Julian Potchanek as the coxswain from Newington. And they look like they're going to do it again. And Kinross Rolleroy, is this Kinross Rolleroy in the blue boat?
Yes, I
Here's
think.
another Newington versus Kinross Rolleroy.
It's a slight edge to the blue boat at the moment, but it's going to be a good finish, Barry.
Well, can Kinross Rolleroy reverse the decision that was in race 51, the race earlier one? But as John suggests, that Newington number 2 crew, very sharp, right up, a little bit high off the water. You tend to think that a little bit more efficient work coming out of the crew from Kinross Rolleroy number 2. They are behind, but it's just the sheer effort that's keeping that Newington boat in the lead. I'm just astounded, like John, at the rate that these young people get the boat up to and the movement. Timing's very, very good coming from Kinross Rolleroy, but just a lot of effort coming from Newington College. They will take the win, but only just. Exactly a canvas back to Kinross Rolleroy, and third place then will go to from King's number 2 in third place. That's a crew of Wayland, Savage, Lay and Juta, Baker the Coxswain, and fourth place a good run from Leichhardt, very good run from Leichhardt against the Schoolies, and then they'll take fourth. Fifth place will go to Mossman, Gillian, Weston, Kendall and Lloyd for fifth. And I think we've got sixth place then will go to another Christmas cheery crew coming down here from the Upper Hunter.
In the winning time, 3:25.96, but back to the podium. And we're looking at race number 51, and this is the first division of the men's under-16 Coxed Quad Scull. And winners for race 51, Newington College, and the college represented by Leo Burkett-Doyle, Carl Korovic, William Stormont, and Hugo Hobbs, and the coxswain Ben Dewhurst. Newington's winning time 3:20.26. Winners men's under 16 Coxed Quad Scull.
Well, as you can see, another shot coming up on the screen, the start of the next event, which is Division 3 of the under-16 quad. And I just find these pictures that are being done here absolutely fascinating. Looking back, you can see in the early stages of this race, there's quite a substantial difference in experience, no doubt. When you get down there, the under-16, there's some of these young people have been racing since 14, many of them 12, 13 years of age. And so you find that with that, and a lot of them are perhaps a little bit heavier, a little bit lighter than others, you do find that in the early stages of the race, there is not the closeness that you might find as they get a bit more experience. But they're all putting in a great effort down there. As you can see, the picture shows coming up to the first half of the race, and we're looking from behind now, that there's quite a differential. Now, back to presentations then with John. We go back to John with presentations. So for those following the race down, if we can still keep those pictures going until we get onto the stage. There we are, John, over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Barry. And this is a presentation for an early race in the program. It's race number 7, and it was the women's under-19, under-21 double scull. Presentation at this stage is to the under-19 combination of Glebe Rowing Club, and Glebe represented by Zoe Reed and Maxine France, coached by Malcolm Campbell. Well done, Glebe. Women's under-19 double scull.
And now we'll do race 46, which is the girls single.
And now we're looking at a latter race in the program, race number 46, the first division of the women's under-17 single scull. And the winner, representing Sydney Rowing Club, Lily Gavin. Congratulations, Lily, your winning time, 8:28.29. Division 1 women's under-17 single scull.
Well, coming up to a fine finish now in the men's under-16 quad scull. This is the third division. Another great race going on between Mossman and Newington College. Can the club crew catch the school crew on the far side? They've got the run. We're looking at lane 4 for Mossman. It's not even about, oh, now it's a bow ball. No, it's not a bow ball. They've just gone over. Mossman, I think, take the win there. Second place to Newington, number 3. Mossman crew there of Smith, Pierre DiStarso, Nipper Nicholson, Ben Edwards, the coxswain, coached by Judith Ulmark. That's the top 2. Third place coming up here would go to lane 7, Newington 5 with Elliot Gleeson, Rennie and Carr. They'll be judged in third place. Fourth place coming down here now. Well, it looks like it might be coming from King's School, and lovely to see Kings in so numbers here. And they'll be judged, that's King's number 3 with Webster Hill, Wall and Watts. They'll be judged in fourth place. Fifth place then will go to King's number 4 crew of McKenna, Chatfield, Bradford and Wong, right over on the far side, fifth. And the final place then will go to Redlands of Turner, Van Plum, Van der Reek and Chubb. They'll be judged in sixth place, and the time for race 53 there will be at 3:22.91. They have got a photo coming up, and we go back to John for presentations.
And this is another division of the men's under-16 Coxed quad. It's race 52, Division 2 in this, and the winners for the fourth successive race, Newington College. Newington represented by Sam Bristow, David Doust, Jack Perkis, Callum Lathan and Julian Petokovac in the Cox's seat. Newington College winning time 3:25.96, Division 2, the men's under-16 quad scull. Barry, that race just finished. There was a one stroke in it and a bow ball finish.
Well,
great finish.
Did we get a photo for that, or they finally made up their mind on that one? That was race 53 and a race going to Mossman. That's the way we call it.
That's,
Mossman 3 back to Newington 3. Yeah, close. 0.04. 0.04 of a second. Now, look, I think we've explained it before, and there might be new people coming up here now with gee whiz, have we got an 8-oar race coming up? I saw a flash there of an 8-oar crew going down there, which is very exciting racing.
Well, this race coming down now is 54, Barry. Women's Masters Quad Scull Division 1, and it's a combination of A, C and D competitors. In lane 2, it's Balmain number 1 off 8 seconds in the A category. In lane 3, Glebe number 1 also A and off 8 seconds. B, Shell Harbour City off 3 seconds, C category. Then the remainder, or D, North Shore is D category, off Go in the centre of the field. In lane 6, Glebe, C category, 3 seconds. Lane 7, Des Moines, C category, 3 seconds. And then Leichhardt number 1 in lane 8, off 3 seconds. So goes in the middle of the field, Barry.
Oh, well, that's interesting for this one, but it's a slight change. It doesn't make any difference, though, because there's only one winner can be here. And on this side of the course, the leading crew comes from Leichhardt. They started off at the 3-second mark. The Go crew from North Shore is in the centre. And at this stage, the Leichhardt crew have overtaken them, and they've moved into the lead, which augurs well for their progress further down the course. Now, I think the longest handicap went to the Glebe crew, second from the far side. They're so far back there, the second crew from the far side, but in 8 seconds, I don't see them catching them. The crews that we're looking at very closely now will be the Leichhardt 1 crew on this side, and you can see 2 out, the Glebe number 2 crew. Now, the Leichhardt crew comprises Lepresti, Armitage, Zonga and Dan Borgett, who we saw win the Masters Sculls not so long ago. They're coached by Steve Sherry. And it looks like they might hold off this challenge coming from Glebe. A good run coming from Hutchinson, Vass, Lindahl and Harris from Glebe. They've moved up now 3/4 of a length, a boat length, in the lead, and it will go to Leichhardt number 1 for the Women's Masters Quad Scull First Division. So Leichhardt, podium finish, second place going to Glebe out of lane 6. Third place will go to another Glebe crew. What a great run for Glebe over there with Warham, Clopper, Lester and Rose. They're taken third. Fourth place will go to Balmain. Fifth place then will go to Shell Harbour City. And then they'll be followed by lane 7. And that is the Des Moines combination. And we take 6th place. Just looking for that North Shore number 2 crew. I don't think we had starters there from North Shore in that. So they were out of that. And the time for race 54 would be a 3:42.87. And the Leichhardt crew invited to make their way for presentation.
Well, Barry, we have another medal presentation. We'll be getting underway in a few moments, but in the meantime, I'll give the rundown of the race underway at the moment. It's race 55. So we're very close to halfway through our program for the day. Division 2 of the Women's Masters Quad Scull.
John, I just interrupt there. 3 races to the luncheon break.
It's a combination, this event, of two categories, C and D. The D's are all off go, the C's all off 3 seconds. So, the C category, in lane 2, Leichhardt number 2, lane 3, Des Moines number 1, and lane 4, North Shore number 3. Now, all the D's, they're off go. Mossman, lane 5, Balmain, lane 6, Sydney Women's MLC, lane 7, North Shore number 5, lane 8. And let's move now to the presentation of race 53. This was the 3rd division of the men's under 16 Coxed Quad Scull. And the winners, red and white of Mossman Rowing Club. Mossman represented by Brandon Smith, Oliver St. Pierre, Ben Testasso, Bo Nichols, and the coxswain Ben Edwards, coach Judith Ungama. And the winning time, 3:22.91. Well done, Mossman Rowing Club winners, race 53.
Well, halfway through the 2nd division of the Women's Masters Quad Scull. A great shot there as they're starting to move in well into the second half now. And as you can see, 1, 2, 3, 4 from their side. It's the Mossman colours, the dominant colours of red from Mossman right in the centre with Christine Foxton, Petra Van Wenzel, Linda Madronya and Jane Tribe. A good, very experienced crew. And some of those have raced representing New South Wales in the Masters Australian Championships. Now, as they come down here now, the Mossman crew, as you can see, they started off as a D category, so they were one of the D crews. I can't see any of the crews on their right-hand side who had the handicaps catching them. That's a very experienced crew. Mossman in the lead. The race really on for second place now between another Go crew, Sydney Women's MLC. And if you can have a look now to the right of Mossman is the crew from North Shore. Now, Mossman are going to have to make sure they behave themselves here because North Shore started off 3 seconds after Mossman. And this is crew of Blackwell, Denny Wilson, Venables and Emma Woods. Now, they are the younger of the crews. They're probably about 2 lengths of clear water. Mossman, a very experienced crew, aren't going to allow the North Shore crew to catch them. As you can see from the shot, North Shore with every stroke now starting to move up on the Mossman combination. Mossman in category D, and but very, very settled. They know they got it. Mossman about to take the win. And there they go. 2 lengths of clear water, then back to North Shore number 3 of Blackwell, Denny Wilson, Venables and Woods. 3rd place, a good race coming on from Sydney Women's MLC on this side of the course. They also started off on go. They've got Goff, Chapman, Smith and Panagopoulos, coached by Sherry and Lloyd Jones. They will take 3rd place. 4th place, a good race going on right over there on the far side of the course. That's the Leichhardt crew. They're going to have to work hard. They started off 3 seconds handicap Like the look of this crew down here from lane 8 North Shore. They come as rocks to the line. Can Leichhardt hang on? The North Shore crew have got the run. They will go over and take 4th place. 5th place then will go to Leichhardt, and 6th place then will go to Drummoyne. And Balmain will take 7th place. And Balmain, the time for unofficially for race 55.
And the time is 3:50 precisely.
Thanks, John. 3:50 precisely.
Yeah. Well, a bit of space down before the next race. Time, I think, to look at another presentation. And this is for race 54, Division 1, the Women's Masters Quad Scull. And the winners, and Barry Moynihan will be present, Leichhardt Rowing Club. Leichhardt represented by Nikki Lepresti, Anastasia Armitage, Jennifer Zonga, and Danielle Borgart. Coach Steve Sherry, and their winning time 3:42.87. Well done, Leichhardt. And our next presentation, also in front of us, about to go now. This is for race 47, second division, women's under 17 single scull, and the winner representing Kinross Wallaroi, Bridget Yeomans. Bridget winning time 8:33.05. So a medal to go back to the Central West, race 47. Well, the race in progress at the moment is the penultimate race for our morning's program, race 56. We have 107 events on today's program. So race 56, Division 3 Women's Master Quad. There are D, G and F. The G category is off go. So in lane 2, D classifying off 19 seconds, Sydney Women's MLC. North Shore in lane 2 off go. Lane 4, Sydney Women's MLC off 8 seconds. Lane 5, Sydney Uni off 8 seconds. Lane 6, North Shore number 2 off 14. And lane 7, St George off 14 seconds.
John, the North Shore crew that you said is the go crew has been well and truly past now, and a great run coming from the crew from lane 7 down here. That's the St George combination of McCready, former state representatives Robinson, Tony Hames and Tamsin Brew, a top crew there coached by Bruce Williams, and of course they're overjoyed at the result they had administratively over at the St George Club, full of optimism now, and that was a magnificent turnout by the supporters of Rowing New South Wales to go along to their meeting over there for the constitutional change, and it shows in their rowing now, full of buoyancy. They're as happy as anything, but they're coming up here now. St George looks set to take out the Division 3 of the Women's Masters Quad Scull in second place. Well, a good race going on for second between Sydney University and, as you can see, the crew from North Shore. But it's all the race to St George. They will take out the win. And second place, a good race going on for second, but it will go to the Sydney University combination. Third place then will go to North Shore number 1. And fourth place then will go to North Shore number 2. And fifth place finally will go to the light colours over there of Sydney Women's MLC. They'll be judged in fifth place. And sixth place then will go to the second of the Sydney Women's MLC, number 3 crew of McDonald, Jones, Hayes and O'Malley. And they will take sixth place, and the time for race 56
is 4 minutes 06.69. Barry, good to see St George win. As we commented at our spring regatta, well supported by the rowing community for their recent introduction of the new constitution, which is very, very good for the...
Well, John, it looks like we're going back to presentations now.
Yeah, they're coming through quick and fast, Barry. And this is for race 55, second division, Women's Masters Quad Scull. And the winners, I can see them gathering there in the red and white stripes. The winners for race 55, Mossman Rowing Club. And Mossman represented by Christiane Foxton, Petra Van Wazenol, Linda Madrona and Jane Tribe. So Mossman winners of Division 2 Women's Master Quad Scull. Well, Barry, the last race of the day, you said you caught a flash of an 8-oared crew. Well, here they are.
Oh, look,
the
I
men's
tell you
Masters 8.
The pictures have picked it up once again on your screen just after they've moved away from that presentation. They've picked up the tail end now of the, I think, the men's Masters 8 coming down here. Many of these gentlemen in the men's Masters 8 would have no doubt been competing down at the head of the Yarra, some more successful than others. And John, keep your eye on that Sydney crew right in the middle. Well, they're an older Masters crew from the ones that won down there. But look, you've got Sydney and Mossman. Now, going back to the days when these men were rowing, in their younger days, they would have been amongst the two top performers. There was the old Haberfield Club, there was the Leichhardt Rowing Club, and clubs such as that. So, well, looks like we may go back to John for presentation.
This is a presentation on the water in the boat. And presentation is for race 56, Division 3 Women's Masters Quad Scull. And there are the red and white of St George Rowing Club. Christine McCready, Susan Robinson, Tony Hames, Tasman Brew, and the crew coached by Bruce Williams. But back to the water on the 8s.
Thanks, John. Coming down in arrow formation now. A splendid performance coming from Sydney Rowing Club. In arrow formation, they come down to the left. You've got Mossman. To the right, you've got this strong performance coming from Glebe. Names in Glebe like Quick, Smith, Wigan, Caldwell, McLean, Wenzel, Bland, and Adam Ramshaw and Sam Holst. Former Australian coxswain there in the coxswain seat. And he's still as enthusiastic as ever. But it's all Sydney Rowing Club, and they're coxswained by Scott Trayburn in the back of the boat. And they're too big, too strong. They're starting to move away. But what a magnificent picture this is as the crews come down on the 8s. You can see and pick them up there now. We've got that big yellow boat manned by the Sydney Rowing Club and the top 3 crews behind them. Sydney Rowing Club about to take the win. In the men's Masters 8, they go across 3/4 of a length in the lead. Glebe now have moved up into second place. A great run from Glebe. Canberra Composite in the mix down there. We missed them earlier on. They'll take out 3rd place, and 4th place will have to be satisfied to Mossman Rowing Club 4th. 5th place to North Shore coming up here. Now they're about 3 or 4 lengths behind the crew from Mossman, and they'll be judged in 5th place North Shore, and 6th place then will go to Sydney Women's MLC. Well, what a great finish.
And Barry, we've got to mention about to cross the line 2 umpires' boats and of course our life-saving group.
Oh, well, the boats are coming back, but this is unusual. Normally they are a bit closer to the crews that come up. That was our last event for the before the
morning.
John, I'm looking down there now. What can you see anything down there in that very slow boat? Have they got some sort of problem down there?
No, they're just cruising back ready for our lunch.
Well, is there something? I don't know, John. That's a very suspicious looking boat coming in down there.
We did have boat number 4 immediately behind the race.
What about this boat coming down here now? Is there somebody ill in the boat?
Oh, just taking their time, Barry. A leisurely cruise on the Thames sort of thing.
Well, either someone has got a head operation going on down there, but they're wearing something red. And is there somebody waving?
You mean to say it could be drawn by some animals?
I think there are. I think is that dolphins with horns on their heads? Ladies and gentlemen, I mean, this is going into the luncheon break now, and no doubt we will have a presentation shortly, but is that a familiar figure? Can we hear some cheers? Can we hear somebody singing out? Who can be identified in that boat that's coming down? We can't hear people in the grandstand. Can you be louder than that? They've got to hear you over at Penrith. We can't hear you. A big wave to Santa. Well, Santa's here. Oh, Santa, that is absolutely wonderful. Santa is here. And let's see if Santa gets some appropriate music there.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big wave from Santa. Not sure what master's class he rose in, but he's here. Isn't it great?
Race, first of the afternoon, Sydney Rowing Club. And representing Sydney, Brianna Caputo, Christopher McCarthy, Patrick Graham, Lauren Lyon, and the coaches for the Crew Frowns, Impfield and Lachlan Carter. Winning time 3:12.62 over the 1,000 metres. Congratulations, Sydney Rowing Club, winning the first race of the afternoon session. We seem to have our next race underway. It is race 59, the men's open lightweight under 23 double scull, but all the participants, all the entrants are of open class. We have Sydney in lane 3, UTS number 1 in lane 4. University of New South Wales has withdrawn, leaving UTS number 2 in lane 6 and University of New South Wales number 2 in lane 7.
Well, John, we're seeing now a number of members here from that have been targeted for squad rowing in the state versus state racing. I see in the open class there you've got Peter Waldersey and Henry Lees from UTS. They're currently the race leaders at the present moment. The second crew from the far side. In second place and immediately to their right, Ash Nichols was replaced by Dylan Boakes and Max Dynam, I think, in the crew. Now, Max Dynam, I think, originally started off his rowing career at Penrith. A gentleman of rowing, a big tall boy. Did very well over at Sydney with 20 age categories championship in the Single Sculls. He was off last year. Didn't see too much of him last year, but be back in the saddle again. And he's going to have a good one in this event, coming in second place. Third place at this stage with quite a number of metres to go. UTS crews with James Hunt, Dermot O'Driscoll, Tim McLaren in the mix there, so a little way back. But great coaching. University of New South Wales on this side in the open category with Michael Pickford and David Lester. And they're right out of it. So the two top crews down here that you can see, and keep your eyes on the UTS crew, the vertical stripes right in the centre of the course now, and to their right-hand side is Sydney Rowing Club. Now, as you can see, it's not the game. It's not just sitting in front and then one makes a move. They're flat out. These guys want to be noticed. They want to be seen. They don't worry about the gamesmanship here over the 2,000 metre course. It'll be interesting to see the times for that UTS, both crews. The UTS getting great run out of the boat, as you can see. And as you can see, interesting for a UTS crew. No pause now, round the back turn. They're in and away. But the pause has helped them get the right in and away. And lane 4 takes the win.
And unfortunately, Barry, no time taken for that event.
Oh, well, life can be terrible sometimes, John. Third place will go to 6, UTS number 2. That's James Hunt, no Driscoll, for third. And fourth place then will go to lane 7 with Pickford and Lester from the University of New South Wales. And it's a big gamble for them to line up against the sort of talent that's there. But University of New South Wales have done particularly well in Masters rowing and raced at the recent Nine Cove Classics with some success around the Cockatoo Island.
Barry, race 60 is already underway. It's Division 2 of the men's open lightweight under 23 double, and they're all under 23 category. St Peter's Cambridge in lane 2, Sydney Uni lane 3, St Peter's Cambridge number 2 in lane 4, UTS number 2 in 5, Sydney University number 1 in lane 6, St Peter's Cambridge 3 in lane 7, and Sydney University number 3 in lane 8. So it's an invasion. St Peter's Cambridge have got 3 crews in the race.
Well, I do hope St Peter's Cambridge from New Zealand do well in this event, but I fear that when you see the names with McLaren, and McLaren's got the has he got the lightweight 4? I think he's got the lightweight 4 of the women's 8 this year. McLaren's got the women's 8. Previously, he's had the Penrith Cup 4, and I think he's also looked after a lightweight quad up there. And that one in the centre with Gall Message looks a very strong number 2 from UTS. But I do hope that New Zealand acquit themselves well here. They've put up a great number of young people there. This one, St Peter's Cambridge, second from this side. They've also got the crew right over there on the far side. In fact, there's 3 crews, as John said. And doing the best of all could be the crew right over there on the far side with Jacques Balsam and Pat Griffin, coached by, well, it's the name for the first time coming up here, Megan Glenn. So we know that they've got now 3 coaches with this team, and Megan Glenn is the third one on the name that we've seen, and probably back in second or third place here, with the crew right in the centre, UTS becoming too strong with Gall and Massage. But what a race going on for second place, John. You've got Sydney University number 3, Leighton and Bat on this side. Next to them, the New Zealanders with Lassie and Jenkins. And then we go across further, right over on the far side. You've got another New Zealand crew over there with Balsam and Griffin. And I think we might have lost this Sydney University crew there somewhere, but they're in the mix. But there we go. As you can see in racing, that pause that they develop in their training disappears, but there's so much more steadiness that comes out of it, and it will be the UTS crew from lane 5 that take the gold in the second division, all under 23s. Second place will go to St Peter's Cambridge, so that the New Zealanders did get there. Third place will go to lane 6, that's Sydney University number 1 for third. Fourth will go to lane 8, that's Sydney University number 3. They'll be followed then by St Peter's Cambridge in 5th place. 6th place will go to St Peter's Cambridge, New Zealand. And 7th place then will go to the Sydney University crew of Kaufman and Ralston. The time for race 60
is 51.92.
6:51.92.
But Barry, we're about to go back to our podium, and Dion Feckerty's already there with the presentations to be made. This is for race 59, which is the men's open lightweight under 23 double scull division 1. All the entrants were of the open, and the winners for this race, UTS, and UTS represented by Peter Voldersey and Henry Lees, coached by Alec Field, David Jelly and Tim McLaren. So UTS, winners of race 59, men's open double scull division 1. Incidentally, no time was taken for that event.
Well, I agree with your classifications by the rowing secretary. They've kept all the under 23s together, John, and you've probably got a list in front of you now with the all in the under 19s.
Yeah, all under 19, and that's division 1 of the men's under 19, under 21 single scull. And we have Balmain number 1 in lane 1, Newington number 8 in 2, Newington number 7 in 3, Kinross Walleroy number 2 in lane 4, Marist College, I presume Canberra Marist College in lane 5, Glebe number 2 in 6, St Peter's Cambridge in 7, and Newcastle Grammar in lane 8. But before we go to that description, let's look at our next presentation, which is the third race on our afternoon program, race number 60, second division of the men's under 23 double scull. All the entrants were under 23, and the award goes to, again, UTS, and UTS is represented by Angus Gall and Jack Message. Coaches Alex Field, David Gelly and Tim McLaren. The winning time 6:51.92. So ladies and gentlemen, please acknowledge our winners, Division 2 men's double scull.
Well, coming in now into the final 500 metres, you'll be able to see on your screen as they head towards the finishing line. And you can see our race leader coming from lane 8 here. That's the Nick McGrath, is the under 19 single sculler, coached by Bronson Elsley. And it's the Newcastle Grammar sculler in the lead. And in second place over there, I think it might be the blue colours of, I'm just trying to see that, 1, 2, 3, 4. It is Marist in the pale blue, I think you mentioned it, John. Marist College at Canberra, you said. That's Cormac Hayes.
Yes, I'm sure it would be Canberra.
Yeah.
They normally row in a blue and white striped.
Yeah, that looks it. That's the one there, the colours. So Mars College in second place, and third place in between them in the red, that's the New Zealander, Jason Nell, coached by Megan Glenn, the under-19 category, and she looks set to gain a third. So a good result coming up from New Zealand here. They've gained third place, but the race really on now between Newcastle Graham and Nick McGrath, the early race leader, but heavens above that, young Cormac Hayes from Mars College, and coached by Tom Hayes and Alison Chin. We spoke to see Alison Chin up here later in the afternoon, but it will be that one, Mars College, and Cormac Hayes taking the goal. Second place then will go to McGrath, and third place then will go to St Peter's, Cambridge. Here he comes now. Fourth place, right over on the far side, that looks like Egan Kilbridge from Balmain will take fourth. Fifth out of lane 4, Kinross Rolleroy, Henry Ponder. The name sounds familiar. F instead of a P, but it's Henry Ponder. Kinross Rolleroy, judged in fifth place. Good race going on now for 6 between the Glebe Scull Oliver Ryan on this side, and on the far side it looks like Newington's Mitchell Gigg as they go to the line. The final thrust, it's a Brad Smith effort there, coming from Oliver Ryan from Glebe, takes out 6th place. 7th place then will go to, I think that's Mitchell Grigg, and 8th place right next to him, the Newington number 8 sculler, Oscar Lyndon Smith, judged in 8th place, and the time for 61.
7:31.87.
7:31.87.
But looking at 62 now, this is the second division of the men's under 19, under 21 single scull. All of the participants are under 19.
Oh, big contingent of under 19s in the race after that, John.
Yeah.
There's also got, I think, about 4 or 5, at least 4 in the under 19 categories. They line up with the under 21s.
So lots of under 19s, and in this event we've got Cameron Ogilvie from Glebe in lane 1, Oscar Lynch, Newington number 5 in 2, Alex Price, Redlands in 3, Alexander Wood, Newington in 4, Richard King, Kinross Rolleroy in 5, Samuel Boland, Newington in 6, Angus Webster, Newington in 7, Riley Vaughan, Sydney in lane 8.
I think the Martians have got us, John.
Sounds like it.
I don't know. We don't know where the sound's coming from. Perhaps as John Meeking's out there, he might be able to give us an explanation. But well, we found out what it was. It was a phone call coming in for John. That's all it was.
Well, I think it's a battle here between Newington and Newington. Newington number 1 in 4, Alexander Wood, and Samuel Boland in lane 6.
Well, he certainly spread the field, hasn't he? Which is another indication of these boys in the under-19 category. They want to be seen, and they want to be showing what they're doing. And of course, the big 8 for Newington would be based on the good performances in the Sculls, I'd imagine. And from lane 4, Alex Wood, Newington, their number 1 sculler, easily the winner here, second place. Another Newington boy, as John suggested, and this looks like Angus Webster coming up here in second place. So they're the top 2 boys. And third place, well, this is going to be a great race going on for third place now. A straight line across the course. Can it be Glebe, Kinross Rolleroy, or down here, will it be Sydney Rowing Club's Riley Vaughan? They go locked to the line, the 3 scullers, and they go with a little bit of run. It will go to Vaughan of Sydney for third place. Fourth will go to Kinross Rolleroy, Richard King. And then cross right over on the far side, that's Glebe Cam Ogilvie for 5th place. 6th place then will go to, I think that's Redlands Alec Price. And here we've got the final 2. And it looks like Newington will have to take out both places here, because we're looking for 7th place, and that will go to Sam Boland from Newington in 7th place, and 8th place then will go to Oscar Lynch, also from Newington. And the time for race 62 there
it was 724.32.
724.32.
33, correct, Barry?
333.
Point
Okay.
33.
So that's fairly close, John, between the two. 724, 731.
31, yep, just a few seconds. And we have yet another division of the same classification. This, Barry, is a combination. Lanes 1, 2, 3 and 4 are all under 19s. Then 5 through to 9 are all under 21s. We have in lane 1 representing Sydney, Namakai Stylenau. In lane 2 it's Finn Tainish from Newington. In lane 3 Lachlan Dunn from St George. In lane 4 Jack Wilkins Newington. They're all under 19. Now the under 21s, Christopher McCarthy Sydney, beyond Ungamark in lane 6 from Mossman, Ash Nichols from Sydney in 7, Mitch Blackmore from Mossman in 8, and Louis Aston from University of New South Wales in 9.
Well, John, as you mentioned, have a look at the lineup here. Matthias Ungmark, coach of Jan Ungmark, the young sculler from Mossman. Ash Nichols, we've seen him racing up here before. This is another name of young. I'm interested to see how this young fellow goes from Namkai Stylianu, coached by Brendan Longman over there at Sydney Rowing Club on the far side, well back at this stage. But and looking from here, the University of New South Wales, you've got the Mossman Sculler having a dang-dong battle. Ash Nichols, he'd have to be the best guide here. Ash Nichols has done a great improvement in his work over a number of years. I think Ash Nichols raced at the JB Sharp Series, Winter Series, a couple of years ago. Produced good, I think. If not, Ash Nichols could have been in the junior team. I think Nichols also was awarded a scholarship by the New South Wales Union of Rowers to help him in his development. But look at this great tussle going on. Two great clubs, Mossman and Sydney Rowing Club. And Sydney, of course, have been dominating the scene. Mossman, since the departure of the Nick Garrett down to Canberra, of course, haven't done as well as they used to. But you can only have one winner. And Sydney are producing the goods this stage with great coaches line up over there. And here we have it. Ash Nichols takes out the win in the under-21 category. Followed by Mossman's Mitch Blackmore, also in the under-21 category. And third place right over there on the far side, I think that would probably be lane 2. The Newington College boy, 4 marks to him. Finn Tainish in the under-19 category will take out third place. Fourth place will go to Mossman from the under-21s. Fifth place will go to Sydney Rowing Club, Namkai Stylianu. Good result over there from the young under-19 sculler, but he gains fifth place. Sixth place then will go to Sydney Rowing Club's Chris McCarthy. Seventh place looks like Newington's Jack Wilkin over there. And eighth place then in the yellow boat, likely to be Lachlan Dunn from St George. And with a full house, the ninth place to go to Louis Alston from the University of New South Wales, coming up just here alongside the grandstand.
So, Barry, looks like 2 medal presentations there. Ash Nichols in the under-21 category. Finn Tainish from Newington in the under-19. The winning time there for, of course, the under 21, 7:19.42.
John, I think that here it comes up to 20 to 2 in the afternoon, and it feels like the regatta's just started. I've just found this so well done today. It's a wonderful program, and
We've had a couple of very good regattas, Barry. Remember the spring regatta?
Spring
We
regatta
got
was a good
very,
one,
very
yeah.
well indeed. It was well run and well managed.
Now this one on the screen, you've got the double sculls, or you've got the pair oar coming up here. I think this is a pair oar. It's in this category under 23s. There'd be some names down here. I can see them. If you'll even look at this side, Sydney University with Rachel Balcom, formerly went to school at Pymble Ladies College. She represented in the junior crew. Deanne Batiga in the group. Crystal Piper, Isabel Johnson. Now there's another two in the junior the elite juniors that we have here in Sydney. Sydney with Lauren Graham, Isabel Furrer, another two. And Newcastle Uni is going to find the competition pretty hard here with Elizabeth Johnson and Emily Harkham.
Good, Barry. Good. Yeah. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to go with another presentation, and I think it is the under 21 category of Division 3 of the men's under 19, under 21 single scull. And that under 21 category, the gold medal goes to Ash Nichols, representing Sydney Rowing Club. Ash's winning time 7:19.4 time, 4:2, and his coach Franz Imfield and Donovan Check. Congratulations, Sydney Rowing Club. We're still at the 2,000 metre mark for the start of the current race. It is the women's open lightweight under 23. All the entries, all the participants are in the under 23 category. And in lane 3, it is Elizabeth Johnson and Emily Harkham. That's a Newcastle Uni and Newcastle Composite. In lane 4, representing Sydney, Lauren Graham and Furrer. Sydney University have withdrawn, leaving Sydney number 2, Crystal Piper and Isabel Johnson, and in lane 7, Sydney University number 1, Rachel Balcom and Doyne Regatta.
Well, these are people who came out. You mentioned Ash Nichols before, a former King's School student. He was the senior rower his year. He did win the Schoolboy Single Scull Championship in 2018. He was in the championship double at the Nationals in 2016. But he's competed at Nationals since 2018 for Sydney Rowing Club. He was in that champion under 19 quad, and he competed in the Forley Cup at the Henley Royal Regatta, the last one that we had there. So he's been around quite a bit, Ash Nichols.
And we're looking now at another presentation. This is still for event number 63 in the under 19 category of the men's single scull. And the winner from Newington College, Finch Tainch. Well done, Finn. Newington College under 19 winner of the men's single scull.
Well, they're coming down here now. The next event, race 64, is a combination, but this event is strictly for the under 23s in the women's pair. And on this side of the course, and race leaders would be Rachel Balcom and Deanne Batiga. And in second place, just across from there, they're from Sydney University. The second place crew over there, I think, gee whiz, currently they're moving up on the Sydney University. It's the Sydney crew with Lauren Graham and Isabel Furrer. And I think they might have hit the front at this stage. A good effort coming from Graham and Furrer. They've overcome the Sydney University, and they're there. Lachlan Carter, Brendan Longman and Donovan Check taking a bow once again. Great performance coming from Sydney over Sydney University. as they say in the classics, there's been a change of the guard. And Sydney Rowing Club now over the top of Sydney University. And look, they're coming up for a third now. Crystal Piper and Isabel Johnson will be taking third place.
Very well judged race, that one. Sydney Uni in the last 25 metres went ahead and took out the race in 7:40.37.
What was that time again, John?
7:40.37.
0.37. Well, a great race. Lauren Graham is a great rower. Isabel Ferrer as well. They've done extremely well. I think Rachel Balcom was in the junior team there at some stage of the game, but it's amazing. You see them move through the various classifications and grades, and they're our future of rowing Australia.
We still have one competitor yet to finish that race. Barry over there from lane 3. It's the composite Newcastle Uni in Newcastle.
Haven't they done a great job with decorating their boats? Look, there's going to have to be a special prize for those. And
as I said, I'm sure it's the wind resistance through all the decorations which causes them to slow down a little. But no, it's great to see that they joined in the spirit of the event.
I wonder what would happen now if you saw this crew racing down the Parramatta River. And I don't know whether they're coming up on the... Hello? Where's Dad?
Now, it's a very well decorated crew and boat. That one just about to cross the line at the moment.
Well, that concludes the women's under-23s pair. We've just had a visit from one of the officials' daughters that comes up here. She's been overseas, I think, as an exchange student. Would that be right? Well, you've done a bit of travelling. Is that right? And Dad was very proud of you. He was the umpire referee up here about a week or so ago. And he also was over there at the regatta that was cancelled at Rod Point. Lovely to see you. All right. Good on you. Thanks for coming up and saying hello too.
We're looking now at race 65. Race 65 out of a 107 race program, and it is over 2,000 metres. Division 1 men's under 17 Coxed quads. Mossman number 2 in lane 1. Newington number 2 in lane 2. Kings number 2 in lane 3. Leichhardt number 1 in lane 4, St Peter's Cambridge in 5, Kings number 1 in 6, Mossman number 1 in 7, and Newington number 1 in lane 8.
Well, on your screens to the western end of the grandstand, you can pick up those crews as they pan across, and you're able to see now the relationship between those crews. And it looks like, is that a Newington crew that we might be able to see coming up to the mark?
Barry, yes.
And I think they're just about to go. There's the flag poles for the 1,000 metre mark. And I'm not too sure about that. It was a Kings or
I think it was the Newington Kings. Certainly Kings are wearing a new singlet these days, but still reflect the blue and white colours.
Well, it does look like the crews on this side are leading there, John, and that's from the screen and the scanning back. It looked like it could be Newington 1 on this side, of holding a good lead now over Mossman number 1, and that's the two crews closest to the grandstand. In third place, well, it could be Kings number 1, but when you look across and see the performance of Mossman number 2 on the far side with Warburton and Thomas, and Larton and Durans. Now, this is the quad scull, and a good one. Here we've got the Schoolies, but also rather nostalgic for me is to see a young Leichhardt number 1 crew out there, and congratulations to the people that got them together. That crew is Peter Powell, Oliver Fox, Fergus Pullen that we saw earlier on today taking out one of the sculls, and Kaylin Crawford. Lily O'Driscoll is the coxswain, and they're up against big company, but it's just lovely to see the club get a young crew like that on the water, and well done to those, and new president down there, young Steve Duff, and for promotion of the young guns.
in the centre of the field, Barry, we've got St Peter's from Cambridge, and they're obvious with the colours. I rather like the quartered style of their rowing singlet with the blue and the colour and red. As I say, I used to play for a rugby team which had jumpers, and I like the quartered. All the Australians are all hoops or sashes.
It's a bit
But I
soccerish,
like the
isn't
quarter.
it?
It's just
Yeah.
different, and it sticks out.
Well, they
done.
got a chance of getting in for third here in New Zealand.
Yeah.
They may not be able to be prepared to take the Bledsoe Cup or leave it here, but nevertheless, they're back in third, probably fifth at this stage. But you'd have to be looking at Mossman and Newington College. That Newington cruise that have fared so well today, and a very impressive row. Is that a presentation coming up for you?
No, he's had one, I think.
He's had one.
At the side, having his photograph taken.
Good on you, John. Well, look, Newington number 1. Elliot O'Connor, Shannon Lowe Griffith, Adrian Freiberg, Harry Jansen, Charlie Nicholas, the coxswain, and I think he's sitting up the front of the boat. And this young fellow from Newington, the coxswain there, we'll see him in an Australian crew. He's got so much control over the crews he looks after at Newington College, and he'd be relaying everything that they have to do. He can't turn around and see the crews coming so close. He can hear them.
Very good finish from Mossman.
It is a good finish from Mossman.
But Newington have lifted their rating a little. I think they'll be able to hold them off. But that Mossman crew is really moving on.
Yes, I think the momentum will stay with Newington. They've got too much run in their boat. If you have a look at the bow of that boat, it's running so beautifully. And I think Newington will get across the line. So Newington, O'Connor, Love Griffith, Freiberg and Jansen will take the win. Only by about 3/4 of a length over Mossman, with Davis, Murphy, Gatewood and Burke. Tom Faffin was the coach, and coached by Judith Ungmark for second place. Third place going to Mossman number 2, Warburton, Thomas, Lawton and Gerrans. 3 and 4th place then will go to another Newington combination of Williams, Stefanovic, Webster and Ewell. I think we've seen them racing here before, 4th. And there they are, the New Zealanders. And look, we've really enjoyed your company. Hope you stay on for the sprint racing tomorrow. St Peter's, Cambridge will be judged in 5th place. 6th place then will go to King's School. And haven't they turned up in their big numbers today, John?
Yes, withdrew from a couple of early races, but it's pleasing to see them finishing the latter races.
Well, Stanford, Wallace, Obradovic and Gillies, Lawrence Cleve the coxswain, Harrison Randell the coach, Kings taking 6th place. 7th place then will go to the Leichhardt crew, and good on you for getting on the water. And 8th place then will go to Lane 6, the King's number 1 crew of Horn, Will and Snark, Bradford and Wright. Dan McLaughlin was the coxswain. They'll be judged in 8th place. And I suspect we got a good time for that Newington crew.
Yeah, 6:40.23. That's a good time. Under 17, of course. Now, Division 2 of the same classification is underway in Lane 2, Newington 6, Lane 3, Leichhardt number 2, Lane 4, Newington 4, Lane 5, Kings 4, Lane 6, Newington 5, Lane 7, Newington 3, and Lane 8, King's School 3.
Well, it's amazing, even though they might be amongst the back markers, it's lovely to see even the older ones, the masters from a club, in support of the youngsters that are racing out on the course today. Congratulations to that club. They've done a good job in getting, at least in this last event, 8 young people on the water. Well done. As John said, Division 2 of the Under-17 Cox Squad Scull. And once again, we see the dominance of Newington College on this side. You've got Newington well back. This could be, yes, it is Newington.
Yes, Kings are way,
Yeah,
unfortunately
Kings are way back.
back.
Yeah. Well, Newington, and you can see that it's going to be hard for some of these crews. On the far side, you've got Newington number 6. Now, the 2 Newington crews well up there, and you can see the second crew across Newington 5, so they've got 2 big crews there. And in Kings, I think, Kings about 4 across. 1, 2, 3, 4. Kings just in front, I think, of the umpire's boat down there. And then you've got the other Newington crew. I don't know whether Leichhardt's in this event. Doesn't matter. So Newington's starting to really dominate. Gee whiz. A great recruiting ground for Sydney Rowing Club, John.
Well, they're just down the road, so
Yes,
there is a big liaison between the two, and it has been for many years.
Well, if you don't like Newington, you could just look across the other side and get them from shore.
Yeah. And there are a number of shore boys there as well.
Yes. Yeah. So the Parramatta River might have been almost washed up as a racing course, but as a recruitment area, it's going pretty well. You do a lot of work down there in Hen and Chicken Bay,
Yeah,
John.
not as much now as I used to,
Yeah.
Barry. I'm down there fairly frequently, and of course has limitations. It's only 1,800 metres, but it's peaceful rowing, and there's not ferries and other traffic up and down.
Very scenic.
Yeah,
A lovely restaurant there, not far away.
that's true. Barry, Newington, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, that could be the order, John. You can see them here now. This is Newington number 3, is it? Coming up here now.
Yes.
Newington number 3 with Samson Hulks, Lachlan Rennie, Alec Willington, Zach McGeekin, Dominic Navati, the coxswain, sitting up very proudly in the boat. And they will take the win. And then right alongside them, you've got Burkett, Doyle, Koverick, Storman and Hobbs. Dewhurst, the coxswain, they take second place. Third place right on the far side. Bristow, Dowse, Perkison, Latham. Chonjak is the coxswain there, third place, and fourth place then will go to lane 4. That's Carr, Lund, Hassan and Fatpoulis taking fourth place. And I think we've still got a couple to go. We'll nominate them before we go back to presentations. Fifth place will go then to, I think that's Kings number 4. And then you've got Kings number 3 will be judged in 6th place out of lane 8. No show there from Leichhardt. The time for the winner of race 66.
7 minutes, 0.37.
7:0.
A little slower than the earlier race, and it's the earlier race we're moving to now for the presentation. Race 65, Division 1, men's under 17 Coxed quad. And the winning crew comes from Newington College, and Newington represented by Elliot O'Connor, Shannon Lowe Griffiths, Adrian Freiberg, Harry Jansen and Charlie Nicholas as the coxswain there. Winning time 6:40.23. So congratulations, Newington College winners, Division 1 men's under 17 Coxed quad Scull.
Well, John, congratulations, boys. Well done. And that was the last of the Kings through. They rated 6 in the second division. They've worn themselves out. But look, what a gallant try there. They're not big fellas. They're rowing for their school, and hopefully they'll be acknowledged for getting up this morning, getting out in a boat. They've had to help rig the boats. Well done.
Oh, Barry, we're back at the 1,000 metre start mark for our next race. It is race 67, the women's C and D grade Coxed 4. In lane 3, Kinross Walleroy, MLC School number 1 in 4, PLC Sydney number 1 in 5, MLC number 2 in 6, and Newcastle Grammar in lane 7. So let's see what the hunter can bring to us against the central west of Kinross Walleroy.
Oh dear, it's
Almost like Country Week, Barry.
oh, it's better than Country Week. It's just country week. It's two countries, I think. It's absolutely splendid, John. And I know I can hear it in your voice. It makes us both very enthusiastic, doesn't it?
They're good.
But most impressive, the young guns, but it's the mix. We mentioned that. We won't bore you with details out there, but the mix of masters rowing today with the young people, those aspiring to get into squads at the highest level for the Australian Championships that have been in squads already pre-selected, the squads that is, not their crews. But it's great to see them, everybody trying so hard.
Barry, we spoke earlier. Where do these crews train? The Kinross Walleroy in the Central West, the Armidale School up north. I was coming back from Armidale by the train, a few months ago. I used to jackaroo up there, so I go and visit the family. And I was sitting next door to an engineer from Armidale. He's just about to put up a proposal to the Armidale City Council that they put a dam across a stream on the outskirts of the city, parkland, which will give them a 2,000 metre rowing course taking 6 or 7 crews across. Now, whether the City Council is willing to do that or not, I don't know, but the scheme is there. And talking about schemes, let's look at the plans for our next medal presentation. It is Race 66, Division 2 of the men's under-17 Coxed quad scull. And the winners of this Race 66 is Newington College. And Newington is represented by Samson Hulks, Lachlan Rennie, Alex Willington, Zach Majikan, and Dominic Navati as the coxswain. So Newington College winners of the time of 7 minutes and 0.37, winners of Race 66. Well done, Newington College. But we look now, Barry, to Division 1 of Race 67, the women's C&D grade Coxed 4, Kinross Walleroy in 3, MLC number 1 in 4, PLC number 1 in 5, MLC 2 in 6, and Newcastle Grammar.
Well, Newcastle Grammar, they've got the bull by the horns here, and on this side of the course they're the closest to the competition, as you can imagine, coming from the blue boat right on the far side, which is Kinross Walleroy. Newcastle Grammar with Holmberg, Bland, Oakley and Carter. And the young coxswain there, Zoe Roberts Thompson, it's got them so well positioned, but you always get worried when you see the blue hull on the far side. The crew there is Sporer, Harding, DL. Now there's another name, DL, from the family's been up there for quite a few years now. Flynn Madigan, Harrison Straw, the coxswain from Kinross Walleroy, and I think they've moved up on the early race leaders, and there they are. Conventional racing, perhaps missing a little bit of water, but if they were to fix that up, they'd really have more than just a stranglehold on the event. They've done a great job over there, Kinross Walleroy. Somehow or other they keep the boats moving. They're not big women, but Kinross Walleroy will take out the CD grade mixed cost for Division 1 and a length of clear water between them, and I think that's MLC skills, so a good result from MLC against them. Third place then will go to lane 7, Newcastle Grammar back in third. Fourth place will go to Sanders Little Helpers out there in lane 6, that's MLC. For fourth and fifth, right next door to them, PLC Sydney will take fifth place, and that concludes that first division of the CD grade 4s, and that for race 67, a time of John 3:46, I think it was.
3:46.95.
And that's now official, 3:46.95.
And we look at division number 2, also 1,000 metres in lane number 3, but not to be judged, Balmain. North Shore have withdrawn, leaving PLC Sydney number 2 in 5, St George in 6, and North Sydney Girls in 7. As I said earlier, delighted to see North Sydney on the list. Don't often see them here, but they were at the Spring Regatta, if I remember, Barry.
Yeah, John, I think that Balmain crew once again might have some para rowers in it. And obviously, with the coaches there, Craig and Ramjan, they've considered that, well, let's put them in. Let's give them a bit of a go at joining in the fun of rowing and the sport. They might stand a big chance up against the company that they have here. But you'll be looking very closely at St George there with a mix of the Featherston family from St George, 2 out from this side. You've got Teresa Haley, Amelia Lily Featherston there, Abby Featherston and Luke Roberts, the coxswain. And I get Dad has had a handle in coaching of that crew there. The Featherston family very dominant in the St George crews. So we'll have a look at those. If you're putting money on, I think I'd be looking very closely at that crew, St George. They haven't started yet. Look, I have with us now, we've got Kim Rudder, and I'm sure, John, we haven't got any presentations going on, have we? Now, Kim, as you know, is the prolific coach of the North Shore Masters crew over there, and he's also taken on the onerous task of as the secretary of the New South Wales Union of Rowers. Now, one of the responsibilities of that is to raise funds for junior scholarship rowing, and we do that every year. Normally it can range from, say, 4 or 5 up to at least, I think it was 9 last time they were given out, $1,000. But Kim, I'm going to get you to say a little bit more about it because we don't often hear from Kim Rudder. You're a very modest young man. Here we go. Kim Rudder to talk about the scholarships.
Normally the youth scholarship fundraiser comes to a climax at the Reindeer Regatta. And the prize draw, which is $1,000 for the winning ticket, is drawn at this particular regatta. This year the prize draw is going to be held on the 17th of February at the New South Wales Championships. That's the last day of the New South Wales Championships. But I'm going to be coming around seeing if I can get a few of you to contribute. Each ticket costs $25, or you can get 5 tickets for $100. And that will all go into the draw for the raffle come the state championships in February.
Well, that's terrific, Kim. Look, one of the things that you do so well as a secretary, you've got your minutes out. Where do you find the time, as well as being a coach of a very strong Masters combination?
Where do I find the time? I just make the time. That's the only thing you can do. Barry's worried about the time that I have. I do a lot of coaching. I do probably 12 sessions a week when you take the North Shore coaches coaching sessions and the Newington College coaching sessions. But I also have a prize-winning native garden at Maroubra, and we've won the Randwick Council native garden section of the competition for the last 15 years in a row. And I've been on the Open Garden Scheme, I've been on the ABC TV, and so that takes a fair amount of my time as well.
Kim Rudder, you're a man extraordinaire, aren't you? The coach, the gardener, and now the secretary of the New South Wales Union of Rowers. Now, you were a scully yourself. I remember your name going back there 40, 50 years ago. Tell us a little bit what you did when you were a youngster.
Well, I did very little sculling between the ages of 13 and probably 24. Most of the rest of the time I spent sweep rowing or coxing, but I learnt to scull in an old Gladstone skiff back in 1957 out of George Towns' boat shed. But now I'm just waiting until I turn 70 so I can go up an age group and get an extra 10 seconds handicap. So I'm going to hand you back to Barry because he's got to do a presentation.
Thanks, Kim. We go back now to presentations for race 67. This will be the combination for the women's C combined with D grade Coxed 4. Won by Kinross Rolleroy and the crew representing Emma Sporer, Charlie Harding, Sophia DL, Flynn Manigan, and young Harrison Straw. Did a good job there as the coxswain. And the coaches, Sarah Cook, Tobias Weir-Candler, and Harriet Haig. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. A big round of applause for the winners of the women's CD combined grade Cox 4. Kinross Rolleroy. And our presenter there, Deanna Fekete, Director of Rowing New South Wales. Well, Kim, we'll get back to you and find out. You were telling about all the other things that you do, but more your younger days.
I'm getting a bit old to remember the younger days. I'd like to get more to the point at hand at the moment, which is selling these tickets if I can. So if you see a person looking rather strange with a white Legionnaires hat topped with a bicycle helmet, that's me.
Well worthwhile the effort. You mentioned $25 a ticket. Now I can see there's a contingent over there which has got a man which instead of repairing my shirt, Justin Mill, you might be able to pay something money in, give him a promissory note for a contribution of $25 for the New South Wales Old Rowers Scholarship Club. He's dressed in green, he's topped with green, and he's got the bicycle helmet on with a white cap, dressed in shorts, and he looks like he's a man of the saltwater. Good on you, Kim Rudder. Well done. Good on you. And the light card contingent over there is sitting about right in the centre. You'll see the colours, you know them, you've seen them many times before.
Yeah, well, next race, Barry, underway at the moment. I think it's Division 2 of the Women's C and D grade Coxed 4. I gave the rundown earlier. Balmain in lane 3 not to be judged, leaving with North Shore having withdrawn. PLC Sydney St George and North Sydney Girls. 3 crews, and there they are on the water now.
Fairly close racing between the 3 crews coming down here. I can't see the Balmain combination. You mentioned those. I agree with you. There's only the 3 crews. And starting from the centre, you've got PLC a little way back. Then you've got the St George crew in the centre, which might be slightly in front of the North Sydney Girls. Now, I know, John, there's a crew there won't be judged, but they're not there anyway. So, North Sydney Girls. I think they usually carry, isn't it a green North Sydney
green
Girls?
Green colour, yes, yep. Dominantly green, and yeah, there we are. Blue with a green stripe. Have a look at the program inside page, Barry.
No, it is good.
Colour
Isn't it?
depiction. I think it's great.
Yeah. No, well done to the administration for getting the singlet colours up or the Zuni colours up. And as they progress, you can see that crew right in the centre starting to move away from North Sydney Girls and PLC Sydney. That's the crew of St George. Teresa Haley, Amelia McGrath, Lily Featherston and Abby Featherston, the Featherston family. Luke Roberts, the coxswain, and you can see that they lead quite well there. I think that, is that another crew right at the back of it? It's not another race, is it? No, the other race is a sculling event. So there is a crew there that's...
They're moving across. It could be the Balmain crew that didn't start. I don't know, Barry. The umpire's boat is down there. They've moved across several lanes. Perhaps they were in the wrong lane to start with.
It could be. There was a crew that did not show up for a race in the men's under 17 Coxed Scull.
Red hats, Barry. That would indicate PLC, and I think that leaves us with Balmain coming closer. Yellow blades. Yes, so Balmain is there, but they're not to be judged. PLC were obviously having huge steering problems.
Yeah,
unfortunately.
When steering goes like that, John, it may well be that the fin has dropped out from the bottom of the boat. Yeah. I mean, that's erratic, and the officials are making sure that the race is conducted safely, and they are sticking very closely with them. But coming down here now, this has been a good row coming from St George, Haley, McGrath, Featherston and Featherston. And no doubt Dad's had a handle in it. Another Featherston, Luke Roberts, the coxswain, sitting up the bow of the boat. And that's the biggest windscreen I have ever seen with the decoration on the front of it.
Does it have a windscreen wiper, Barry?
Is that's what it is? It's a windscreen wiper.
And, it's a good decoration. Well done.
Absolutely magnificent. Well, St George take the win. And then in second place, it looks like it would go to
St George, or is it PLC?
No, it's PLC.
Lane 5, PLC.
There you go, PLC Sydney. Take the win. And St George left with second place. And that's the crew of, I think that's Hayley McGrath, the Featherstones. That's the Featherston family in second place. And third place then will go to Balmain, which are not to be judged, but we'll talk about them. Third place. And then this crew is having so many problems coming down here. They might have been
I think it
asked
might
to.
be North Sydney girls.
Yes.
And if they're all novices, Barry, the Coxons are novices too. I may have trouble coming with the steering, but let's see what happens.
Well, as you can see, they're having loads of problems. That looks like a fin. I think that the umpire's been trying to get them off the course, but they've once that fin goes, that you have no control over that. He's got the flag up, and we've got the scullers coming down right behind. So it might be a good idea, John. We'll just ignore that for the time being. Leave it up to the officials, and can you tell us who's in the sculling event?
Yes, I shall indeed. It's the women's novice single scull. Alexandra Sutter from North Sydney Girls. Emily Foster, Sydney University in lane 4. Cecily Fair from Sydney Women's MLC. Emma Hugh, Penrith in lane 5. Sophie Holmes Mossman in lane 6. Alexandra Hammer from Glebe in lane 7. Yes, I think it's Sydney Girls High, North Sydney Girls High, and there's a little trouble in their steering, but that's all right. They're all novices. Good to see them here.
Oh dear, the poor Coxed there. She's that embarrassed about the whole thing. But look, everything's working fine. Everything will work out fine. The girls have done it. The boat race officials are happy. I think there's
white flag.
It's a white flag. It's more like a surrender at the Second World War, the white flag going up there then. But this is the women's novice single scull. And congratulations for those clubs getting the novices onto the water. And John's been through the lineup here. Have a look at this young girl from Glebe. Alexander Hammer's her name. She's on this side, but she's running second place at this stage. I think that could be, is that Sydney University colours?
Sydney Uni over in lane
Emily
2.
Foster.
Yes.
Emily Foster is about to take the win there. And you can look at the look on the face of this young girl from Glebe. She's looking across. Can she hang in there? Her head's down. She's going great guns. Alexander Hammer from Glebe will take second place. A third place then will go to Penrith's Hammer Yu. She'll take third. Fourth place then will go to, I think that's Sydney Women's MLC in the light colours over there for a fourth. Fifth place will go to North Sydney Girls and Alexandra Sutter, coached by David Cullen. David was formerly the president at, I think, what's the lake up there at Brisbane Waters Rowing
Brisbane
Club,
Waters, yes.
near
yes.
Gosford. And then he was a former coxswain in his younger days over at the old Haberfield Club. And David Cullen now is coaching at North Sydney Girls. I don't know whether he commutes between Gosford and North Sydney Girls, but it must be pretty close.
May have a daughter there, you never know.
You never know.
Barry, one competitor yet to finish. It's Sophie Holmes from Mossman. But very much a beginner, and that's what these races are all about. It's a novice. And you've got to get your experience starting somewhere, and we saw it in the fours race before, we see it in the sculling race now. But well done that they're on the water and they're having a go. But I might run through the field on the race coming down, women's under 16 single scull, and I'll just run through the clubs. Lane 1 Sydney, Lane 2 St Catherine 7, Lane 3 Drummoyne 1, Lane 4 Glebe 1, Lane 5 Nepean 1, Lane 6 Mossman 1, Lane 7 Capital Lakes 1, Lane 8 Penrith 2, and Newcastle Grammar number 4 on Lane 9, all having a bit of trouble at the moment and fighting with the boys.
Well, look, here we have nearly a collision over there between the officials' boat and the sculler over there on the far side. They just move out of the way in time. A full house, no withdrawals, full lanes being used as we look and see Lily Gavin from Sydney Rowing Club and the under-16 Sculls takes the win in her stride. And second place then looks like it will go to Nepeans. Amy Wagner, what a great bunch of young people we have here today. Amy Wagner from Nepean in second place. Third place then will go to Glebe Zoe Reid for third. Fourth, a good race going on for fourth. The Mossman Sculler will get there. Elizabeth Holtair will take out fourth, and fifth place then will go to Drummoyne's Michaela Hole, followed by, I think that would be Penrith's Madison Joyce, starting to throw up big ones there, but and she'll be judged in sixth place. Seventh place then will go to St Catherine's Bianca Horrell on the far side in seventh place. And they still come. Two more scullers to come down here now. In this purpley or dark coloured boat out of lane 9, it's Josephine Armstrong, all the way from Newcastle Grammar. She'll be judged in 8th place. And then Capital Lakes in the dark colours out there. Boat number 7, Lucy Pembroke, cart by Mark Georgelin from Capital Lakes. And they'll be judged in 9th place.
Yet another start from the 1,000 metre mark. Division 2, women's under 16 single scull. Zoe Hall, St Catherine's in lane 1. Blythe Ogilvie, Redlands in 2. Bronte Blackmore, Mossman in 3. PLC is withdrawn, leaving Georgie Poole, Kinross Walleroy in 5. Claire Robinson, Penrith in 6. Blake from Capital Lakes in 7. Lauren Moran from Glebe in 8. And Cleo Price, Nepean in lane 9.
Well, I don't think Cleo's there.
Doesn't look like it, Barry.
Well, you can have a look. You've got to commend the boat race officials. The 4 of them are up this end. They've been guiding scullers, wayward scullers down, and gee, they must be in communication with one another. I mean, it's almost like a dance that they do to make sure everybody's safe, but they keep clear of the course. No wash or anything. Good work. Well, on this side, you can see the young sculler here from lane 8. That's Lauren Moran, coached by Luke Fleming, representing Glebe. On the far side, the only bit of combination she'd have over there is Mossman's Bronte Blackmore Cram, coached by Linda Reid, is the Mossman sculler in the reddish clothes over there. And you can have a look at Kinross, Rolleroy, Georgie Poole. They're the top 3 at the present moment. Poole needs no introduction. She's in the blue-coloured boat right in the centre of the course, and to her immediate left, Penrith sculler Claire Robinson. Well, we're seeing a great race going on between the flanks of the course. Look at Bronte Blackmore Cram. Now look at the ton. She's got the head down and she's really going. It's lovely to see. These people are young tries. No doubt they do well at school as well. So here she is, the young lady from Mossman, Bronte Blackmore Cram, will take the win in the women's under 16 single sculls second division. Only about a length of clear water between herself and Glebe's Lauren Moran for second place. Third place looks like it will go to Kinross Rolleroy with Georgie Poole. And then fourth alongside her, and the head screwed around, almost looked like that movie that we saw where the head went around 360 degrees. He's fourth, and that's the young Claire from Penrith. Taking out fourth. Fifth place will go to Capital Lakes, Naima Blake. And sixth place right over there will go to St Catherine's Zoe Hall. Seventh then will go to, I think, to Redlands colours. And I don't know whether did I pick up Nepean number 3? Not there. We agreed she wasn't there. So the time
No, and that was Cleo Price, not there.
Yep.
But Barry, we can look at the next race coming down rapidly. Division 3, women's under 16 singles. Emily Parker from North Sydney Girls, Georgia Shearer from St Catherine's. In lane 3 at Charlotte Scamps from Redlands. Lane 4 Emma Crucial, Capital Lakes. Lane 5 Claudia Beggs PLC. Lane 6 Yasmin Wakefield Penrith. In lane 7 Tasman Burley from Newcastle Grammar. Withdrawal from Glebe, leaving Aurora Manwaring in lane 9 for Upper Hunter.
Bicknell's has been withdrawn. Is that right, John? Bicknell's been withdrawn?
Yes, that's right.
That's by Malcolm Campbell. Well, here's another race. And for under 16s, they're fairly close racing coming down here, but it's exciting racing if you have a look. And we look across 3 lanes, and this Newcastle Grammar And this is the women's under-16 sculls, as John's introduced us to. And I think that is Newcastle Grammar. The colours, yes, it's Newcastle Grammar. Tamsin Burley. Now, I don't know whether we've seen Tamsin Burley too many times before, but all the way from Newcastle Grammar, and she looks like she's a winner here. But right on the other side of the course, St Catherine's, that's Georgia Shearer on the other side. And Georgia has looked across several times. She knows precisely where she's going. She knows where she's been, and she's headed. I think she might overtake the Burley from Newcastle Grammar. She's moved up on her in the last few metres of the event. And St Catherine's, Georgia Shearer, taken over the lead in the third division of the women's under-16 single sculls, and she takes the win. About almost a length and a half for Clearwater, back to Burley of Newcastle Grammar, and third place then, well, looks like it will go to a close third to Redland Sculler. For third, that's Charlotte Scamps, followed by Beggs of PLC Sydney, and then very close racing back to Cushell of Capital Lakes, taking out fifth. And oh, look at this, John, once again.
I think we got another candidate for an Academy Award. Well done. Looks great.
Penrith, my goodness gracious me. Jasmine Wakefield, you're a real star out there with all the trappings. She looks like she's pretty tight after carrying all that weight out there. And no, that was a great one and a very good one. I hope the judges are looking very closely at these. We've had some very good results. Well, I think we've got to start. John, for race 57, 71, right?
Well, we're just moving in now. Attacks from both sides in readiness for the presentation for race number 71, second division of the women's under-16 single scull. And the award goes to Mossman Rowing Club, represented by Bronte Blackmore. Congratulations, Bronte, winning time 4:05.43. So winner, Division 2, women's under-16 single scull.
Well, we'll go back to racing, and there they are on your screen from the presentation now to just behind the current event, which you can see for race 73 on your programs, due to start at 2:27, so racing is back on time again. This is the fourth division of the women's under-16 sculls, introduced by John.
Barry, you might just, there are 7 divisions in this race, so very, very well supported, yes.
Well, they've been almost full lanes too, so
Yep.
what's that make?
Full fields all the time.
So that's nearly 60.
Yeah. So in lane 1, Ava Meyer from Newcastle Grammar, Sonia Freeborg from North Sydney Girls. Lane 3, Charlotte Ryan, Capital Lakes. Lane 4, Nicole Chong, St Catherine's. Lane 5, Isabel Scammell, Kinross Walleroy. Lane 6, Audra Olsen from Redlands. Lane 7, Liv Fredrickson from Glebe. Lane 8, Jade Lim from PLC Sydney. And lane 9, Ashley Potter from North Shore.
Well, those people in the grandstand and on the certainly on the scoreboard will be able to see these crews as they move up to with 500 metres to go. And I think you'll see the flag poles in the background, and you can make your own judgment then on the race leader in second place. They come into view. There they are. They go past the channel over there. And it looks like a race leader coming from the far side. But then you look at, I think, about the fourth, third crew from this side, and that could be gee, I think we might have lost a crew. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll just check that out. Is that Kinross Rolleroy? I think it is. Kinross Rolleroy in the blue, right dead centre of the course. That's it. Kinross Rolleroy. Isabella Scammell, race leader at this early stages, you might say. They've moved well now into the second half of the event, and it's Kinross Rolleroy, Scammell in the lead, but it's anybody's guess for second. I mean, the young lady on this side, was doing so well from North Shore. That's Ash Potter. And then 2 across from her is Glebe's Liv Fredrickson. So the local girls are doing quite well as well. Back a little way alongside Glebe Redlands, but it's all Kinross Rolleroy here. And the closest one to Kinross Rolleroy from the far side would happen to be Newcastle Grammar. That's Aya Myers, coached by Gabby Angus, right over there on the far side of the course. But with every stroke, the tenacity of this young under-16 single sculler, Isabella Scammell, starting the show here now. And you notice how she keeps the blades under the water. There's no wash at the finish. She comes out square. Her timing is great. And it's a discipline of the sport, the run of the boat, and getting that boat to move well. She looks good.
Very relaxed style. Obviously, it's easy to sit and walk back, but she's not under pressure. She's very relaxed. Had a very good run out of the boat, Barry.
Well, I don't know whether this is the effect of having Sarah Cook on the panel, but see, there's a slight pause at the release when she comes out of the water, and then she starts the run-up. And she's going fairly quickly down the front of the slide, but you see that. So for that moment, she's getting that run out of the boat. She gets the run out just there. And there we are. Isabella Scammell takes the win for the 4th division. And you can see now on the far side in the yellow boat over there, that's Avra Myers from Newcastle Grammar. Takes out 2nd place. A good race going on for 3rd and 4th. It will go to lane 7. Frederickson from Glebe takes 3rd. And it will go then to Potter of North Shore for 4th place. 5th place will go to St Catherine's Nicole Chong. Oh, look, it's number 6. Good heavens above. Is that a single scull?
Yes, but has all the presents wrapped on it as well.
I think that she's got a double skull and she's wrapped up everything she's racing. Is that a single scull? Good heavens above.
Well, Barry, let's have a look at race 74, Division 5, coming down now. Philippa Gray, lane 1, Capital Lakes, Charlotte Murray, Penrith, lane 2, Emily Arlie Beck, PLC, lane 3. And Harriet Amos and Catherine's lane 4, Alana Tompkins, Kinross Wallery 5, Grace Burke Mossman in 6, Amber Williams Redlands in 7, and Alice Carraro Newcastle Grammar in 8, and a withdrawal from MLC in lane 9. Thank you. We're now looking at presentation for race 72, and this is the 3rd division of the women's under-16 single scull, and our winner representing St Catherine's, Georgia Shearer. So congratulations, Shearer, winning time 4:22.37. So St Catherine's winner, Division 3, women's under-16 single scull.
Well, back to racing, John. This is race 74, the women's under-16 scull, 5th division on the far side of the red boat over there. That looks like Penrith. Is that Yellow Blaze? Yes, it is. That and the red boat. You've got Charlotte Murray over there. Charlotte Toos Cutler and Chad Paymer. Lindsay Callaghan once again in the mix for the coaches. Penrith about to take the win in 2nd place. And Blondie there from Mossman Rowing Club. That looks like Grace Burke down there in lane 6. She will take out 2nd place. 3rd place will go to lane 8. Newcastle Grammar. Alice Carraro for 3rd. 4th will go then to lane, I think that's lane 6. Did I get that wrong? Mossman number 2. Doesn't matter. It looked like Redlands in there. I think we've got the right race.
It's race 74, Barry.
Race 74. 74 will be Newcastle Grammar back in 3rd. Then Kinross Rolleroy back to St Catherine's for 5th. Capital Lakes in 6th. But the race certainly won by Penrith Charlotte Murray in a 4:18.31. Followed by Mossman Grace Burke, and 3rd place there was Carraro from Newcastle Grammar.
And we look at Division 6 now underway. Same classification. Amelia Cooper in lane 1, St Catherine's. Briar Carter, lane 2, Redlands. Isabel Marable Mossman in lane 3. Heidi Osborne, PLC in 4. Lila Adderton,
Penrith in lane 5, Claudia Downs, Capital Lakes in 6, Sarah Barici from Nepean in 7, and Freya Neville from Kinross Walleroy in lane 8. I think we got time to have our little presentation. So while the race is coming on, so let's look at race number 73 now. 4th division of the women's under 16 singles. And the winner representing Kinross Walleroy is Isabella Scammell. Congratulations, Isabella, your time 3:59.73. So Kinross Walleroy winning sculler Division 4 women's under 16 single scull.
Well, another good one coming up here now on both sides of the course, John. This is race 75 on your program. It's division number 6 of the under 16 single sculls for women, and we're just witnessing now a great run by Amelia Cooper over there, who's come up to and past Kinross Walleroy's Freya Neville. And St Catherine's Amelia Cooper will take the win. And a good run coming from both these young ladies. Kinross Walleroy sculler Freya Neville will take 2nd place. And they've opened up in that little jewel in the sun as they've moved over the last 300 metres. These races are over 1,000 metres. 3rd place, well, here's a good race going on for 3rd at a low rate. Their heads are down. They look across and we'll go to Nepean. Sarah Berishi will take 3rd place, and 4th place then will go to Claudia Downs from Capital Lakes, and she'll be followed by Penrith's Lila Anderton for 5th, and 6th place then to the Mossman sculler Isabella Maribel in 6th place, and 7th place then will go to Redlands Brian Carter for 7th, and then we've got PLC with the red cap, Heidi Osborne, coached by Annie H.E., and she'll be judged in 8th place. And the unofficial time for race 75 will be a 3:53.2. 3:53.2.
So ladies and gentlemen, while we've got a race coming down, we'll look now at our next presentation. And this is for race 74. And it is the 5th division of the women's under 16 single scull, and it's a local winner from Penrith Rowing Club, Charlotte Murray. Congratulations, Charlotte, winning time of 4:18.31. Your coach Charlotte Toos Cutler, Shad Palmer and Lindsay Callaghan. So Penrith, Charlotte Murray, winner of the 5th division of the women's under 16 single scull.
Well, now we might get a shot of the next event down at the start line there. That's the 1,000 metres. And we had them on the line down there. This would be the lineup. John, if you can give it to us, because I think they're ready to do a cross. They've already got a start now.
And this is the final division of this women's under 16 singles. Summer Wanderers from PLC Sydney in 1, Georgia Vershaw Redlands in 2, Amy Georgia Barnett in Newcastle Grammar in 3, Lily Diaska from Redlands in 4, Isabel Lucraft Sydney in 5, Sarah Fard Des Moines in 6, Ishani Umali from St Catherine's in 7, and Charlie Billings from Shellhaven in lane 8.
Well, we go now and we see the progress being made. Of course, they're a little way out in distance, of course. Good shot being taken from the camera, which is behind the start, and we'll follow them down. But at this stage, John's given you the lineup, and they are racing. And I think we've got most of the lanes there covered. I think we've got lanes certainly 9. The Shoalhaven Scull is there, St Catherine's are there. But I don't think we've got a sculler. The Des Moines sculler Fard may be out. We'll just check on that. I think Sydney are there, and then next to Sydney you've got Redlands. And we've got Newcastle Grammar. So I think they're probably... Well, we go back to presentations, John, and they get a bit closer.
So, ladies and gentlemen, taking the pontoon at the moment are the winners of Division 2 of the Women's CD Grade Coxed 4. That's race 68 on the programme. And the winning crew comes from PLC Sydney, all decorated, and PLC represented by Maisha Taylor, Eva Hopwood, Emma O'Day, Alexandra Reed, and in the coxswain seat, Jade Lim, the crew coached by Mani Razea. Winning time 4:10.39. Congratulations, PLC winners, Division 2, the women's C and D grade Coxed 4.
Thanks, John. On your screen, you may be able to see now the long shot as they're coming towards the finishing tower. And it's clearly that Drummoyne Sculler is there, and it's clear that she's in front. You can see the dominant yellow as she approaches the finishing line. Well, she's about 350 metres out, but it certainly is Drummoyne looking for a first place here to immediate right. And she's cleared out to about a good 7 or 8 lengths of clear water. You can see the sculler in the light blue to her right, which is the Sydney Rowing Club sculler back in second place. And then you've got to look right over in the background to see third. Now, there's quite a substantial difference between third place right over there on the far side. I think that could be just trying to pick them out, but won't worry too much about that light colours. But certainly the Drummoyne sculler, Sarah Fard from Drummoyne, and coached by Robin McNee. Now we saw Kim McNee, Mr. Kim McNee, racing there earlier on today in the Masters with George Zuris. Robin does coaching mainly at UTS, also at Drummoyne. Was a very strong member of a Glebe Rowing Club many years. And here she is. She's got many young people over the line, including members of her own family. And another success story for Robin McNee with Sarah Fard. Representing Drummoyne, she takes the win. And second place, as we said, is the young lady there from Isabel Lucraft. I think that is from the Sydney Rowing Club, coached by Brendan Longman. And you can see how Sarah Fard has certainly spread the field. Lucraft from Sydney back in second place. And moving up very quietly on this side has been St Catherine's, and great to see her. Ishani Umail Pamartharan will be judged in third place. Just below us here, and a good performance coming from St Catherine's. And over there in the blue boat, it looks like Newcastle Grammar. Amy Georgia Barnett, coached by Gabby Agnes, will be judged in fourth place. In the purple boat once again, and fifth place then will go to Redlands. Lily Jackstra will be judged in fifth. Still more to go.
And we look at now another presentation, and this is for race 75 on our program. It's Division 6, the women's under 16 single scull. What a fine representation for this classification. First place to St Catherine's of Waverley. St Catherine's represented by Amelia Cooper. Well done, Amelia. Winning time 3:53.20. Winner, Division 6, women's under 16 single scull. We're back to the chaps now, Barry. This is race 77, Division 1, men's Masters Coxless 4. Mixture of D and E. E is on grow. All the D are 4 seconds. So Mossman number 1 on 4 seconds. Glebe in lane 4 in 4 seconds. Sydney in 4 seconds, Mossman in 6, and on go North Shore in lane 7, and they're doing pretty well.
Well, just to, if there's any confusion about the last event, that's Division 7 of the under 16 single sculls. The young lady finished from Redlands, I think. and the PLC sculler came through over here in lane 9. She was actually expected to go into lane 1 on the far side, but she gained 6th place and 7th place went to Redlands. I think they did carry out the judgment there. Well, as John said, we're on to the men's masters Coxed 4, and looking 3 out, that's the Sydney Rowing Club crew of Cowup, Little, Greenslade and McNeil. Once again, Sydney at the tops also of Masters Rowing. And certainly the organisation over there have made them very competitive, as we can see with their rowing at the head of the Parramatta. Sydney Rowing Club in the men's Masters Coxed 4. These guys are in their 50s, mid-50s, 56. An incredible performance. I mean, from a distance, they
You could see they've been rowing for a few years, Barry.
I can do that, John. That's they'll take the win. And they're the boys from Glebe. They've done it again. Wigan, Wenzel, Bland and Ramshaw. And isn't Ramshaw new on the association now? 2. He's 2nd place there. 3rd place will go to North Shore. 4th place there. Kim Rudder again as the coach there. Mossman taking out 4th place. And 5th place then will go to the Mossman number 1 crew of Moran. Brandeo and Michael Diamond and Harry Fine. They'll be judged in 5th place, and the time for race 77
is 3:25.23.
That's now official. 3:20, is it? 3:25?
3 for race 77. It's not there, yes.
76, right,
I wrote down 3:25.23.
3:25.23.
Yes.
Race 76, official time there is a 4:05.76.
Yes. But Barry, Division 2 of the men's Masters Cox 4. Coxless 4 is underway. A mixture of E, F and G. The 2 G are on go. So, Sydney number 2 on 12 seconds in lane 2. University of New South Wales, lane 4 on 12 seconds. Lane 5, Leichhardt on 7 seconds. And Sydney Women's MLC 6 on go. Glebe and Swan River Composite on lane 7 on go. So Glebe and Swan River it again. Watch them this time, Barry.
Well, I'm going to be watching that Leichhardt crew. It's got Justin Mill in the crew, and I'm looking to see whether he's got his dog chained up over there. All right, back to presentations, John.
And we're looking now at the presentation of race 76, 7th division of the women's under-16 single scull. The winning club was Drummoyne, and Drummoyne represented by Sarah Fard, coached by Robin Mackney. Well done, Sarah. Winning time 4:05.76.
from Sydney Uni, Emily.
59, was it? And our next presentation, in fact, we've got 2 ready to go, but we'll start with race 69 first of all. This was the women's novice single scull over 1,000 metres, and the winning club, Sydney University, represented by Emily Foster, coached by Jack Hanley. Emily's winning time 4:48.25. So Sydney University winners of the women's novice single scull. But we're ready with another presentation here at the moment, and this is race 77. And we've got our CEO of Rowing New South Wales ready to go. This is Division 1 of the men's Masters Coxed 4, race 77 on the program. And the winning club, Sydney Rowing Club. Sydney represented by Stuart Karp, Martin Little, David Greenslade and Robin McNeil. So congratulations, Sydney Rowing Club. 3:25.23, winners Division 1 men's Masters Coxed 4.
Well, Division 2 of the Men's Masters Coxed 4 underway. We've got all the crews down there. John's been through them, and on this side, the Glebe Composite crew. Now, the composite has been organised. I was sure that's George Uris once again from Swan River over in Western Australia. So that's where that comes in. They were the Go crew. They started off on Go, and you can see the yellow boat out there, which I think could be the University of New South Wales crew, started off at the 12-second mark. And they're probably about a length separating them. So can they catch the Go crew, which is one of the Go crews? Second place will go to the University of New South Wales with Grundy, McNamara, McEnroe and Moyes. Third place then will go to the Leichhardt crew of Ross, Milne, Patterson and Duff. For third, fourth place then will go to, I think that's Sydney number 2 with Gates, Wood, Rickard, Bell and Charles Lloyd Jones. Taking fourth, fifth place then will go to Sydney Women's MLC with McCormack, Goff, Zammit and Hayes. They will take out fifth place, and the time for race 78 looks to be round about a 3:40.97. 3:40.97. So we invite the Glebe Western Australian combination to make their way if they can spare it. And I think they're turning their boat round now. So you get a chance to meet the Western Australian Bucks, George Ziris, and the rest of the Glebe Club crew.
So while we're waiting for that to happen, we look at the race coming down at the moment. It is Division 1 Women's Masters Double Scull, and there are representatives of the A classification, B and D. Now all the Ds are off Go Shellharbour City in lane 1 is off 9 seconds. Glebe in lane 2 off 9 seconds. Glebe number 2 in lane 3 is off 8 seconds. All the rest of the crews off Go. Sydney Women's MLC in 4, Balmain in 5, Leichhardt and Mossman Composite in 6, Shoalhaven in 7, St George in 8 and Sydney Women's MLC in 9.
Well, I think all the 9 crews, the lanes are being used there, and as we can see, the St George number 1 crew on this side of well up in the early race leadies. This has got a young junior. Well, she's no longer a junior, but I can remember when she was in her junior days, Christine McCready and Tamsin Brew. Both of them coached by now by Bruce Williams, and they were juniors and very successful juniors in those days. But you can see a challenge now coming on the far side. This Glebe combination and Glebe Club have done absolute wonders with Brad Smith, and you can see the 2 Glebe crews over there fighting it out against one another. And I think Glebe have moved up there with Liz Lester and Catriona Rose. They took out the JB Sharp Winter Series Cup, but that's excellent rowing over there, John, isn't it?
They're doing very well indeed, actually, yes.
And they're in their late 20s, up to 30s. The Glebe number 1 crew, they will take the win. Second place alongside them would be Lindahl and Jacqueline Harris, slightly older, but the Glebe number 2 crew will take out second place. Third place down there, early race favourites. Now in third place, St George, McCready and Brew taking third. A good race going on for fourth, but it looks like it might go to the Leichhardt Composite crew with Chickenani and Wilson for fourth. Fifth will go to Shellharbour City, Murray and Moxon for fifth, and then followed by, I think that's Shoalhaven for sixth place, and seventh place, seventh place, lane 5, possibly Balmain will take out seventh. Eighth place will go to Sydney Women's MLC, and ninth place to Sydney Women's MLC. That's the full 9 placings. And 79, the time there was a 3:47.61.
That's it, yes. But we're looking now at our next presentation. This is for race 78, second division, men's masters Coxed 4. And our winner is a Glebe Swan River composite. The crew represented by Mark McEwen of Glebe, Mark Tierchen from Glebe, George Zuris from Swan River, and Kim Mackney from Glebe. Winning time 3:40.97. So congratulations, Glebe, the Swan River. Lots of presents to take back to the west, George.
Well, whilst they're standing up there, they're just waiting for a change of cups or an additional cup to come down. George Zuris, if you can hear us down there on the presentation area, welcome back to New South Wales. We miss you since the last championship events. George Zuris in the Dar singlet and a great friend of all New South Wales rowers. There we go, George.
So let's acknowledge them again. That's Mark McEwen from Glebe, Mark Tierjan from Glebe, George Zuris, Swan River, Ken Mackney from Glebe. Well, Barry, the race underway at the moment. It's over 1,000 metres. Division 1 of the Women's Masters Double Scull. It's a combination of A, B and D class. All the Ds are off go. Shellhaven City in lane 1 off 9 seconds. Glebe number 1. No, that's the wrong race. Let's go back again.
80.
We look at race 80 instead. More turn over your page. Division 2. This is combination of D, E and F. And in this case, all the F classification are off go. So in lane 1, North Shore off 11 seconds. Lane 2, Mossman off 11. Lane 3, North Shore off 6 seconds. Lane 4, Shell Harbour City off 6. Lane 5, Balmain off 6. And St George in lane 6 off 6. Now the other 3 all off go. Sydney Women's in 7. Sydney Women's MLC in 7. Sydney Women's MLC in 9.
Well, for a Masters event, they're keeping up with the youngsters too, and it's a very even race going across here. Any one of 5 or 6 could take out the win here on this side. Sydney Women's MLC, that's Petra McCaskill and Janine Wood in the double on this side, and then next to them you've got Cox and Hayes, and then we'll slip across and that's a Balmain crew right in the centre. And this is a good run coming from Luella May Oswald and Jacqueline Warner. Nick McDonald, the coach there, they started off at the 6-second mark, and they're already up there with the Go crews. So they have done extremely well. Keep your eyes on the centre of the course there with Balmain, and then we move across there to Mossman. Now the Mossman combination, I think that would be the Linda Madronia Jane Tribe. They started off with 11-second handicap, and they've moved up on Balmain, and they've moved up on the Go Cruise. So the stars of the show could be Mossman over there. They started well back at the 11-second mark, and it's Madronia and Tribe now. They've left their partners. I think it's Madronia and Tribe. Yes, it is. For Mossman. In the Duke category, at the 11-second mark now, they've moved out to about a 2 lengths lead over the early race, or the earlier race leaders from Balmain. And it looks like Mossman, Linda Madronia, and Jane Tribe from the 11-second mark have overtaken that handicap, and they will take out the win, clearing out by about a good 4 lengths of Clearwater. Balmain hanging in there strongly with Lucy May Oswald and Jacqueline Warner. Can they hold on there? The challenge coming from St George. They lift their game. Balmain will take 2nd place. 3rd place then will go to St George. 3rd place or 4th place then will go to, I think that is the North Shore crew over there for 4th place, and North Shore will again go to Shell Harbour City. The Sydney Women's MLC both in 6th and 7th places, and 8th place then right on the far side, the North Shore 1 crew just finished with Grundy and Culhane.
And Mossman's time for the 1,000 metres, 4:12.41.
4:12.41. Thanks, John.
Yes, but we're back to the podium again, and this presentation is for race 79, and this is Division 1 of the Women's Master Double Scull. And winners for this event, race 79, the Glebe Rowing Club. Glebe represented by Elizabeth Lester and Catriona Rose. Well done, Elizabeth and Catriona. Your winning time 3:47.61. So Glebe 0.61. So Glebe, winners of Division 1, the Women's Masters Double Scull.
John, I see them moving back now to the 2,000 metre start. So we've got the seniors coming on again.
Yeah, the men's open lightweight and 23, under 23 single scull, but they're all open in this event, but a few withdrawals. We've got withdrawals from lanes 1 and 2, Leichhardt and Nepean, and lane 7, University of New South Wales. So that leaves us with Henry Lees from UTS in lane 3, Michael Pickford, University of New South Wales, in lane 4, Andrew Lau, Des Moines in 5, Ben Gibson from Sydney in 6, Mark Doyle, UTS in 8, and Chris Barnes, University of New South Wales in 9.
Well, when you see the open class, you probably expect to see some of the elites of men's rowing, and the same applies to the women, from the people that normally we would see at the national training centres and things like that. But here, this group of open class, they're a level below perhaps that. They're yet to perhaps break into the Australian representative side of things, but close to it, and they're giving it their best shot today. Now you have some of the big names there from Sydney Rowing Club. Ben Gibson, who's about third out from the grandstand side. UTS, Mark Doyle. And I think UTS probably and Sydney Rowing Club would be the two big movers and shakers in this event. But they've gone back to the 2,000 metre and start, and they're away. I think we just saw them moving away on centre screen there. And a great shot coming from the back of the start lines there. You can see the boat holders prone on that. You can see just to the side of that where the mooring buoys, where they wait for their lanes, or crews just about to come onto the course. A fantastic view from 2,000 metres away down at the start. The scullers there moving on for their next event. A wonderful shot looking back up towards the finishing line there. You can see the umpire's boat moving in behind the scullers, who would just appear as dots right in the centre. Very hard to pick out on the screens that you see, but a great shot, and full marks to the technical support given to New South Wales rowing.
Well, Barry, we've just seen the Mossman pair move toward the podium in readiness for the medal presentation of race number 80, the second division of the Women's Masters Double Scull. And the winner of this event, Mossman Rowing Club. Mossman represented by Linda Madronia and Jane Tribe. So well done, Linda and Jane, winning time 4:12.41. So Mossman, winners of Division 2 Women's Master Double Scull.
Well, here they come on, a lovely slide shot looking from the grandstand side of the course as the scullers come up for the first 500 metres of the event. You can get some relative placings from that as they move up towards the flagpoles. And as you can see, it's a very close race going on for the first 500 metres. I think they're just about ready to go through. They've just gone through that now. And you can see on the flanks, but the leading scullers coming from the centre of the course. And we've had, of course, as John's pointed out, a few withdrawals there. Klassen and Nepean from the open class not there. So the furthest one across would be Henry Lees in this open category. Next to him, Pickford, I think, is there, and Andrew Lau from Des Moines, who's had quite good success with Robin Mackney as his coach. Ben Gibson with Donovan Check keeping an eye on him in training over at Sydney Rowing Club. Sydney number 1 sculler right in the centre, but he would be probably about the third sculler from the grandstand side of the course. It's a little bit hard to pick them out, but the third sculler across, that is Ben Gibson. You can see if you look right down there now, Ben is just to the left of the umpire's launch and probably about a canvas behind, I think, Andrew Lau from Des Moines. Andrew is just in front of the umpire's launch. And then we go to across. Henry Lees is starting to really move away from the rest of the field. But once again, UTS. I think this will end up being a race between UTS and Sydney in the long run. Henry Lees has already made a move. This is where the politics of rowing come in, or the game changes, roughly round about the either just before or just after, preferably before the 1,000 metre mark as they come up here. This is where the tactics start to come into operation. It's very even as they come up there now. There's the flagpoles. They've covered halfway, and that's pretty even between three of our top scullers in the open category. Very close racing going on down there, but I think it might be Lees, coached by Alex Field, David Jelly and Tim McLaren, that is well out in front. But whilst they've been looking at the crews in the middle of that, have a look at Mark Doyle. Mark Doyle is second from this side, a little way back from UTS also, same coaches, and doing a good job. Mark Doyle, second from this side. Now we'll have a look on the view that you can see, perhaps from the screen, which is at the western end of the grandstand, and you can judge for yourself. It does change a little bit, and the perception changes when you're looking from behind the field to see who was up in front. That's a better shot there now that you see with the crews. We're taking a head shot there, and you can see that sculler. I think it's from, well, Pickford's not doing too bad, but I think that is Henry Lees leading out there, although Pickford's doing quite well. So it's a good shot that we can see. Just you can see the umpire's launch coming out there from the side. So good shots. But when we look down there, I think in the crews that have been left to race in this event, Lees certainly is in the lead from UTS on the far side of the course. Oh, we can handle that, John. Excuse me. Well, I think that's Lees. You can see that on this side, the University of New South Wales sculler, Chris Burns in lane 9, well back out of contention. Mark Doyle's starting to slip back a little, gone back to about second or third there from UTS. And we're still looking, I think that's Lees overall. From Sydney. Now Gibson is probably lying back in third place at the present moment. He'd be leading of the middle of the pack, but Mark Doyle continues to improve his position representing UTS on this side of the course. The second sculler from the grandstand, and on the far side we've been talking about this Henry Lees. Both from the same club, both looking for movement or even selection in the perhaps in the under 23s if they're not into that age group, but they're trying out to impress the selectors, and they've got a great coach that's going to help them get there. Got three of them, as a matter of fact, Field, Jelly and McLaren. And the further they go, Henry Lees is starting to show that superiority on the far side of the course there. Number 2 sculler, can he hold on here? Very smooth, wonderful sculling, John, coming from Mark Doyle on this side of the course. Can you see that slight pause that comes in with the McLaren coach crew? Just over there on the far side. Little pause, and then off he goes. Henry Lees about to take the win. He does that very comfortably. And then second place will also go to Mark Doyle of UTS. Third place will go to Sydney's Ben Gibson for third. Fourth will go to Drummoyne's Andrew Lau. Fifth place will go to University of New South Wales Pickford. Sixth place then will go below us at the tower, Chris Burns of the University of New South Wales for sixth. And I think that's the full house, John, and the unofficial time there for race 81. Seventh. Good, thanks, John. We saw the young sculler racing in the double sculls here before. Max Dynam, we mentioned his name, was from Sydney. He was racing in the double scull. I think he got a second place there, and he's racing again here for Sydney. He's the second sculler. They've been lane 8, running about second place at this stage. Dynam's out. Ah, right. Well, that would make our race leader. Well, we keep our fingers crossed here, John. It's the colours of St Peter's at Cambridge. Oh, we've got a two-way radio here. I think we're picking up the wrong channel. We've got St Peter's at Cambridge. Here's the New Zealander coming down here now, and he leads. So a big cheer coming up. If you're a supporter of New Zealand, get down here over the green Barcy Verge and have a look at this. New Zealand are coming up here. This could be their big win of the day. Jason Nell in the under-23, coached by Megan Glenn. And we can hear the cheers coming up here now. A good one coming up from St Peter. This is exciting, John, isn't it? Well, he's certainly getting the crowd excited to see the young New Zealander, the young schoolboy from St Peter's at Cambridge. I don't think he's been out here before, but he leads by about 3 to 4 lengths of clear water. And in second place, it looks like it will go to Nick Luzek from Sydney University for second, hanging in there. Third place then will go to Matt Leighton, also from Sydney University. And then fourth place right over there, another Sydney University win coming up, or a placing coming up. And that looks like it could be, I think that could be Richard Ledger over there. Will take out fourth place. And fifth place then will go to Rouston of Sydney University. Gee whiz, they've certainly flooded the field here, haven't they?
I think that makes St Peter's Cambridge their second win of the day. Few places, of course, but it's good to get a couple of wins on your belt when you're visiting, particularly internationally.
Well, we're looking for 1, 2, 3, 4, 4th places. The 5th place coming up here now, is it? And that'll be University of New South Wales, David Lester. Is that a 5th?
Now we look at division number 3 of this event, Barry. That's the men's open lightweight under 23 singles. They're all lightweight in this division, every one of them. So Michael Jones from University of New South Wales in lane 3, Oscar Fawkes, Drummoyne in 4, Christopher McCarthy, Sydney in 5, Wyatt Batt, Sydney University in 6, and Imogen Kilbridge from Balmain in lane 7. But there appears to be a couple of holes down there. Just look up the official lane 73. Yes, scratchings from Sydney number 3 and Balmain number 1. Well, so that leaves us, Barry, University of New South Wales in 3, Drummoyne in 4, Sydney Uni in 6.
I don't think any of the names that they have down there are listed in the lightweight squad for the Penrith Cup. I don't see any of them there, so it may well be that it hasn't attracted the strongest field. But the nevertheless, you've got 3 boys. You mentioned you've got 3 scullers down there. We can see them coming up there now.
All 3 appear to be there.
Yeah. Well, John, you've got a good eye. What do you think about this Wyatt Batt from Sydney University in the lead?
I'd say that he's in a pretty handsome place to be at the moment. Even if there was a magnificent effort from, say, the University of New South Wales sculler Michael Jones, it'd be an effort to catch up and pass Wyatt Batt before he reached the finishing line. I mean, anything can happen. We can have people sink. But I would think that Sydney University at this stage appear to have the race sewn up.
Well, the three scullers came down here. He certainly spread the field. Our young bat. He's not giving up. A lovely blade placement into the water. I mean, there's your comments earlier about the young guns. I mean, it continues right through the whole field, John.
Well, while they're coming down, we might proceed with our awards for race 82, the second division, the men's open single scull. This is the under 23 element. And the winners, St Peter's, Cambridge from New Zealand, and all the way from Kiwiland, Jason Nell, coached by Megan Glenn. Well done, Jason. Winning time is 7:33.03. Winner, Division 2 men's single scull.
This young fellow here is from Wyatt Bat. His technique is absolutely superb. He gets the blade in the water and then he puts the effort on. He doesn't lose any bit of water at all. Well done. Coached by Christopher Holliday. Takes the win. Second place then will go to the University of New South Wales. That's Michael Jones. And then third place will go to the Drummoyne Sculler. 1, 2, 3. The time for young...
7:31.46.
7:31.46, John, was that
yes, indeed. And we next have Division 1, the men's under-19 21 double, but they're all under 19. We've had a withdrawal from Sydney University. The main 4 starters are all under 19.
Yes, they made a judgment there. Young Wyatt Bat, who was supposed to be a member of that Sydney University crew, took out the single sculls in the race we've just seen. So that's why there's been a withdrawal there from Sydney University.
And we now have in lane 1 Michael Grigg and Oscar Lyndon Smith from Newington. In lane 3 Jack Wilkin, Oscar Lynch Newington. In lane 4 Oscar Tierney and Oliver Ryan from Glebe. In lane 5 Riley Vaughan and Namkai Astalanu from Sydney in 6.
Well, the long shot shows them out there. You can see that the information on the board has the 2 withdrawals there. But we've got the 3 doubles, and the leading double there, I think, would be from Sydney Rowing Club. You can see the long shot sitting in the light blue, right in the centre of the screen, and that would be the Riley Vaughan Namkai Stilianu, coached by Brendan Longman from the Sydney crew, and right in the centre. I think that's, not too sure whether it's Glebe or Newington, I think, because certainly...
I think they're 2 Newington crews, and the Sydney Vaughan and Stalianu in front, leaving the 2 Newington crews in 2nd and 3rd.
So Newington number 3 in 2nd place, and Newington number 4 in 3rd.
Yes.
Well, the Sydney crew, Riley Vaughan and Namkai Stilianu. Well, they certainly didn't take anything off it over the last few paddles there, didn't they? And all the crews starting to work very hard. Well, there we go. Well, that was the under-19, first division of the under-19s. We should have a lot of under-19s in the second division. We
haven't got a time for the race, Barry. Our officials, they think now it's off the screen, so... Oh, there we are. We do have a tile. 7:10:24. That confirms Sydney first, Newington number 3 in 2nd, and Newington number 4 in 3rd place. And I think we're ready for yet another presentation, and this will be the race finished a few minutes ago. Race 83, Division 3 of the men's open lightweight under 23 scull, and this is the lightweight division. The award going to Sydney University. Sydney University represented by Wyatt Batt. Winning time 7:31.46. So congratulations, Wyatt. Winner Division 3, the under 23 single scull. Or Division 2 of the double scull. These are all under 19. Lane 3, Newcastle Grammar, Newington 2 in lane 4, Newington 1 in lane 5, Glebe 1 in lane 6, Kinross Walleroy in lane 7.
Well, Newington 1, that's Wood and Webster, have really lead at Newington. I think on their right hand side you've also got Bolden and Tainch from Newington. That's their number 2 crew, and it looks like Newington could be a 1-2 finish here. Third place, well, it's equally shared at this stage between Glebe, who continue to amaze me, Ogilvy and Ly Lewis, coached by Brad Smith. And this is a club that, gee whiz, many years ago they lost their licence. The premises were taken over. They've managed to get an old construction shed, pontoon from Maritime Services. They've done a magnificent job. Well, there they go, first place, across the line, lane 5. That's the Newington College crew taking the win. Second place will go to Newington number 2, and third place will go to Newcastle Grammar in third place, followed by Glebe number 1, and then will be Kinross Rolleroy taking out of 5th place.
And the winning time 6:51.73.
Well, the next one is a little bit different because we've got young ladies, 2 from Sydney, 2 Sydney crews in the combined AB4. So there'll be two trophies here for the AB combined, John, and also the Open Coxed 4, which features the New Zealanders once again, St Peters at Cambridge. But so far as the crews up here, you've got Rachel Balcom from Sydney University. She's a standout. And these are young ladies. I think if we looked in the Youth 8, the Youth 8, for those people from New Zealand that are here, we have the Youth 8. You've got the same thing too. The Youth 8 squad for the younger ones. And in the state versus state racing, that's in the King's Cup events, which takes place in March over here on this course. Balcom is in the Women's Youth 8 squad once again, so she's featured in this next event. And then you've got a number of them, I think, that are also in. Lauren Lyon is in the Women's Youth 8. There's also Scott as well. Lauren Lyon mentioned down there. She's in one of the crews. So we're going to see some fierce competition, John, in this next event for young ladies that have been given the chance of getting into the Women's Youth 8 squad. They've got about a squad of about, I don't know, 14 or 15. They can only pick 8. And these are vying to make sure they get in. Balcom's already been in the Junior 4 Australian representative crew, along with several of the others. Back to you, John.
So before we look at that fierce competition, we'll present, and this is for race 84, Division 1 of the men's double scull, the under 19 division, and the winner, Sydney Rowing Club, Sydney represented by Riley Vaughan and Namkai Stylianu. Well done, Riley and Namkai. Sydney Rowing Club, winning time 7:10.24, winners of the under 23 division of the double scull. We've got a lot of water down there waiting to be filled, Barry. I presume the race underway at the moment? No, there they are at the start still.
Well, it's a good shot of them. You can see them starting to back the boats in, John.
Yeah, very good shot actually. And yeah, 86.
Internationally, they'd be saying Sydney 1, Sydney 2, Sydney University, and New Zealand. Well, it is. Well, there we
they're
go. You
away.
can see the start. They're away. Well, looks like, did I only see the 3 crews there, John? I
It
think.
certainly looks that way, Barry. I don't know which one is not. There we are. The Sydney number 1 crew has withdrawn. They were originally scheduled to row in lane 3. So we're left now with 1 entry, Sydney Rowing Club for the AB classification, but 2 in the open classification. That's Sydney University and St Peter's, Cambridge.
Well, they're moving up through the first of the quarters, the first 500 metres. You can see the flagpoles in the background, and I think it's the crew right in the centre out of the 3 of them that would make it the university combination of Ford Rigney, Rachel Balcom, Diane Batiga, coached by Alfie Young. It's the Sydney University crew at this stage. Appears to be the crew in the lead, but we could be wrong because it's very hard to pick visually on both the screen and that. Yes, it is. They're in the lead. Sydney University in the lead with Ford, Rigney, Balcom and Batiga, and it looks like they've moved out by a good 2 to 3 lengths. The second place crew could be the Sydney crew number 2 of Thompson, Caputo, Graham and Lauren Lyon, as they go up there, and that crew is only about, as they come up to that 500 metre mark, only about a length, not too far between the Sydney crew and the New Zealanders on this side of the course. Now the New Zealand crew, Norm Charlton back as the coach of the New Zealand St Peter's Cambridge crew. They're the crew closest to the grandstand with Terry Watt, Amelia Barrell, Claire Milne and Catherine Haydock. There's no doubt about the race leaders. You can see now there's the long shot coming down, and clearly right in the centre of the course, it's the crew in the centre, and it's Sydney University leading now. They've opened up a bigger lead now over the crews on the flanks. There looks to be a crew coming down there. I think it might be one of the crews that's Sydney number 1 crew.
Looks like Sydney, the likely didn't row in the previous race, Barry.
Yeah.
Yes, they may have had equipment trouble, and
it could have been. They're just not taking part in the event at all. Well, there's a good shot of the race leaders from Sydney University in the yellow boat out there, and they're looking quite smart. And then we go back to have a look at the relationship between the crews. They've certainly moved well away. We might be able to pick up and see how the New Zealanders are going, but I think they're finding the pressure here a little bit heavy, and they've moved back a little bit, so they're definitely in 3rd place. Well, it's early days yet. The use of this technology on the course, the fact that it's streamed down so that people in Sydney can pick this up and look at racing live is absolutely fantastic. The movements that have been made, or the progress that has been made, John, it defeats our thinking going back a couple of years ago. We never thought we'd see this.
No, not provided locally. We've had it when they've imported at great expense.
Yeah.
Cruise technology, loads and truckloads of it.
Yeah.
But this has been put together locally, and I think very effectively.
Well, I think this was one of the first times up here on this course where Rowing New South Wales even used a drone to pick up the 2,000 metre events, and they did it so well.
It was very effective, I
It
thought,
was.
Barry, yes.
The result was just as good as they had at the London Olympics. You were there, I think.
I
And,
wasn't there. I did see it on television. I'd like to say I was waving to Her Majesty, but no, I wasn't.
Oh, well, they must have it cost them a fortune to put up the two poles at either end and run that string, the two cables along.
Yes.
And that would have been a very big effort, but gee whiz, just to do it with a $1,700 loan.
Well, notice, of course, a lot of our rugby games now, in the cricket ground in particular, are on the cables with a drone or a camera suspended from the cables.
Well, it's. I don't think New Zealand will be able to get up into second place there, but I think we've got another race on the course at the present moment, have we? That's a 1,000 metre lining up.
It's
That's
the
what it
women's
is.
CD Coxed 4, Division 1, of which there's a full field 9 crews taking place. That's over 1,000 metres, so they're still lining up down there at the moment, Barry.
Yeah, well, so this is the Sydney University combination in the lead, right in the centre of the course there, and the crew is Jamie Ford or Jane Ford, Tara Rigney, Rachel Balcom, Diona Bettiga. Rachel started her rowing career, I think, over at Pymble Ladies College, and I think she also coaches there. The number of young ladies in the state teams and the Australian teams that have taken up after university courses the coaching at some of the leading colleges. It's amazing. I think Rachel might have been rowing under the old Pymble coach over there, Julian Campbell. Jeff Patterson, I think, now has been looking after her a couple of seasons ago.
Now, this crew of Ford, Rigney, Balcom and Bettiga, they're looking very good, Barry. They really haven't been pressed, doing very nicely. And I have to say I'm impressed with the St Peter's crew there in the red. They would be giving a few years away in this race, but still very competitive.
Well, good honest racing coming from Sydney University there in the final 300 metres. They really had one. And in second place, we'll go to Sydney number 2 with Thompson, Caputo, Nima Graham and Lauren Lyne, coached by Carter Longman and Donovan Check. Second place. And the New Zealanders coming back in third place. Lovely to see them there, St Peter's, Cambridge, with Wyatt, Barrell, Mill and Haycock.
Now that, Barry, as I see, we've got 2 awards for that race. We'll have Sydney University winning the open category and then Sydney Rowing Club winning the grade category.
Right, John, so we're inviting then if they can make it over here, the Sydney number 2 crew and the Sydney University crew, if they can make their way over for presentation.
Barry, we commented about the Sydney Rowing Club crew that appeared in the background. We see them coming down leisurely coming down the far side of the course.
I've noticed a tendency lately to move to tandem rigging on boats. Am I watching that over there? They've got strokes in the bow seat and the fore seat, and that boat over there is tandem rigged. And it sort of emerged after, I think, the 1960 games over there in Rome, that it was applied to crews to make sure that they reduced the amount of crabbing in a boat. Now, whether it's successful or not, I don't know, but I've noticed an increasing number of boats, whether they're trials or whatever, of the coaches organising the way in which they rig their boat. But it probably is more effective in an 8 than it is in a 4, I don't know.
Well, the coach is trying to get a balance between individual rowers, irrespective of what side they row on, so they can work out in their own minds exactly how they achieve that balance. But I think it was originally tandem rigging was a technique introduced by the East Germans when they were dominating world rowing over many, many years.
Yeah, it goes back to the 1960s, I think it was, but they started that. But they also had the big heavy spoons, like butcher blades and things like that. They were very shovels, I think they used to call them, that developed in 1960.
Yeah. I was reading the other day in the US there is a new technology on the blades at the moment. They have a level on them in somehow which prevents them going too deep into the water. Goes the desired amount. I've not seen photographs, I've only read the description, but it'll be interesting to see it when it comes out. Well, Barry, let's have a look at what's happening in our next race. It's 87, sorry, getting closer to 107. 87 Division 1 of the women's C and D grade Coxed 4. They're underway. PLC Sydney in lane 1, Sydney Uni in 2, Newcastle Grammar in 3. Kinross Walleroy in 4, Glebe in 5, Canberra in 6, North Sydney Girls in 7, Drummoyne in 8, PLC Sydney in 9. So good to see a good field here. Very good field.
One of our favourites, the North Sydney Girls, don't appear to be there. I think they're out, but of those that are left, that Canberra crew looking quite impressive at this stage. That's the crew of Pidcock, Newton, Sweeney and Tagg. And we didn't see Alison Chin come up here for the normal bit of a chat. Alison Chin should be busy, but she'd be happy with the performance of the Canberrans out there.
Yeah, I would think she would be, yes. The North Sydney Girls crew, obviously not there. They're not shown as an official withdrawal on our screen, but they were the crew that had the little steering problems earlier.
That's right. Yes, John. Yeah.
Perhaps they're practicing.
Well, we have a look on the far side of the course. I think there's a university crew over there that coached by Debbie Fox, I think it is. They're on the far side. They've moved up now on the Canberra crew, and that's Gelati, Harper, Oliver Dent. Now, these are girls, Alina Parrish. Now, they've been around for quite a while at Sydney University. They haven't got to the heights that some of the others over there, but they've always been there. They've been very loyal and consistent. Now, that's the crew that you can see in the... right over on the far side, they're in about lane 2, I think it would be. Yes, that's it. And they've come up and they've managed to catch the Canberrans, and I think they've moved into the lead. So the lead now, Sydney University with Gelati, Harper, Dent and Parrish.
But Barry, a real move from Drummoyne here at the moment. They're now challenging Canberra.
And they look very sharp, very good. And as you can see, the coach there, Robin Mackney. Sydney University take the win. And there's Canberra will take second place. Third place will go to Drummoyne. And fourth place, this is a close one coming up for fourth, 3 locked. And there'll be a photo for that, I think. But I think it might have gone to Newcastle Grammar for fourth. Followed by Rolleroy. I think, did they check that, or there'll be a photo? I think
it looks like a photo. Well, here comes PLC with their cathedral window mounted on the bow.
I think they got a 4-wheel drive spare tyre on the front. It's big, isn't it? Yeah, so there's a photo there for second place in race number 87. I thought that would have gone to Canberra, But Sydney University have gone across in 3:26.17, 3:26.
It's not bad for the 1,000
17. No,
metres
that
in
is good time. Yep.
a grade race.
Yep. And but Canberra, I thought, definitely got a second place. Drummoyne have been given third. I agree with that. And I thought Newcastle Grammar might have gone up for the next one. But we'll wait and leave it to the judges for the final placings for race number 87.
Well, 87, 88 is on the way down, Barry. It's second division of the grade Coxed 4 women's. Balmain in lane 1, Sydney Women's MLC in 2, St George in 3, North Sydney Girls in 4, Leichhardt in 5, PLC Sydney in 6, Balmain 1 in 7, and North Sydney Girls again in 8. Now, not been advised of any withdrawals, so I don't know what the status of the North Sydney Girls crews are at this time.
Well, I noticed the dog down there. Make sure that if you have a dog up here, that you have it on a leash. We've already had one near fatality today with a dog that it was on the leash, admittedly, but we don't want any more. So if you can make sure, if you have a dog, you've got it up here on the course, that's okay, but make sure you have it on a leash.
Barry, perhaps you should take your wound across to Harry's practice and see what happens.
I don't think Harry could do much for it. I don't think he could do much for it. But anyway, all in good fun, John. Well, you know, it's wonderful, John, to see the emergence or the re-emergence of some of the old traditional clubs around here. The Tigers, Balmain, Glebe in Blackwattle Bay. For those the New Zealanders, I don't know whether you've had a chance to go to the fish markets, but they are right opposite the fish markets down in Blackwattle Bay in Sydney. You might get a chance to have a look at that if you've got the time. Well, Balmain are making a good shot at this right over there on the far side of the course. The Balmain crew of Emily Promelja, Hannah McLean, Danica Harrison, Victoria Little, and coached by Bernard Lariche and Nick McDonald. And they're having a fine race over there. As a matter of fact, I think they might be in the lead. This is a big one for them when we're in the CDs. So we're in that lower level. But the level at C and D's is now up, John, it's up near the B's, isn't it? A's and B's. They're very good racing going over there, and Balmain lead. So a very popular win coming up here for the Balmain club. And these are not the para rowers, but they've got great support with paras, and they support para rowing so well down there. And it will be Balmain. That's their number 2 crew in this. They do have paras rowing in this event, and here they come here now, and they're not last. They're right up there amongst it, down at the tail end of the field. But Balmain number 2 take the win. A great win to Balmain number 2. And then next to them, Sydney Women's MLC. So this is the Glade Club race coming up in Sydney, and it looks like the Sydney Women's MLC, if they can hang in there, will gain a second place. They do just that. Third will go to St George. And then fourth place will go to PLC Sydney. That's their number 3 crew. Fifth place, there's a crew there from Leichhardt, and Leichhardt has got Downs, Helen Dunn, Strange and Sharp. They'll be judged in 5th place. And 6th place will go to this group of rowers. You can see there the para rowers, Lauren Webber, Ruby Sutherland, Stephanie Walker, Sophie Slater-Phillips. And well done, ladies. You've done extremely well there, gaining 6th place and 7th place then. They finally made it, John. North Sydney Girls.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're looking at yet another medal presentation. This will be race 87. The women's grade C and D Coxed for Division 1, and the award goes to the crew from Sydney University Boat Club. And representing the university, Emma Gelati, Stephanie Harper, Olivia Dent, Olena Parrish, and they're coached by Debbie Fox. Winning time for Sydney University, 3:26.17, and that was race 87, the first division of the women's C and D grade Coxed 4. Well done, Sydney University. Well, men's novice double scull, about 500 metres yet to go. In lane 1, we've got Newington College. In lane 3, Mossman. Kings number 2 in lane 4. Upper Hunter in 5. Leichhardt in 6. And Kings number 1 in 7. Men's novice double scull over 1,000 metres.
Well, I think we have the full house there, but they're scattered right throughout the course. On this side, the Kings are so dominant this morning, and Elliot Hines and Caleb James, they're closest to the grandstand, and they'd be leading at this stage. And in second place, well, that's being shared between, I think, the crew from Leichhardt with Jude Ford Rabin, Maximilian Thompson, and they'd be in second place, but fairly even between their place. They're steering a little bit off at this stage, so we'll think they're second or third. And then you've got this Newington combination with Beasall and Jones right over on the far side have now moved into a definite second, and Leichhardt have moved back to third.
Barry, just looking at that Newington crew, they've coasted along a definite second place up until now, but they're really starting to move their boat, and they're moving up on Kings, so it depends whether the Kings School going to hang on.
I think the King's School are getting everything right for the finishing stages. They've got the length, they're not shortening up. You can see that the boys are looking at one another. They're a little bit bigger if you look at the crews, but you're quite right, that Newington College crew, they're fired up. A lot of strength going into that. This is going to be a good one finish, John.
It's a very close finish. I think it'll be King's bow ball across first. Yes.
And second place will go to Newington on the far side. Third place will go to Leichhardt. And fourth place in the red boat will go to Kendall and Wilson from Mossman Rowing Club. And fifth place then, I think we've got a crew from Upper Hunter out there as well. It looks like there might have been a change of lane there, but I think these boys coming down here now.
Just had a problem in the Mossman crew there. They stopped rowing, but they've picked it up now and moved across.
Good. And fifth place then will go, these are the boys from Upper Hunter, racing out of lane 5. That's Davidson and O'Neill. And then finally, I think that's a King's crew that have obviously moved well out of their position. And that would be, they'll be judged in sixth place. And that's the crew of Ethan Russell and Peter Turner.
They seem to have a real problem out there at the moment. Perhaps, you know, they've almost stopped at one stage. But nevertheless, I think we could proceed with our award program at the moment. I see Deanna Feckerty is out there ready to present. So let's move on with presentations for race 88, second division of the women's C and D grade Coxed 4. And the winner in this case was from Balmain. So there are the red and black hoops, represented by Emily Promelia, Hannah McLean, Danica Harrison, Victoria Little, and they're coached by Bernard Lariche and Nicholas McDonald. So well done, Balmain. Winning time of 3:43.61. So Division 2 Women's C&D Coxes for first place, Balmain.
Well, we might have one or two missing from the next event, John, which is the under-16 double scull. This is the first division for men.
We're aware that Mossman, scheduled to row in lane 5, is certainly withdrawn, so
Kinross Rollery out as well, I think.
yeah.
And then the red boat in the centre is obviously Cambridge. You have Glebe, Newcastle Grammar and a light car crew. So the rest are there. Only two out, Mossman and Kinross Rollery.
King Scull doing well here again from lane 8, Barry, the grandstand side.
Yes, Denton and Dugan. And a chance for a third from the part of St Peter's Cambridge, but they've got, I think, a Glebe crew. No, it's a Glebe crew, but next to Glebe is Newcastle Grammar. Newcastle Grammar is starting to put in a very strong effort on the far side. They're the second crew from the far side, and they could probably rate into second place. But the way they're travelling down there, they might even get up to be in contact with the race leaders who happen to be kings on this side of the course. That's Orlando Denton and Sam Dugan. And they've put up a real burster. They've moved up their rates now up to 36. In fact, it might even be higher than that. I think they've gone up to about 37 strokes to the minute over there, and they're really keep an eye on that crew on the far side, the Newcastle Grammar crew. Now they were about a length and a half behind. They've been moving up on the early race leaders, Orlando and Dugan, and here we're going to see a big surprise here because the crew on this side of the course have not seen that, or if they haven't, they should have, and it's the Newcastle Grammar crew. Look at that. A length and a half behind, 350 metres. They've taken out a win. Second place will go then to Kinross Rollery. They've got second. Third place will go to, I think that's Newington College. And fourth place then will go to Glebe. Fifth place will go to St Peter's, New Zealand. And sixth place will go to, I think that's the light car crew on the far side. So the crews out there were Mossman and Kings out of lane 8.
And I think, Barry, we could proceed with the presentation for race 89, the race prior to the one just completed. And it is the men's novice double scull. And first win of the day to the King Scull. King Scull represented by Elliot Hines and Kaylin James. Well done, the King Scull. Winning time 3:50.18. So race 89, men's novice double scull, the King Scull in first place.
Here we go now, and we're now back to the second division of the men's under-16 double sculls. I think we've got lane 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, gee whiz, I think we've got a full house there, John, have we?
All 8
crews?
there, but
Yeah.
I can't see any holes in the lineup looking down, Barry.
That's good, John. Well, who have we got down there?
We have in lane 1 the King Scull, lane 2 Kinross Rollery, Kings again in lane 3, and Newington in lane 4, Leichhardt in lane 5, Kinross Rollery number 2 in 6, the Kings number 3 in 7, Newcastle Grammar in lane 8.
Well, this is fairly close with the top coming out of these 8 crews there. There's at least 5 crews that are well up there. You can have a look at the Newcastle Grammar. Number 2, Felix Bonus. And Will Carraro. Nick Filmer is the coach there on this side, probably the race leader. Back in about third next to him is the Kings number 3, double. And then Kinross Rollery, always there lurking in the background. And they'd be in about second place. And then back a little bit with the light car crew. But Newington again. I think that's a Newington combination of Leo Burkett Doyle and Hugo Hobbs right in the centre. And they provide the biggest threat now to the early lead achieved by Newcastle Grammar number 2 in lane 8. That's the crew closest to the grandstand. So keep your eyes on the Newington crew of Burkett Doyle and Hobbs right in the centre of the course. King's number 2 on the far side, probably back in about 3rd or 4th. They've been doing it, but the crews with the rate up and are very anxious to get to the line in a hurry would be the crew from Newcastle Grammar number 2, and looking very fierce is that, and very efficient is that Newington College crew. A good race going on this side of the course for the minor placings here between, I think that's Kinross, Rolleroy and Leichhardt. Lovely to see that tussle going on in the far back. It's a battle. They've just the two crews are working very hard together, but lovely to see those two from Kinross, Rolleroy, and I think it's Kinross, Rolleroy, and that's the crew from Kings.
The Kings on the far side.
Kings on the far, and Kings on this side as well.
That Kings crew's moving very well on the far side. They've moved, I think, and challenging Newington. Probably they got their bow in front at this stage.
Getting great length over there too, John. Yeah, so that's Bucknell and Staniforth. And they're about to take the win. They will do that, 3/4 of a length. And second place then will go to Newington's Burkett, Doyle and Hobbs. Second place, but only just. Third place then will go to Newcastle Grammar below the tower. Fourth place then will go to Kinross, Rolleroy. Fifth place then will go to Kings 3. And sixth place then, another Kinross, Rolleroy with Harding and Horton will take sixth place. Seventh place over there, a little bit of problems they're having with their blades, but that will go to Kings 4, Whalen and Savage. They'll be judged in seventh place. Eighth place then will go to, I think, lane 5. That's Leichhardt, Bill Clifton, Lachlan Stewart. And lovely to see Frank Thorne's name back down there again, coaching with the juniors. And they'll be judged in 8th place. And the timing for race 91,
3:33.45. And a comment to Barry, a very well judged race by the King School. The last 10 strokes got them right there. It was very well done. But we're ready to go back to our pontoon and the podium for another presentation. This is race 80, Division 1, the men's under 16 double scull. First place goes to Newcastle Grammar School, and representing the school, Ethan Myers and Matthew McDougall. The crew coached by Mick Filmer. Winning time 3:29.31 for the 1,000 metres. So well done, Newcastle Grammar.
Well, the protocols today have been well observed, John, about getting crews after they've finished their event to come back here for presentations. And also there haven't been too many complaints about numbers not being returned. So it's been a great day.
Barry Division 3 men's under 16 doubles. Underway, Kings 5 in lane 1, Newington 3 in lane 2, Kinross Rolleroy 4 in lane 3. Newcastle Grammar 3 in lane 4, Newington 4 in 5, Newcastle Grammar number 4 in lane 6, King 6 in lane 7, and in lane 8 we've got Mossman number 2.
Another win coming up from Newington, their number 4 crew of Hugh Harvey and Alexander Page. They've led for all the race, and their only threat coming from the Newington crew over there in lane 2. We've seen the name before, Sam Bristow and Callum Latham. So the two Newington crews finding out first and second place. At this stage, it looks like it will go to Harvey Page and Alexander, Hugh Harvey and Alexander Page, and second place then to Bristow and Latham. Well, a good race going on for third, but I think it's lay down Bazaar now. Third will go to, it looks like it could be Newcastle Grammar, I think. Colours hard to see, but this is the big purple boat. I think we recognised it before, but first and second are safe home. And that will be Newcastle Grammar taking for third. Fourth place will go to Mossman, Smith and Lloyd. And they'll be followed by Newcastle Grammar, Kumar and Galal. In fifth, sixth place will go to That looks like Kinross Rollery over there for 6th place. And that means that Kings 5, did I say a Kings Crew? No, Kings 5 aren't there. And Kings 6, I don't think are there either.
Winning time there, 3:28.56. We're back on to some of our Masters events now, Barry. These are being rowed initially over 1,000 metres. Race 93, First Division of the Men's Masters Single. And we have lining up at the moment Dwayne Boom, Shalhaven, or 5 seconds. Jason Waddell, Nepean, or 5. Andy Wigan, Glebe, or 4 seconds. Michael Massara, Drummoyne, off go. Nicholas Galea, off Glebe, off go. And Chris Turner, Glebe, off go.
We're back to racing now, the Men's Masters Single Scull. And John's given you an outline of who we've got on the field, and we've got the shot on the screen showing the relationship between the scullers coming down here in the First Division of the Men's Masters Single Scull. Well, Nick Galea from Glebe is the closest one. I think from him we've got 1, 2, 3. I think that could be, is that Nepean Scullers over there, John? I'm not quite sure. I think it's Nepean with Jason Waddell, coached by Dan Waddell. The Waddell brothers, local boys, they're doing very well, both as coaching, but young Jason has done a bit of sculling in his time, and that is Jason currently in the lead. In the 8 category, he's given 5 seconds. 5 seconds. The handicap. The go scullers have been the scullers that have already been passed by Jason, which makes him our race leader at the present moment.
Barry, might interrupt. And
oh, yes.
We'll have a quick presentation while the race is in progress. This is race 92, Division 3, the men's under-16 double scull, and the Wyverns have done it again. Newington College in first place, represented by Hugh Harvey and Alexander Page. Well done, Hugh. Alexander, winning time 3:28.56. So Newington College winners of the 3rd Division under-16 double scull.
Back to racing, and here it is with Jason Waddell, 28 years of age, coached by brother Daniel, although I think they're both coaches, and he's doing a great job out there. He'll take out the gold for the Nepean Rowing Club in the 1st Division of the Men's Masters Single Scull. Now here's a cool customer from Glebe. This is Andy Wigan, one of the more mature masters from Glebe Rowing Club, and in the style of Brad Smith, and that's who'll be looking after him. He'll take out 2nd place. Very powerful finish. 3rd place then will go to Shoalhaven's Dwayne Boone over there for 3rd. 4th will go to the Glebe Sculler Nick Galea over here as he goes across the line, takes 4th place. And we only had 4 scullers, I think, in that. There's no show from Turner or Drummoyne. So they're the placings. Nepean, back to Glebe, Shoalhaven, and Glebe 3.
Guys, we have the medal ceremony for race 91. Double under-16.
We now move to race 91, our presentations, and this is Division 2, men's under-16 rather, double scull. Men's under-16 double scull, Division 2, and the win to the King School, the school represented by MacArthur Bucknell and Harry Staniforth. Well done, lads. Winning time 3:36.45. King School, winner Division 2 men's under 16 double scull. Yes, back. Yeah. Well, Division 2 of the Men's Masters is coming down at the moment. Andrew Morrell, University of New South Wales, in lane 1. Andrew Patterson, Sydney Women's MLC 2. In lane 3, it's Drummoyne's Mark Bailey. Lane 4, Stuart Cowp, Sydney. Lane 5, Darryl Young from Leichhardt. Lane 6, Gabriel Hainthornwet from Drummoyne. Lane 7, Alan Robinson, St George. And lane 8, Dean Watts, Shellhaven.
Just a reminder, the last race on the program, the Women's Masters 8. So don't leave early. Hang on in there, because one of the 8 races well on the program, the Women's Masters 8 right at the end. Coming down here now, we have, this is the, as John has said, Division 2, the Men's Masters Single Scull. And good performances coming from this side. Have a look at the St George sculler out there. That's Alan Robertson, coached by Bruce Williams. And all these scullers, as John has said, are in the D category. So there's no handicaps in the Men's Masters Single Scull. They are all around about the same age. So posing the best chance for St George, or a little bit of competition for St George, if there is to be any, is right over there on the far side. And that's the Andrew Patterson from Sydney Women's MLC, coached by Charles Lloyd-Jones and Steve Sherry. Now, he's up there, but he's coming a little closer to St George. I think Robinson should be getting a little bit worried. Patterson's starting to come at him, but hasn't put the braid up. I think St George is more in a defensive mode now. He looks across, getting a little bit more worried. And I think Patterson has got the sniff here. He's not going to let this one go. He's too close for comfort now. And Patterson's starting to move up on Robinson. And I think Patterson might have got into the lead. And it will be Patterson. Patterson takes the goal. And second place then will go to St George, the early race leader Robinson. Followed by third place will go to Cowup from Sydney Rowing Club. Fourth will go to Shoalhaven's Watts. And fifth place then will go to Drummoyne's Gabriel Haythorne-Waite, taking out fifth place. Sixth place will go to Drummoyne's Mark Bailey, will be judged in sixth place. If he hangs in there, seventh place to go to the University of New South Wales, coached by Andrew Morrell. Or it is Andrew Morrell. Good heavens above. It is Andrew Morrell. Be judged in seventh place. Eighth place then will go to Leichhardt's Darryl Young. Will be judged in eighth place in the second division, the Men's Masters Single Scull. The time for race 94, 3:46.62. 3:46.62, back to John.
We're looking now at presentation for race 93. That is the first division of the Men's Masters Single Scull. And the winner from Nepean Rowing Club is Jason Waddell. And it is a Waddell family. The coach is Daniel Waddell, winning time 3:35.53. Division 1 Men's Masters Single Scull. A couple of withdrawals, Barry, that I'm aware of from race 95, our next race. Sydney number 4, scheduled to row in lane 3. Sydney number 3, scheduled to row in lane 8. And there's been a withdrawal from lane 6, the Canberra crew. So that leaves us with a combination of E and F classifications. The F rowers are all off go. So we have now Bruce Egan in lane 1 from North Shore, off 5 seconds. In lane 2, it's Charles Hamilton from Drummoyne, off 5 seconds. And then in lane 4, Chris Walsh from North Shore, off 5 seconds. At lane 5, Michael Wood, Sydney, off 5 seconds. Now, the following 2 crews are all off go. That is Drummoyne in lane 7 and Mossman in lane 9.
Well, John, it's always interesting at this stage. The Mossman Go Sculler, Hugh McDonald, closest to the grandstand, has managed to maintain his lead. And with only 5 seconds, the maximum handicap for those crews on the far side, I think Hugh McDonald is probably going to hold that lead until the end, so we go back to presentations.
Back to our presentations while the race is in progress. This is race 94, second division men's masters single club, Scull rather, and the prize goes to the representative of Sydney Women's MLC Rowing Club, and to take the award, Andrew Patterson, winning time 3:46.62. Winner,
Well,
Division 2 men's masters single scull.
Well, McDonald holding on to that very slender lead, the gold sculler in the F category. And I did mention that the challenge is only coming from about a 5-second handicap, and he's managed to hold that. He'd be about 2 seconds in front of them still, and they're well in now with only 250 metres to go. And a good run coming from Hugh McDonald, because very often it's not the Go Sculler that manages to get to take the lead. He's been there, he's held that lead. No doubt the handicappers will be looking closely at that for the next event. But the next challenge comes from North Shore. There's no chance that North Shore are going to catch Hugh McDonald. So at 61 years of age, McDonald in the F category, representing Mossman number 2, comes down here, will take the gold. And now we're looking for second place, which could go to North Shore out there. That's Chris Walsh. In the E category, he started off 5 seconds after you. And it will go to North Shore. Chris Walsh will take out second place. And third place right over there, it looks like it could be the Drummoyne Sculler. I think that's Drummoyne's Charles Hamilton. Will take third. And fourth place, well, a good race between Drummoyne and Richard Gates on this side. I think Richard Gates here for Drummoyne will take out fourth. And fifth place, good race going on for fifth. And right on the line, manages to hang on, will go to North Shore number 4. That's Bruce Egan taking out fifth place. And sixth place then will go to Sydney's Michael Wood. And that concludes the men's masters single scull division number 3.
We move to Division 4, still at the 1,000-metre mark. Not aware of any withdrawals at this stage, so we have John Bruce Smith, North Shore in lane 1. In lane 2, Steve Hill from Sydney Women's MLC. Lane 3, Mark Tiergen from Glebe. Lane 4, Richard Jones, Sydney Women's MLC. Lane 5, James Taylor Mossman. Lane 6, Charles McCaskill, Sydney Women's MLC. Lane 7, David Eddington, Shoalhaven. Lane 8, John James, North Shore. Lane 9, Robert Drury from Drummoyne.
We've got some of the top performers from Mossman in this win in division number 4. I'd include Robert Drury, who's 73 years of age, and also James Taylor, a little bit younger than that. And but you can see the handicaps. The Go Sculler is the grandfather of rowing here in New South Wales, John James from the North Shore Club. Now, John James was a great mate of Spencer Grace over there for many, many years. A real gentleman, and he's carried on the traditions of Spencer Grace. And John James, I mean, these are people who are so dedicated to their clubs and to what they do, and a great performance that we've seen from John James over the year. Generally, he rows in the Ancient Mariners 8 with combined with the Drummoyne Rowing Club. He's been down to the head of the Yarra. Serious man. on many occasions he stroked that 8.
Barry,
Looks great.
I keep talking about all the things that I'm going to do when I'm emperor of this country. Spencer Grace was the emperor of North Shore Rowing Club.
Oh,
There is
that's
no doubt about it at all.
Well, would you agree that John James has taken over that
Yeah.
mantle? Ah, dear. So he's racing there.
Good day, Tim.
Announcement here. There's the constable. What's your second name? Constable Pager. Now,
Tim Page.
he's just coming up here. He's got his mace ready to squirt us in the face. He's after the numbers. We're short of numbers downstairs. Right, if you could bring them back, your numbers, as quickly as you can. Yeah, we'll go to the next one.
And we can do that now. That is race 95 we're looking at. Division 3 of the Men's Masters Single Club, Scull. And the winner was from Mossman Rowing Club, Hugh McDonald. Congratulations, Hugh. Winning time 4:02.29. Well done, Mossman. Winners Division 3 Men's Masters Single Scull.
Well, we've seen the under-16s, and here's men in their 60s coming down and rowing as if they were under-16 again. And it's what a great sight to see these people who have been competitors for years up against one another. Have a look at Robert Drury on this side. He was started off at the 31-second mark. The Go Sculler that we mentioned there was the North Shore John James. He's still there up in the front line, but the back markers have had to give away up to 49 seconds. 49 seconds by the crews right on the far side, and I think that's the glebe combination. Now this is good handicapping. To get the handicapper, to get all these scullers over 49 seconds, almost on one straight line approaching the finishing line, is amazing, absolute miracle. As they approach the line, you can see a good run now coming from the far side of the course in the red boat out there, and that looks like the glebe sculler, Mark Tejan. Now, Mark Tejan will take out first place in the true traditions of Glebe Rowing Club, and you can see the next one to go across with Mossman Sculler, and it will be from lane number, and he takes the run and will do it, and Robert Drury takes second place. Third place will go to, I think that's probably Mossman. That'll be James Taylor for third, and fourth then will go to Shoalhaven, and fifth then will go to Sydney Women's with Richard Jones, and then sixth place will go to North Shore's John James. Managed to scrape in there for sixth place. Seventh place will go on the far side to Sydney Women's. That's Steve Hill for seventh. Eighth place will go then to North Shore John Bruce Smith, and the ninth place then, I think there should be Sydney Women's coming down here, and that looks like it'll be Charles McCaskill.
Barry, judges have declared a photo for second and third in race 96.
Oh dear, there we go again.
Yeah,
We're
but
taking
still-
second guess. We called Robert Drury going across the line for Mossman, and a third place to James Taylor. So the club's the same, but they'll check that out.
The award will go to Mark, being the winner across the line in a time of 4:38.47. Now, coming down, it's more a North Shore safari in many cases. The Go crew is Wendy Zammett and Selena Pyle from lane 8. So we look through Renee Venables, Emma Woods from North Shore, lane 2 off 19 seconds. Jennifer Zonga, Daniel Bajet from Leichhardt off 16 seconds. Virginia Fabro and Elizabeth Roche, North Shore, lane 4 off 11 seconds. Carolyn Boyce, Alexandra Tiffin, North Shore, lane 5 off 11 seconds. Peggy McBride, Nikki Blackwell, North Shore, lane 6 off 6 seconds. Sally Edwards, Mary Walsh, North Shore, lane 7 off 6 seconds. And in lane 8 it is Wendy Zammett, Selena Pyle off Go, North Shore.
Well, the question is, can this North Shore crew, 3 out from the grandstand, hold off? They start off the 6 second mark. Can they hold off the challengers now, which are coming from the far side of the course, from Leichhardt, and also their sisters there from North Shore? That's their number 3 crew of Venables and Woods. So good close racing here. Another one to the handicap. Have done a great job. I can't see that this North Shore crew on this side of the course are going to be holding off the challengers about length of clear water. A big move coming from Venerables and Woods on the far side. Zonga and Borgett still in the mix there for a top place placing. But as they come up there now, I think they will hold them off. And from lane 6, McBride and Blackwell, I think they managed to do that. And McBride and Blackwell from North Shore in the E category take the win. Second place will go to Venerables and Woods. Third place will go to Leichhardt, Zonga and Borgett. And fourth place will go to North Shore. That's Boyce and Tiffin will take out fourth. Fifth place will go then to Edwards and Walsh, also from North Shore. Heavens above, North Shore. Sixth place will go to, I think that's Virginia Fabro and Roche, also from North Shore. And then, oh no, I think it will go to lane 8. Lane 8 will take out that sixth place there. And then North Shore number 5 will take up the final position. That's Fabro, and Roche will take 7th place.
And the winning time for 10.94.
Well, you might recall that we had Kim Rudder up here earlier on this afternoon talking about his raising of funds, and we do hope that he's been successful in that, raising funds for scholarships for the young juniors that we've seen racing here. And but you can see we said to him, what do you do when you're not coaching? Well, when he's not coaching, out of that, if you have a look at the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, he had 6 out of the 7 crews there coaching them. Then said he picked up the Botanical Award for having the best garden. Where was it? Maroubra or Malabar or something.
Somewhere like that,
Yes.
yes. Yeah. So when you got time to tend your garden, Barry?
And growing beautiful flowers in sand over there in that area wouldn't be easy either, would it?
I wouldn't have thought so, Barry. You have to import a lot of good soil from somewhere.
Yeah. No, he's a great man, very unassuming and humble, and well done.
Barry, we're now looking at race 98. We've gone back to the 2,000 metre start mark, and this is a final. It's a combination of the men's A and B 4 and the men's open 4 A final. Now the A and B graded crews are Sydney University in lane 1, Newington in lane 2, Canberra in lane 3, Newcastle Grammar in 4, and Mossman in 5. The open class, St Peter's from New Zealand in lane 6, University of New South Wales in 7, and St Peter's again from Cambridge in lane 8.
Well, an interesting one here. If you have a look, you've gone through the names there, John. That 2 races in one is my understanding of what you're saying.
Yes.
The combination of the AB, you mentioned a Mossman crew there in lane 5, right in the centre. Now, I'm not suggesting they're any favoured more than anybody else, but you've certainly got Torben Ungmark, Jan Ungmark, Justin Brown, Mitch Blackball, Cram. They're coached by Matthias Ungmark and Judith Ungmark, so it's certainly a family connection there. I might add that 2 of the Ungmarks, from memory, I think are in the squad for the State New South Wales Noel Wilkinson Cup Men's Youth 8 squad. And that's, 2 of the Ungmarks. They represent Mossman Rowing Club in their racing. So good luck to them. They look a very strong contender there, but you wouldn't rule out Newcastle Grammar, who have done so well, nor Newington College, who have got that crew over there. I know John will be watching that very closely. So we'll have a look at that section of the race, which will be on the far side. And then in the men's open quad, we've got 2 crews from New Zealand, and in the sandwich, you've got University of New South Wales. So it's going to be an interesting 2 races coming down in one for the final of the men's combined AB quad with the men's open quad.
And we have a start, Barry.
What a great shot. Well, look, there we go. We've got the picture of taken from the starting line back and looking up the course now. And probably with the sun setting in the west, I don't know what sort of picture you're getting there, but you can see the glint on the water and the shine on the water. A lovely shot coming down, but it's looking towards the west, and that means we're looking into the sun. But you can see the cream from the boats over there and all the crews moving away. They'd be coming up close to that 500-metre mark at this stage. And they only appear as dots down there, 2,000 metres away, but a fine shot heading towards the base of the Blue Mountains. For those people up here for the first time for New Zealand, the course was developed in the 1990s. The Olympic course for the year 2000, constructed on an east-west axis. Most of the strong winds come from the west. You can see the mountains do a fair amount of shelter, and it's been a wonderfully designed course, considered by many to be the best in the world in the setup. Local design, constructed by the gravel company that was up here in concert with the state government at the time. It was considered that New South Wales would vie for the Olympic Games around about 1988, which is the bicentennial year. They intended using a course down in the Parramatta River, down near Homebush Bay. The nasties were there. It would have cost a hell of a lot. The whole Olympic Games intended for 1988 under Neville Wran, too expensive. It was considered to wait until the year 2000. And what a blockbuster we had up here. And rowing was described as the best ever, on a best ever course. Well, here they come down here now. The combined MA quad with the men's open quad. And you get a fine shot there on the screen, looking mainly across at the performance of the combined AB quads over there on the far side, and keep your eye on what's happening there with all those crews. The Mossman crew, the Ullmark family, Newcastle Grammar, and on this side of the crews we've got the two New Zealand crews who will appear as red. Might be a little way back at the present moment, but you start to see the two crews from New Zealand on this side there in the other category of the men's open quad. Well, back a little bit, the far crew, Sydney University, a little bit out of range at the present moment. Newington looking very strong and could be the race leaders in that category. Canberra a little way back. Newcastle Grammar, I don't know whether I can see Newcastle Grammar there. I think they're shaded. But if that's not Newcastle Grammar, I just can't see the Mossman combination. Mossman and St Peter's Cambridge, you'd see two dominant red colours there. One is there. I don't know whether we have the Ullmark family there or not, but anyway, it doesn't matter. On this side, the men's open quad starting to do quite well, with St Peter's Cambridge number 2 on this side of the course starting to move up and probably lead in that category, the men's open quad. On their right hand side is the University of New South Wales, coached by Christopher Malouf, and then St Peter's also in that category a little way back. So in the men's open quad, the crew closest to us looks to be St Peter's Cambridge, New Zealand, and in that category they're in the lead. On the far side, it could be it could be the Mossman colours out there, I think. Look like Mossman, where there's been a lane change, but certainly they are Mossman colours. We'll wait and see till they get a bit closer. But a very good performance coming from St Peter's Cambridge, New Zealand. Harrison Lynch, Jason Nell, Jacques Balsam and Pat Griffin. They're coached by Megan Glenn, and they lead the two groups coming down here now. A fine performance coming from the New Zealanders from St Peter's and Cambridge. It's their number 2 crew, and they're in the lead. No handicaps here. They're doing it in their own right, and with every stroke they're looking so strong. Over there in the other classification, there should be 5 crews over there in that group. We've only got the 4, and I can't see the colours of Mossman. I think this could be Newcastle Grammar coming down here. They're probably in about 3rd place. Moving up now is the crew from Newington College. That's the crew second from the far side, and the crew of Boland, Webster, Wood and Tainch. I don't think they've managed to catch the crew on this side, St Peter's Cambridge. They still hold about a canvas to a half a length lead. Newington starting to wind it up now. There's no show there from the Mossman crew. It's Newington on the far side in that category, and it's New Zealand on this side in the men's open quad. Impressive row coming from Newington. Over there, the Newcastle Grammar crew making a final burst. They've got their, look, they're just up and down. They're rating about another one, 36.38. Eh? Oh, very good, John. Yes. Yeah. Well, Newington are about to take out the combined AB quad over there. They will take first place overall. And second place in that category, well, we won't worry too much about that, but that will go to Newcastle Grammar for second place. And a fine row that's come from New Zealand. They will take out third overall. Fourth will go to the University of New South Wales. Fifth looks like it will go to Sydney University on the far side with Lussick, Leighton, Kaufman and Ralston. They will take fifth. Sixth place then will go to the Canberrans. Well, will they? Will they? I think we'll find sixth place will go to St Peter's. They do that. St Peter's, Cambridge number 1. 6th and 7th will go to Canberra overall. So it was the crew from Mossman that had been withdrawn. And so our winning crews invited across will be St Peter's Cambridge number 2 for winning the men's open quad. And on the far side to Newington College for taking out the men's A and B combined in the AB quad for men. So
the Newington winning time, Barry, 6:24.56. Now, for a 4, and it's a grade crew, a school crew, 2,000 metres, 6:24's not bad.
Oh, that was 24. Yeah. Well, the invitation once again is the Peters Cambridge, their number 2 crew in the men's open quad, and the AB combined crew from Newington. That were in lane 2, if you could make your way across for presentation.
Looking now at race 99, one short of 100, Barry, 99. Division 1 of the men's under 17 singles. Not aware of, yes I am, there is a withdrawal. It is from the Scull in lane 6, representing Kinross Wallaroy. So that leaves us now with Miles Harold from Nepean in lane 1, lane 2 Harry Jansen from Newington, lane 3 Hamish Evans from Mossman, lane 4 Adrian Freiberg Newington, lane 6 Harrison Burns St Peter's Cambridge, lane 7 Bradley Moran from Penrith, lane 8 Namkai Stylano from Sydney Rowing Club in 8, and Cormac Haynes Marist College in lane 9.
Well, this race over 2,000 metres is well now into the second half. And as we can see on this side, you've got Marist College, Cormac Hayes, and probably the race leader. And in second place, well, if you look across the far side, it might be the Newington Sculler there, Harry Jansen, going extremely well over there on the far side of the course. But they're the top 2 at the present moment. Early stages yet, and fairly close racing coming up for the minor placings.
So let's leave the race at the moment, and we'll look down at our pontoon and looking forward to who's going to mount the podium. It is race 98, which was run in 2 parts. We're now to make the present to the winner of the men's A and B class 4s. and that is Newington College, and the Wyverns strike again. Samuel Boland, Angus Webster, good Newington name in the Websters, Alexander Wood, and Finn Tainch. Well done, Newington College, winning time 6:24.56 for the 2,000 metres. Winners of the grade element of the A final of the men's 4.
Well, we're on with the youngsters again. Sorry.
And we continue now with the presentations for the other element of the A final, and this is the men's Open 4. And a big congratulations to the New Zealanders. St Peter's Cambridge, they've won the award, and Margot Haley about to present them, Margot being the CEO of Rowing New South Wales. And St Peter's Cambridge represented by Harrison Lynch, Jason Nell, Yark Balsam, Patrick Griffith, and they're coached by Megan Glenn. Good win, St Peter's Cambridge, another trophy to take across the Tasman.
Well, back to racing, and you can see that Cormac you can see that New England Sculler Harry Jansen has moved up on our early race leader Cormac Hayes in another fine effort. Newington College, if they pick it on the base of their sculling success today, Newington be a shoe-in for the GPS head of the river. But Harry Jansen will take the win. Second place will go to Mara's College, Cormac Hayes in second place. Third place then will go to the sculler from Nepean over there. That's Miles Harold taking third. Fourth place then will go to lane 4, Newington's Adrian Freiberg. And a good race going on for fifth. They're both looking at one another. Oh, you love it when it gets down to this. In lane 7, that's Penrith Sculler, Brad Moran. They go long to the line. Here it goes. And on the drift as they go across the line. Fifth place will go to lane 8. That's Sydney Namkai Stilianu in fifth place.
I think they were chatting to each other, Barry.
and sixth place, I think that would go to, I think there's the, geez, I missed that then. The Penrith Sculler, I think, will take out sixth place.
And the winning time by Harry Jansen, 7:31.36 for the 2,000 metres.
And Mossman Rowing Club taking up the 7th position there. And 8th place going to St Peter's Cambridge with Harrison Burns. Are you coming up too?
Let's look at the race coming down at the moment. It is race 100. We've hit the century. Division 2 of the men's under 17 single scull. Patrick Burke, Mossman, Christopher Fitotis from Newington, Nicholas Pender from Mossman in lane 3, lane 4. Elliot O'Connor from Newington, lane 5, Lachlan Rennie from Newington, lane 6, Thomas Richardson, Kinross Rollowoy, lane 7, Samson Hulks, Newington, and lane 8, Jake Williams from Newington. Division 2 men's under 17 single scull, about 500 metres to go. The best dressed and best decorated boat, yes.
Thanks for that, Margot. The last event, we'll hear from the announcers the results of the fashion contest for the Christmas decorations. So that'll be given. The judges are making their decision or about to make their decision, and we'll hand those on to you.
Barry, the race just finished. Mossman number 2, Patrick Burke, across the line first at a winning time 7:39.64. Then second was Newington 5, third was Newington 7. Not sure about the fourth yet, but fifth was Newington 9, sixth Newington 11.
Well, Elliot O'Connor took out second place for Newington, and Samson Hulks took out the third place for Newington College.
Yes. We're going back to the presentations at the moment, and this is race 99, one short of the 100. Division 1 men's under 17 single scull, and the winner from Newington College, Harry Jansen. Congratulations, Harry. Winning time 7:31.36. Race 99.
Well, we're up to race 101 now, the men's under 17 Division 3 of the under 17 single scull for men. And once again, John, I don't have to say anything to you, but in lane 8, Newington, Shannon Lowe Griffith. Another one coming up for the big black stripes. And certainly it's a Newington, I think, win.